Hello everyone, welcome to this course. In this course, we are going to have an introduction to numeric data types in Python. So the first one that we would like to talk about is an integer. So an integer means a whole number with no decimal points. It means, for example, number 1, number 10, number 20. Any numbers with no decimal point, they are integers. Secondly, we would like to talk about float numbers, numbers with decimals, and they can represent fractions. For example, 3.14 or 5.20. These numbers are float numbers. In order to declare numbers and assign them to a variable in Python, we simply write down the name of the variable, an equals sign, and then we are assigning a number to that variable. So for example, here I am initializing a variable called x, and I'm assigning number 10 to this x variable. And here also I am initializing one variable called y, and I'm assigning 3.14 to y. So based on our definition of integers and floats, we understand that x is an integer variable because an integer value is assigned to it, and y is a float variable because a float variable value is assigned to it. By the way, if we want to comment something in Python, we need to have this pound sign before that. For example, when I am writing something after the pound sign, for example, hello from Python, and because we are having a pound sign here before that, it means that it's a comment. So compiler is not going to understand and read these parts. These parts are mainly provided between developers. So if I am developing a code for myself, I can have these comments throughout the code in order for me to have a better understanding of this code. For example, after 2 years, when I come back to my code, I may not remember all the details, but by writing down comments, I can read the comments and it helps me to understand the code better. And also, if I want to, for example, pass this code to another developer, that developer can understand my code better if I'm having some comments in the code. So all these parts that are shown in green are comments, and compiler has nothing to do with them. However, the rest of the code, as you see here, are shown with different colors, and therefore compiler is treating them as something to work with. So here I am initializing one x variable equals to 10 and one y variable equals to 3.14. However, if I would like to see these variables in the output, I can simply print them. So let me comment these parts. So when I type down the print keyword and I type down the x, and when I compile, I see in the output that number 10 is being printed out in the output. So basically, I'm telling the compiler to print the variable x value for me in the output, and it is showing me the variable value. And if I want to print y, I type down the keyword, and within parentheses, I'm typing down the data type, the name of the variable, sorry, and it is going to print that. So when I compile again, I see 10 and 3.14, which are the values for x and y respectively. But when I see this, maybe it would be nice to have some explanation. So now I comment these two lines using a pound sign, and I uncomment this part by printing out by removing the pound sign. And in order for me to have a better understanding of my output, because I may have the print sign for 10 lines, so I would like to have something to be printed out before the variable value, so I can easily recognize which number represents which variable. So I'm adding a comment here. For example, I'm typing down the print keyword, and within parentheses, I have two parts and they are separated by a comma. In the first part, in the code, I'm having x equals, and then in the second part, I'm typing down the name of my variable, which is x, and I'm in the second line, I'm having y equals, and separated by a comma from the second part in the parentheses, which is the name of the variable that I would like to print. So when I run this code, you see this time it prints for me x equals and then 10, y equals 3.14. So when I have, for example, 100 lines to be printed, I don't have to remember, okay, 10 was the number of which variable, so I need to go back to in the code and check, etc. Instead of that, I can simply print this text in the terminal so I understand 10 is the value that represents variable x and also y equals 3.14. So in this video, we learned about integers and float data types in Python, and we learned how to print them in the output. And also we learned how to comment some parts that compiler has nothing to do with them. For example, now the compiler is not printing this part because there is a pound sign behind that. But if I uncomment this part and I compile, I see 10. Let me go up a bit. Okay, I see 10. Then I see x equals 10, y equals 3.14. So this is being printed, which is this 10 number, because it is printing x, and x is equal to 10. Sorry, I went up too much. And then I'm having this line being printed out, and then this line being printed out. But this line is not being printed out because there is a pound sign there. So if I remove the pound sign and I compile, I see that now I see that 3.14 is now being also printed out in the output. Thank you for watching. In the next videos, we are going to have some coding exercises with respect to initializing and declaring integer variables and float variables. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talk about strings. So a string is a sequence of characters enclosed in quotes. A string can include letters, numbers, symbols, or spaces. So in order to initialize one string, I am giving it a name r equals, and in quotes, I'm having the string that I want. It is, for example, in this case, Reza Shahin. So a variable r is assigned a string, and this string is Reza Shahin. I can have another string, for example, it could be hello world. So this is my second string, and I can also print x for myself. So when I run the code, I see that first I'm printing the string r, which is Reza Shahin, and then I'm printing x variable, which is another string, and it is hello world, and hello world is being printed out here. As you see, also the space between these two words are included. So basically, whatever that is included between the quotes is going to be considered in the string. So this is how we declare and we print out one string in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In today's video, we are going to work with type checking. So we can have different types of variables, for example, integers or floats. In this case, I'm declaring x equals 10, y equals to 3.14. But however, what would happen if I want to know exactly their type to be explicitly mentioned in the output? To do that, we need to use the type function. Okay, so in order to know the data type of x and data type of y, I'm going to use the print keyword, and within parentheses, I'm going to use the type function. Type we use the type keyword, and then I'm having the variable in the parentheses that I want to know the type of. So here, when I run the code, we see that class int and class float is being printed here. It means that the first one is, which is x, is an integer, and the second one, which is y, is a float data type. So basically, we used to use the print function like this. So it was going to print out the x for us. Okay. So now I'm using this function, type function, to know the type of my variable. And which variable? Okay, I want to know the type of x variable, or I want to know the type of y variable. Okay, this is how we can ask the compiler to give us the variable type of different variables. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to again talk about type conversion. Previously, we learned that we can use, for example, int function or float function to convert any other types of variables to an integer or to a float. Here, I'm printing out the variables like this. So I'm having the print keyword, and within parentheses, I'm having float 5. Within parentheses, I'm having 5. So I would like number 5 to be printed out as a float number. And also, I would like to print out the value 3.14 to be printed out as an integer. So when I run this code, I see this output. So number 5 is being printed out like this, like 5.0. It is being printed out with 10 decimal, so it is now a float number. And also the number 3.14, which was originally a float number, is now being printed out only 3. So we converted it into an integer. How? Using this int function. So we put the 3.14 number in the parentheses of integer function, and it is going to basically removes the decimal part and only keep this part, which is going to be an integer in the output. So in this video, we reviewed how we can have a type conversion. We could also have, for example, x equals 5.45 and then print. And in this part, we could have, for example, int and x. So x is a variable equals 5.45. So it's a float variable. Okay. So it's a float variable. And now I'm going to convert it to an integer. How? I'm printing out the value of variable x that is converted to an integer. So I'm having a print keyword and then 2 parentheses, and within the parentheses, I'm having the int function and 1 parenthesis. And in the parentheses of int, I'm having the name of the variable x. So when I run this code now, we see that 5 is being printed out. Why? Because it was originally a float number, 5.45, and this decimal part is being removed, and only this integer part is being kept. So in the output, we are having the number 5 here. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to talk about arithmetic operators. So we are going to discuss addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In order to do that, we can have the print keyword, and in the parentheses, we can have the numbers, for example, 5 plus 3 or 10 divided by 4. I run the code now. We see the output 5 plus 3, the output is 8. And we are having 10 divided by 4. The output is 2.5. We could also have this message being shown. So for example, sum of 5 and 3 is this message being shown out. And we could also have the division of 10 by 4 is, so if I have this message, it's more clear in the output to understand the 8 came from where. Okay, the sum of 5 and 3 is 8. The division of 10 by 4 is 2.5, okay? And another way to have these is like this. So x equals 10, for example, y equals 4. Let me just choose another number. So y equals 4. Now I could have, for example, z equals x plus y, h equals x minus y, for example. We could have, for example, q equals x multiplied by y, and w equals x divided by y. And then I could print out their values. So let me use this keyword. So I can have this. The first one is z, then h, q, and w. And I could have the message, the sum of x and y. I could have this sorry, I forgot the code. The subtraction of x and y, the multiplication of x and y, and we could have it here, the division of x and y. So let me explain what I did here. So what previously we were printing out the sum directly using the numbers, but I would like to use variables in the print out keyword function. So for example, variable z, print variable z, h, q, or w. To do that, I'm declaring x and y. X equals 10, 20, and y equals 5. I'm having z equals x plus y. So 20 plus 5 is going to be assigned to z. We expect it to be 25. And then I'm having x minus y is assigned to a variable named h. So 20 minus 5, we expect it would be 15, and x multiplied by y, its value is assigned to q, and we expect to see 100 here, and also x divided by 5, the output we expect it to be 4, is assigned to w. And we are going to print the sum of x and y, and we are going to print x, which is this part. Then the subtraction of x and y, which is this part, we're going to print h. We're going to print q to be the multiplication of x and y, and w to be x divided by y. So when I run this code, so let me print out, let me comment this part so we don't see them in the output. So we are having the sum of x and y, 25, which we expected here. The subtraction of x and y, which is 15, 15 is here. The multiplication of x and y is 100. And then the division of x and y, 4. So we see that here we could do some arithmetic operations using variables and direct numbers here. So this is basically how we do mathematical operations in Python. And it's a very good example, I think, for you to start coding as of these videos that we just started, because it would be nice to start coding and get used to the syntaxes and start to see if you're making any mistakes or not. And if you're making any mistakes, check your code with the code that I'm providing for you, and you will understand where the error comes from, and then you can improve from there. So I would suggest you to start coding right away so you get used to all the syntaxes. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to talk about modulus operator. To do that, we are having this sign here. So if we are going to calculate the remainder when one number is divided by another. So modulus operator is going to gives us and finds us the remainder of a division of one variable by another variable. So let me give you an example. For example, here I'm saying that the remainder of 10 divided by 3. And then I'm using this modulus operator here. So 10, when 10 is divided by 3, the remainder is going to be calculated using this operator, and we expect to see the output 1, because if you do the division, you see the remainder will be 1. However, the output of the division of 10 divided by 3 is calculated like this. So we are going to have 10 slash 3. I'm going to repeat. If you're going to calculate the remainder of 10 divided by 3, it is going to be handled by modulus operator. But if you want to know the output of when 10 is divided by 3, you're going to use the slash sign here. Okay, another example is here. So x equals 20, y is 10. I'm having this x modulus y or x modula y. So their result is being assigned to z. Basically, this part of the code is going to do the following. So x is divided by y, and their remainder is going to be calculated using this part of the code, and it is going to be assigned to z. And here we are printing out the remainder of x divided by y is z. So z is going to be printed out here. And we are having the output of division of x by y is going to be assigned to h, and h is going to be printed out here. So when I run the code, we see the remainder of 10 divided by 3 is 1, which is this part. Okay, if you do the calculation, you will see that the remainder is 1. So when 10 is divided by 3, the output is this number, 3 point something, 3.33, for example. And here I'm having two variables, and if x divided by y, their remainder will be 0, because z is shown here. Okay, why? Because they are divisible. So 20 is divisible by 10, so their remainder will be 0. And finally, we are having the output of division of x by y to be assigned to h, and h is printed out here. So the output of 20 divided by 10 is 2. So basically in this video, we learned how to use modulus operator, and we distinguished the difference between modulus operator and division. So modulus operator is going to find us the remainder when one number is divided by another, but division is going to use the slash sign, and it is going to give us the output when one number is divided by another. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to work with floor division. So floor division is going to round down to the nearest whole number. For example, when I have 10 divided by 3, and using the floor division, the output is 3. However, if I have the print 10 divided by 3, we see the output, and it is 3.33, for example. Okay, so to do the division, we are going to use the slash sign, but if we want to have floor division, we are going to have slash slash, so double slashes. Basically, this floor division is going to round down to the nearest whole number, to the nearest integer value. So you see that 10 is divided by 3 is 3.33. So it is 3.33, and it is rounded down to 3 now because we see the output here. Okay, so in order to give you another example, we could have like 11, and we could have, for example, I don't know, for example, 3, and we could have the output x divided by y, and then print the x floor division by y. So if I have this, they're having the same value. I wanted to have another number, but it's okay. So let me have it like 20, like 3. Okay, so x is 23, y is 3. So when I print the x divided by y, we are having the number 7.66. However, when I have the floor division of x by y, I'm having the number 7. Basically, the floor division is shown by slash slash, as you see here, or as you see here, and it is going to round down the output of the division to the nearest integer value. Okay, round down. This is why even 7.66 is rounded down to 7. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we're going to learn how to read information from the user through the terminal. So here I'm firstly initializing, I'm declaring one variable called integer value. And basically I'm assigning this to my variable. But what is this line? So using the input function, let me have the comment here. Using input function, I'm getting the input from the user. Okay, so using this function, this keyword that is reserved in Python, we can get input from the user, and by default it is a string. When we get it from the user, by default we get something as a string. And then I'm having my int parentheses. It is going to convert the string into an integer value. So given this explanation, I'm assigning the integer value that is declared here one input, and in the input and in the first parenthesis, in this part, I mean, you see the message saying that enter an integer, and then the user is going to enter a number, and that number is going to be stored firstly as a string because this is a default by Python. And using the int function, I'm going to convert that string into a number. So let me run the code first before giving you another example, so it would be more tangible, I think, for you. So when I run this code, this message is shown in the terminal. Enter an integer. Exactly this message is being shown here. As you see, the program is ongoing because it is waiting for me to enter something, okay? So integer value, and you see this green point here, it says that the program is in this line. So integer value variable is declared here, and the value that is going to be assigned to this variable is the following. We are asking the user to enter an integer that is shown in the terminal, and whatever that I enter here is going to be stored as one string by default. And then using this int function, which I explained here, I'm going to convert that string into an integer. So let me type down. So when I type down 40, it is going to print you entered the integer and then 40. Why? Because I'm having a print function here also, and I'm having this message for the first part separated by a comma from the second part. So in the first part, I'm showing the message you entered the integer, so you entered the integer. And in the second part, I'm having the name of my variable integer underline our underscore value, which is here. Okay, so using the input, I'm getting some information from the user, and because it is by default a string and I want it to be an integer because I would like to read an integer from the user, I'm converting that string to integer using this int function. Okay, so the second example here is the following. So I'm having another variable called float value, and I'm going to show the message enter a float using the input again function. Okay, and then whatever, as you know, whatever that is entered by the user is by default defined to be a string. It is something, it is a rule of Python. Okay, and using the float function, I'm going to convert that string that is stored from the user into a float variable, and that is going to be assigned to this float value variable. Okay, so firstly I am getting the input from the user, then since it is by default stored as a string, I need to convert it to a float because I am looking for a float. If I was looking for an integer, I was going to convert it to an integer. Okay, so and then the entered value is converted to a float number, and that is going to be assigned to float value variable. Okay, so we are going to get an input from the user, and then I'm going to convert it to a float, and then I'm going to have that float number in the final stage being assigned to my variable, and this variable name is float value. It could be x, it could be y, it could be anything. So let me type down simply x here. Okay, it is x. So x equals this, and then I'm printing out using the print function keyword. I'm printing out you entered the float and a comma and then x. So when I run this code now, it asks me for an integer. I enter 12 and it says you entered the integer 12. Okay, and now it is asking enter a float. I'm saying 3.16, and it is mentioning that you entered the float 3.16. So in this video, we learned that we need to use the input function to get some information from the user, to show the message to the user and store it, and it is by default stored as a string. If we want to have an integer, we need to convert it to an integer. If we want to have a float, we need to convert it to a float because by default it is a string. In order to convert it to an integer, we use the int and parentheses, and within parentheses we put whatever we want, which is the input in this case from the user. And we have the, if we want to convert it to a float, we are going to use this float function parentheses. So for example, I can have int and input. So this is how this is going to work. Int and these parentheses, these two parentheses, and then input with the corresponding parentheses. In the input, I'm going to show, for example, write quotes saying that enter an integer for me. Okay, and then the user is going to enter something. It is stored in this part using this input function, and whatever that is stored, because it is in the parentheses of int function, because we're having one int keyword here and one parenthesis in the left and one parenthesis in the right. So whatever that is inside it, it is going to be converted from the string that is by default to an integer. The same rule goes with the float. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this section, we're going to talk about Boolean data types in Python. So a Boolean is a data type that represents one of two values, either true or false. And these values are often used in decision making, logical comparison, and control flow. And in Python, Booleans are case sensitive. It means that when we would like to write them down, we need to use an uppercase first letter. For example, we don't have to write them like this. It's not correct. You see, these examples are not correct. If we want to write down true, we should write it with an uppercase first letter like this. Okay, so let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm initializing one variable called is sunny and I'm assigning true to it. And I'm having is raining and I'm assigning the false assigned to it. So when I compile this code, I'm going to see two variables being printed in the output in the terminal. So the first one is this print that we are printing out the is sunny variable, and the second one is that we are printing out the is raining variable. So because is sunny equals true and is raining equals false, I would expect to see one true and one false in the output when I run the code. So let me just compile. So it is compiling. Okay, we see now one true and one false. So basically, we are assigning Boolean data types to these two variables. The first one is true and the second one is false. And we are simply printing out the values that are assigned to these two variables. In the next lectures, we are going to do some coding exercises using these Boolean data types to understand how they can help us to have a control flow, logical comparison, or decision making. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we would like to write a program that assigns true or false to a variable and prints it. To do that, we learned how to declare a variable. So here I'm declaring a variable is underscore student and I'm assigning true to it. Okay, and I'm basically printing out this variable using the print keyword. So let me run the code. So when I run the code, I see true in the output. I could have, for example, uh, is young equal false. And now here I am assigning a variable that is called, I'm declaring a variable that is called is young, and I'm assigning false to is young, meaning that it's not young, for example, or the person is not young. And using the print keyword, I'm printing out this variable. This could be y, this could be x, for example, this could be x. It's just the name that we give to our variable. So when I run the code, it's false. We see how we can declare and initialize a variable and assign true or false to it and print its value in the terminal in the output. This is how we can start working with booleans in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about Boolean expressions. So Boolean expressions evaluate to true or false. So these expressions include equal sign, not equal sign, lower than, larger than, lower than or equal to, and larger than or equal to. Using these logical operators, we can have some output when comparing, for example, two numbers. For example, here I'm having a print keyword in Python, and in the parentheses, I'm checking if 5 is larger than 3. So if this equation is correct, it is going to print out true for us. And in this case, it is correct. So we expect to see a true in the output. and we are printing out 10 equals 20. This is not correct. Mathematically speaking, this is not correct. So we expect to see false in the output. And 7 is lower than or equal to 7. And this is also true mathematically speaking. Therefore, we expect to see true in the output. So let me first run this code by commenting these lines. So we are going to talk about these three first. So here I see true, false, and true. The first one, 5 is larger than 3. This is true. So we're having the true in the output. 10 equals 20. It is false because it doesn't make sense. And 7 is lower than or equal to 7. And it is true as well. So we're having the true being printed out in the output. So this is how comparison works in using Boolean expressions, and these are the signs. I'm going to repeat them one more time. So this is the sign for equal. So we are checking to see 10 equals 20 or not. Not equal, lower than, larger than, lower than or equal to, larger than or equal to. Moreover, we are going to discuss logical operators. So we are having and, or, and not. So let me comment these three lines and uncomment these three lines. So I am having the logical operators true and false. So if true and false are together and we are using and logical operator, the output should be and must be false, let's say. If there is an or, the output is true, and when we are saying not true, the output is the opposite, so it is false. So when we are having one true and one false, and we are using the and logical operator here, the answer is always false if we are having one false in the output. Let me illustrate it with another example. So here, if I have true and true, the output is true. If I have false and false, the output is false. So let me comment these two lines so we can compare these three first. So when we are having at least one false when using AND logical operator, the output is false. When both of them are true, the output is true. And when both of them are false, the output is obviously false. Okay? So, sorry, false. Okay? So this is how the AND logical operator is going to work. And even if the false is first and then we are having the true, here the output is again false because we are still having one false here. Okay, so let me run. Okay, so when we are using AND logical operator, if we at least have one false, the output is for sure false. If both of them are false, like this case, the output is false. And if both of them are true, the output is true. So the only possible option that the output is true is when we are having two truths using AND operator and logical operators. Okay, this is how logical operator is going to work using AND. Okay, so let me now comment these lines and talk about this line. So using OR operator, we are saying that if this one is true or the other one, okay? In this case, when at least one of them is true, the output is true. So if I run, you see true in the output. So for other cases, if I have true or true, print false or false. So let me run this code. So here I'm saying true or false, the output is true. True or true, the output is true. False or true, the output is true. And false or false, the output is false. So using OR operator, logical operator, if we have at least one true, the output is true. And if both of them are false, the output is false. Because we are checking to see if we are having at least one true when using OR operator. So either this or that must be true. If either of them is true, the output is true. But if both of them are false, the output is false. Okay. And finally, we are having the not logical operator. When I'm having true and before true I'm having not, it is going to return the opposite output for me. So the opposite of true is false. So when I run the code, we see false in the output. So this is a bit abstract for now, the logical operators. You may understand the context, but you may not see how it may be useful for the moment if you have no background in programming. But later on in the very same course, in the section where we are going to talk about if conditions, if and else and elif conditions, we are going to use these logical operators practically, and in practice and examples, coding exercises, you will see how practical they are. And you will understand their usage better, much better in that section. But this is just an introduction for you to understand what logical operators are. So we learned that there is and, there is or, and there is not. These are three logical operators that we are going to use. This is just an introduction, and in the section that we are going to talk about if conditions, we're going to use them practically in coding exercises. So I expect that there you will understand everything about logical operators. If you're not sure yet about the things that I told you about logical operators, don't worry. This is just an example here, just to give you a little bit of thoughts about these logical operators, and we're going to see them in practice later on this course. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise session. We're going to write a program that compares two numbers and prints whether the first number is greater than the second one. In order to do that, I'm initializing and declaring and initializing two variables called num1 and num2. I'm assigning 10 and 5 to them respectively. And in the output, I'm using the print keyword and I'm checking to see if the first number is greater than the second one using this comparison operator. So the first one is 10 and the second one is 5. So it means that 10 is larger than 5. Is it correct? Yes. Therefore, it is going to print true in the output. Okay. But if I have number 1 equal to 1, we expect to see the output to be false, as you see here. So this is how logical comparison operators uh, is going to work for Booleans expressions. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that uses logical operators to combine two Boolean values and print the result. To do that, I'm declaring and initializing two variables. The first one is weekend, and true is assigned to is weekend, so it means that it is during the weekend. And I'm having the has homework to be false. So, for example, one student is in the weekend because it's true and has no homework to do. Okay, so we are going to use and or, I mean this and or logical operators as the program wants to combine two Boolean values and print the result. Okay, so I'm printing out the result and I'm using logical operators. So when I'm having one true and one false, we learned that if we are using AND logical operator and at least one of them is false, the output is for sure false. So the output is false. And when I'm comparing a true and a false using OR logical operator, if at least one true is there, the output is true. Okay? So when I run the code, I expect to see false for the first one and I expect to see true for the second one. I'm going to repeat one more time. So if we are using AND logical operator and comparing one true and false, if at least one of them is false, the output is false. And when comparing and using OR logical operator, if at least one of them is true, the output is true. If it is still abstract, the context for you, don't worry. It is normal. We are going to see practical examples of this to be more clear for you in sections that we are going to talk about if conditions. Please wait until then. This is just an introduction for you to know what logical operators are in general. Okay? So don't worry, it is normal. This is just to set the ground as an introduction. Then when I'm talking about if conditions, I'm going to review these concepts, but also I'm going to provide you with practical examples so you see how how they work and what is the logic behind them. Thank you for watching. Wait until then. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about truthy and falsy values. So in Python, non-Boolean values can be treated as Booleans in certain contexts. For example, truthy values that evaluates to true. They are, for example, non-zero numbers or non-empty strings. On the other side, values that evaluate to false are zero or none or empty, for example, strings. If I want to illustrate an example, we can use the bool keyword and the parentheses. In the parentheses, I can type down non-zero numbers as I mentioned here. So a non-zero number would be treated as a truthy value. So if I type down 1, for example, it is a truthy value. So on the other side, if I type down bool and in the parentheses I put 0, which is this example here, we see that it's a falsy value. Also, if I have any string that is not an empty one, for example, I'm having bool and in the parentheses I would have Reza Shahin, for example. Okay, so this is considered to be one truthy value. But if I have a bool that contains an empty string, it is going to be considered as a falsy value. Okay, this is how non-Boolean values can be treated in certain contexts as Booleans in Python. So to illustrate this example, I'm going to print these examples. How to do that? We just put them in print parentheses. Okay, we use the print keyword and then the parentheses. So in the parentheses, I'm having bool and number 1. I expect to see true because it's a truthy value. Why it is a truthy value? Because it's a non-zero number and this is considered to be truthy value. And for this example that we're considering number 0, we expect to see false. Why? Because in the falsy value, we expect to see number 0. Here we have it. And in this example that we are having bool and the hello string in the quotes, I expect to see true in the output. Why? Because it's a non-empty string and it is considered to be truthy values, so it is going to print out true for us, and it's an empty string, so we expect to be falsy value. We expect to see false in the output because an empty string, as I showed here in an example, is a falsy value. So when I run the code, we see this one, number 1 is true. When we're running with 0, it is false. When we are having a non-empty string, it is true, and an empty string is false. Therefore, in this video, we learned about truthy and falsy values and how non-Boolean values can be treated as Booleans in certain contexts. We are going to discuss these types of non-Boolean values later on in the following sections in coding exercises. And I'm just providing the introductions to them. So later on, when I'm going to review them first and then provide you coding exercises and examples, you have some clear idea that what these things are. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we're going to talk about strings. As previously mentioned, a string is a sequence of characters enclosed in either single quotes or double quotes. And by single quotes, I mean this one, this sign, okay? And double quotes, I mean this sign, okay? And strings are one of the most commonly used data types in Python. And for the strings, both single and double quotes can be used to define strings. So it's optional. We can just choose whatever that we want. And to include quotes inside a string, we can alternate the type of quotes or use escape sequence. Let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm initializing a variable called name, and using a single quote, I'm assigning Alice to this name, and I'm printing out name using the print keyword in Python. Okay, and here I'm having the greeting variable, and I'm printing greeting using the print keyword. However, I'm using double quotes here. As you see, I'm using double quotes here, and in the output, as we will see in a few minutes, there is no difference between single quotes or double quotes. So it's totally optional. You can either use this or this, okay? But what if you want to include quotes inside a string? To do that, for example, I'm having a variable being initialized here called quote, and I'm printing out the quote here using this line. However, I'm having a single quote for the string itself. As you see, I start from in here, and this single quote ends here. And I'm having she said, comma, and I'm having quotes inside of a string saying that Python is amazing. Okay, so if I run the code, I will explain further other examples, but let me first run the code to show you the difference. So let me also comment these parts. So if I run, we see that in the output we have Alice, hello world. So Alice was declared and initialized using single quotes, and hello world was initialized using double quotes. So you see no difference in the output. They are both the same, so it's up to you. And when I mean to include quotes inside a string, I mean this. So we are printing out she said, comma, Python is amazing. So it's like a direct speech. So if we are going to have quotes sign here in a string, so this is our string and we are having the quotes here, okay? We can alternate the type of the quote. So because here I was using the single quote to initialize my string, then in order to include quotes in the string, like Python is amazing, to include that, I'm using double quotes. Okay, so you can alternate the type of the quotes. If you're initializing your string using a single quote, you can use double quotes when discussing a quotes in the string. Or if you're declaring and initializing your string using double quotes and you want to include quotes inside your string, you can use single quotes. Okay, so it's vice versa. After that, another way to do that, because we mentioned that either we can alternate the type of the code or use escape sequence. To do that, we can have, for example, she said, and have backslash backslash before the start of the code and after the start of the code, and we have backslash code sign and backslash code sign again here. So backslash code sign and backslash code sign, and inside that we provide our codes. Okay, so when I run this code, we see exactly the same output for this line, for this code, and escape codes in the output. Okay, you see there is no difference. So it's up to you again. So you can alternate the type of codes or use escape sequence. So in this lesson, first of all, we reviewed the concept of strings. Then we mentioned that we can declare and initialize strings using single quotes or double quotes. It's up to us. And if we want to include quotes inside a string, as I'm showing here, okay, inside a string, you can either, there are two ways. You can either alternate the type of quotes or use escape sequence. In order to alternate the type of quotes, if you're using already single quotes to declare your string, for the quotes you need to use double quotes. If you're initializing your string using double quotes, for the quotes inside your string, you need to have single quotes, okay? Or you can use escape sequence. To do that, you're going to use backslash code and backslash code before the start of the code and at the end of the code. So you see the output, they're both the same, so it depends what you prefer. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about the length of a string. In order to measure the length of a string, we need to use the len function, len and parentheses, to find the number of characters in one string. To do that, I can have one string called message, and I'm assigning hello to this message. Okay, but how many characters this string includes? Let us count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But if we have a string that is very lengthy, how to measure that? It's hard to count it by ourselves. You see, in order to have that, we can use the len function. The len function works like this. We have the len and parentheses. In the parentheses, we type down the name of the string that we want the len function to measure its characters. Basically, I'm using the len keyword. I'm putting the name of my string inside the parentheses. This is going to calculate the number of characters in the message string, which is 5. We know it because we calculated it. And now I'm going to print the output. In order to print the output, I just put this part in a print function. And in a print function, inside the parentheses, I'm having len, and then the name of my string, which is message. So when I run, I see 5. If I have another string, so I have my name, and the string is, for example, Reza Shahin. So now I'm going to print len my name. Okay, so when I run this code, we see that there are 11 characters in this string. So if I calculate, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so it can calculate the number of characters. And yes, it calculates the space as well. Whatever that is between the quotes, it is going to calculate it, even the space here. Okay, so we are going to have 11 characters. But if we have a string that is lengthy, it's hard for us to calculate it by ourselves. So we'll let the len function do the job for us. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this video we are going to talk about string indexing. So strings are indexed starting from 0 for the first character. Negative indexing allows you to access characters from the end of the string. For example, -1 is the last character in a string. Let me illustrate it with an example. I'm having a string called word and I'm assigning Python to this string. In the output, I'm printing out two characters indexes. Okay. So in the first one, I'm typing down the name of my string and then assigning 0 in the braces. And then I'm having word again here and number -1. So when I run, first I see P and then I see N. This P comes from the fact that this is the first index of my string, and the first index in my string is this P here. Okay, because we mentioned that it starts from 0 for the first character. So the first character is P here, and therefore when I type down 0 for the string word, it is going to print out in the output the P character. However, when I want to access the last index, instead of just going from the left side, I can start from the right side to go back. It's easier sometimes. To do that, I'm using -1 to access this last character in my word string. So let me illustrate another example. For example, my name. And I assign Reza to my name. So if I print my name, I print the first one, the first character with index 0. So let me comment these parts. So when I run, I see R here. Okay. So what if I print out the second character here using the 1 index? It is going to print E for me. The third one is Z, and the fourth one is A. So the fourth one is A, but we are typing down 3. Why? Because we started from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3. So the fourth one is 3. Okay. And instead of having 3 to print the last character of this string Reza, I could type down -1 to access this A, or -2, for example, to access Z here. It depends on what we're looking for. But this was a good example to understand string indexing. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to talk about string repetition. So repeating a string multiple times using star operator or multiplication sign. Okay, so I'm having the first string or variable called hi, and please note that there is one space after hi here. Okay, and I'm having the new variable being assigned the name of my first variable word times 3. Okay, then I'm printing out my repeated word. I'm going to explain one more time. I'm initializing the word variable and it's hi, it's a string. I'm initializing my second variable to be word times 3, and word was my first variable, which was a string. Okay, and in the third line I am printing out my second variable, which is repeated words. So when I run, I see hi with one space, hi space, and hi. Okay, so if I don't have this space, we see that they are very close to each other, as you see in this example here. So I consider this hi, so it is going to put space before printing out the next one. So this is how basically we can have a string repetition in Python. It's very easy. So if you want to have 4 repetition, you basically put 4 here, 5 here. So if I put 5 and I compile, we see 5 highs being printed in the output. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about string slicing in Python. So we can extract a portion of a string using slicing. And the formula is this: string, the name of the string, start and the end. But what is very important is that start is inclusive, but end is exclusive. Let me illustrate it with an example. So I'm having a string called text, and I'm having hello world here. In order to extract a portion of this string, I use this formula here. So I'm printing out a string, which is the name of the string, our text here, and then I'm having braces from 0, colon, and 5. Okay, so there are two parts here: before colon, after colon. Before colon is the start point, after colon is the end point. And please note that the start point is inclusive, but the end is exclusive. So we are going to start here from 0, and then we are going to finish at 4, including 4. Why? Because we are having number 5 here, and the end is exclusive. This is just a basic rule in Python. We just need to be aware of it when working with string slicing. So if we want to go up to 4 and include 4, we need to go up to 5 because end is exclusive. So this code is going to give us from index 0 to 4, and index 0 it's here. Okay, so index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, and index 4. Okay, so we go from 0 up to 5, but not including 5. Okay, then when I run the code, we see the output is hello. The first output is hello. This is for this one. Okay, from index 0 to index 4 is included here. Then in the second part, I'm having two parts again: before colon and after colon. So before colon, we learned that it's the starting point that is inclusive, but after the colon is the ending point and it is exclusive. So when I type down nothing in the right part, which is the end of the string, it means that start from 7 here and go until the end of the string. Okay, so what is the string 7? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So 7 is the starting point. W is the starting point. Okay, so I'm having W, and I'm going to continue until the end of the string. Why? Because on the right part here, I don't have anything. If I had like 9, it was going to print out 7 and 8 because the starting point is 7. And when we are having number 9 there, 9 is exclusive, so it is going to go up to 9 and not including 9. So it was going to include 7 and 8 only. So when we type down nothing on the right side, it means that we are going to go until the end of the string. Okay? And again, here we are having the left side starting, the right side ending. I have nothing on the left side, meaning that start from the index 0 and go until up to string 4, including string 4. Okay, so because the end is not inclusive, it is exclusive. So when I see the print in the output for the second one, starting from index 7 until the end, it is printing a word. And when we are having the starting from 0 and ending at 4 inclusive, it is having the hello again for us. Okay, so this is the first part. The second part is that I am reinitializing the text variable called Python, and we are assigning the string Python to it. We can have the print of this string in the output for every second character. To do that, I'm having the name of the string, and then in the braces, we are going to have colon colon 2. It means that every second character. If you have colon colon 3, every third character it is going to print. So in the output, we see P, T, and O. So this is the P, and then it skip the Y. It is printing T, and then it skip H, and it is printing O. So every second character. This is how we're going to use it in a string. Colon, colon 2. So if I type down colon, colon 3 every third character. So let me rerun. So we see P and H. So it prints P, 1, 2. These two are not included. Then H is included. Okay. And 1, 2. And there is no third character after N. So we cannot have anything. So we are having only P and H. So if I have 2 again, I'm having P, and it is not including Y, then it is including T, it is not including H, it is including O. So this is how it's going to work. And then in order to have the reverse of our string, we are going to have colon colon -1. When we are having this code, we are going to see in the output the reverse of our string. So you see that we started with P for Python and ended with N. But here we are having N as the first character, O as the second character, H, T, Y, and P. So we are reversing the string using this code. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In today's video, we are going to learn how to combine two strings in Python. So in order to combine two or more strings, we use addition operator. For example, I'm having the variable first name and last name, and they are assigned John and Doe as the first name and last name respectively. And in order to have the full name variable, I'm having first name plus one space and plus last name. So and then I'm printing out the full name in the output. So when I run, I see John Doe. So I'm adding this to have this space here. Okay, so if I don't consider this part, if I remove it, you see that they are smashed together. So you see John Doe. So it is better to have one space here, so it would be more nice. So in this video, we learned how to combine two strings and create our third string using addition operator or plus operator. In order to do that, we simply have the first name, which is our first variable. You see, this is our first variable. This is our second variable, and we are sorry, and we are using addition operator to add these two together and create our third string here, and I'm basically printing out the third string, which is full name. So this is how we can combine two strings. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to check if a substring exists in a string using the in keyword. To do that, I'm illustrating this with an example. So I'm having a variable called text, and it's a string, and the string is learning Python is fun. This is my string. And I want to check for substring. To do that, I'm having the print keyword, and in parentheses, I'm saying in the quotes, I'm saying Python, and then in text. And text is the name of my variable. So I'm basically what I'm asking the compiler is to see if the string Python is inside and is included in string text. And you see the Python is there. So we expect to see the output to be true because Python exists in the string text. To say it to compiler, we use the codes saying that Python or anything that we want to look for, and use the in keyword, and then use the name of the string that we're going to check whether a substring is there or not. So I'm saying Python is a substring of text string. Learning Python is fun. So is Python included, let's say, in this string? The answer is yes. So we expect to see true here. And then I'm checking to see if I check and see Java is included in the string text or not. So we see this string is learning Python is fun and Java is not there. But I'm checking to see if Java is included in this string or not. And since Java is not there, we expect to see false in the output. And also we can check for the absence of a substring. For example, we can say Java not in text, and the output is true because we are saying Java is not in the string text. Yes? And it is going to answer yes, it's true. Java is not in the string text. So when I run the code, we see true, false, and true as we expected. True, false, and true. Basically, it is saying Python is included in the text string because we see the Python. Then Java is not included in the text string because Java is not there. You see no Java there, yeah? And then we are saying, okay, I think Java is not in the string text. Am I right? It says yes, you're right. So it is printing out true in the output. So this is how we can very easily check to see if a substring exists in a string using the in or not in keyword. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to write a program that takes a user's first and last name as input, combine them into a full name, converts the full name to uppercase, and prints the length of the full name, excluding spaces. To do that, I'm having the first name and last name variables, and we are using the input function, if you remember, to take the input from the user for the first name, and it is shown as enter your first name, and the user is going to type down the first name and then enter your last name, and the user is going to type the last name. So the first name and the last name are going to be stored in first name variable and last name variable respectively. Then I'm having the full name, my third variable, which is the first name plus one space and plus last name. Then I'm having uppercase name variable, and it is basically is the full name variable dot upper function. So it is going to make this full name to be uppercase. So let me type down the input. For example, for the first name, I'm going to enter my first name, and for the last name, I'm going to enter Shaheen, which is my last name. Here, the full name is going to be Reza Shaheen with the space in between, as you see here. Okay. And this part, uppercase variable, is going to use this full name, which is this Reza Shaheen, and make all of the convert the full name to uppercase. So previously it was written like this. Okay. It is going to make it to be like this. Okay. It is using the upper function to convert all the characters in uppercases of the full name. Okay. Then I'm having the length variable, and it is going to basically calculate the length of this character of this string, the length of this string for me when considering there is no space in between. Okay. So first of all, I'm using the length function to know the length of my string, and in the parentheses, I'm having the name of my variable, which is the full name here. Okay. Dot replace. So using replace, we can change some of the characters, and we are basically mentioning whatever you see as to be a space, empty place, empty space, just remove it. Okay. So in the first part, we see if you find any space. In the second part, we see, for example, we can type down H. So if you see any space, type down H instead. But because I want to calculate the length of this string without the space between them, I'm going to say, if you see the space, consider no space. So basically, it is going to have it be like this. Okay, so when there is no space. So it is going to calculate the length of this string for me when I'm having the replace function. Then I'm having the print in the output full name, is the full name variable is being printed out, and we are saying the full name is, and we're having the variable called full name, uppercase name, and I'm having the uppercase name variable here, which is this part, and the full name was this part. And then I'm having the length of full name. When no space is considered, I'm printing out the length variable, which is here, and it is calculated based on the length of the full name variable, in which we are replacing all the spaces with no space. So it is going to calculate the length of this. So when I run, it says enter your first name, I say Reza, enter your last name, I say Shaheen. So it is printing out full name Reza Shaheen, uppercase name Reza Shaheen, length of full name with no space, it is 10. Let us check and verify this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the length is 10. So we see that we calculated everything correctly. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about converting case, upper and lower. Using the .upper parentheses function, we can convert all characters to uppercases, and using the lower function, we can convert all characters to lowercase. For example, I'm having one string here called text, and it is assigned Python, and I'm using the text.upper and parentheses, and then text.lower parentheses. So when I run this code, we see in the first example, in the first output, I'm having the Python being printed with uppercase, all of the characters, and in the second print, we see that all of the characters are printed in lower cases, because in the original example, P was written with uppercase, but in the second output, we see everything is written in lower cases. So let me illustrate with another example. So I would say Reza Shaheen, for example, here, and I print the name upper. My name is the name of my variable, my name.upper and my name.lower. So when I run the code, we see that in the first print, everything, all of the characters are in uppercase, and in the last print, we see that all the characters are shown in lowercase. So this is basically how we can convert cases in Python. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we are going to learn about the replace function in Python. So I'm having one string called text, and it is assigned the hello string. Then I'm having a new variable called new text, and I'm going to use the replace function. So I'm saying that new text equals text, exactly the first one, but I would like to replace H with J. So wherever you see H in the text string, replace it with J. And I'm printing text and new text in the output. So when I run, we see the text is being printed out in the output with no changes. So hello is printed because text is hello and text was assigned hello. But when I'm printing out the new text, it is printing out Jello for me. Why? Because I said new text, this is the new variable, equals text dot replace H and J. So I want the new text to be text, but wherever you see H, replace it with J. So it is going to print out Jello for me because there is one H, and this H is going to be replaced by J. So we are having Jello here. Okay. In order to use the replace function, we type down the name of the original variable dot the replace keyword, and within parentheses there are two parts, before the comma and after the comma. Before the comma, we type down whatever we want to change, and after the comma, we are going to type the replacement of whatever we want to change. So in this case, in this example, I wanted to replace H with J. So I type down H before comma, on the left side, and I type J on the right side after the comma. This is why the new text is now yellow. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to ask the user to enter a string. And then we would like to check to see if that entered string starts with a specific character or not. For example, we're going to ask the user to enter a string. The user is going to enter, for example, Reza. Okay. And then we would like to check and see if the entered a string by the user starts with R, with the letter R or not. Okay, so this is some validation. Maybe the user is going to enter something and we would like to check if the user is entering something that is starting with R, for example. Okay, this is how we're going to proceed. Here, to do that, here I'm showing this message to the user and saying that enter a string. Okay, and whatever the user is going to enter is stored in the text variable. Then we are having another variable called start, and we would like to enter the starting character to check. Okay, so here I would say, for example, R, because I want to check if the input string by the user is starting with R or not. Okay, and whatever that we enter here is going to be assigned to start variable, and to check to see if a string starts with that specific character, we show this message first using the print function. Does the string start with? And then I type down the name of the variable start with the character that we want to check. And then in order to actually tell the compiler to check this for us, we can type down the name of the string that the user entered, which is text, and then use the start with function. So this is the name of the function, start with function, and in parentheses we type down the name of the variable that is storing the character. Okay, so let me run the code once. It says enter a string. I type down Reza, and then it asks me to enter a starting character. I would like to check if Reza starts with R. When I enter, it says, does the string starts with R? And the answer is true. Yes, it starts with R. Okay. For example, if I type down, for example, a string Reza, and then I type down H, I would like to check if the string Reza starts with an H. When I enter, it says the answer is false because Reza does not start with an H. So this is how we can do it. Basically, we are first storing the string, then storing the character, starting character, and in order to call the start with function, we type down the name of the string dot start with function, and in parentheses we type down the name of the variable that is used to store the character. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this course. In today's video, we would like to talk about ASCII. It stands for American Standard Code for Information Interchange. And this is a numerical representation of characters, including letters, digits, symbols that are used in computer. For example, a numerical representation of letter capital A is 65. If it's a small a, it's 97, for example. For number 1, the numerical representation is 49, okay? So today we would like to learn how to get and how to obtain these numerical representations, okay? To do that, I am presenting you an example here. So here is a message being shown to the user saying that enter a character to find its ASCII code. Then whatever the user is going to enter, we're going to assign it to this variable called char. And then in order to understand what the numerical representation of the input of the user is, we're going to use ORD function. So in order to use ORD function, we type down the ORD, and in parentheses, we type down the name of our variable. And in this case, it is char, okay? And then Simply I use the print function, I type down this message, the ASC double I code of, and then the type of and then the name of the variable, and then is message, and then we use the ORD function, and in parentheses I put down the name of char. So let me run the code once. When I run the code, first of all, we expect to see a message from the program that asks us to enter a character to find its numerical representation. For example, here you see enter a character to find its ASC double I code. So now I enter capital A, and when I enter, it says the code of A is 65, as we mentioned here. If I type down, for example, capital B, it says it is 66. If I type down, for example, small a, it is going to give us 97. So this is how we can use the ORD function in order to find the numerical representation of characters. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to find the smallest and largest character in a string using the min and max functions. So we are going to have an equivalent of numerical representation for each character. So each character has its numerical representation, and we learned that we can find it. Using the ORD function. Okay. So now we would like to enter one string and understand which character has the largest, let's say, numerical representation, and which character has the smallest numerical representation. Let me first run the code. It says enter a string to find its smallest and largest character. So I type down Reza, for example. It says smallest character is R and largest character is Z. Okay. So when I uncomment these parts, I am showing in the output the numerical representation of R, capital R, and small z. So when I run the code, I again type down Reza, and it says for R, the numerical representation is 82. However, for Z, it's 122. So the smallest character in the string Reza is R, is capital R, and the largest character is Z, based on their numerical representation. Okay, but how do we find that? In order to find it, we are showing this message to the user, enter a string to find its smallest and largest character. Then whatever the user is going to enter, we are assigning it to the variable called text. And in order to find the smallest character, I use the min function, and in parentheses, I type down the name of my variable. In order to find the largest character, I use the max function. I type down the name of my variable, which is text. And then here I'm using the print function to show this message, smallest character and largest character, and then using the min function and max function. Just remember to put this comma in between the message that we would like to be shown in the output, so the smallest character, and when we are calling the variable. When we are having this program, it is going to basically help us to find the smallest and largest character in a string based on ASC double I code. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we would like to write a program to check if all characters in a string are lowercase or uppercase, and we are going to use isLower and isUpper functions. So when I run this code, it says enter a string. I type down, for example, Reza, and it says, is the string all lowercase? The answer is true, because all of them are indeed in lowercase. And the second part is that, is the string all uppercase? The output is false, because indeed it's not all uppercase. It's indeed all lowercase. How do we do it? So I use the input function to show this message to the user, enter a string. And then whatever the user is going to enter, it is going to be assigned to the text variable. Then using the isLower and isUpper function, we are checking this string to see if all characters in the string are lowercase or uppercase. To do that, first I type down the name of my variable, then put a dot, then I type down isLower with empty parentheses to check if all the characters are lowercase, and to check if all the characters are uppercase, we are going to simply type down the name of our variable and then dot and type down the is upper to check if all the characters in the string are in uppercase or not. So when I run the code one more time, this time I type down Reza with capital letters, so uppercase. It says, is the string all lowercase? False. Why? The reason is very simple. This is all in uppercase. And is the string all uppercase? And it is true. So the answer is true. Basically, in Python, we can use the isLower and isUpper functions to help us to find if all the characters in a string are lowercase or uppercase. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that checks if the characters in a string are numeric. And we can do it using the isDigit function. Let me run the code. So it says enter a string to check if it's numeric. I type down Reza and the answer is the string numeric? The answer is false because it's not numeric, okay? So when I run the code one more time and I type down, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I enter, it says, is this string numeric? The answer is true. So how can we check that? First of all, I use the input function to show this message to the user, enter a string to check if it's numeric. Then we assign it to the text variable. After that, we are simply printing the output saying that is the string numeric? This is a message that we want to show. This is this one. Then put a comma to call the text variable using and also call the isDigit function. Sorry. So I type down the name of the variable, which is text dot isDigit function, and with empty parentheses. This isDigit function is going to check if this string text contains all characters are numeric or not. Okay, so even if I type down, for example, Reza 1 2 3 4 5, the answer is false. Why? Because it's not all numeric. It is going to check if all the characters in the string are numeric or not. So if I type down 1 3 5 7 9, for example, it says true because it has all its characters are in numeric view. So this is how we can use isDigit function to check if all the characters in a string are numeric. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to check if a string ends with a specific character, and we are going to use ends with function. I'm asking the user to enter a string, and we are storing the string in the text variable, and then I'm asking the user to enter the ending character to check, and we are going to store it in the end variable here, okay? Then we are going to type down the name of the string dot using the ends with function, and in parentheses I'm calling the variable end that stores the ending character. For example, my string text is Reza, for example, and I would like to check if letter A, the character A, is the character that this text variable is going to end with. Okay, we would like to check to see if this string Reza is ending with A or not. This is how we're going to do it, and in order to do that, we're going to use ends with function. We type down the name of the string, which is a text dot ends with, and in parentheses I type down the name of the variable that is carrying the ending character. So when I run this code, it says enter a string. I type down Reza, for example, and then it asks me to enter the ending characters to check. I would say A, For example, it says, does the string end with A? And the answer is true. So if I type down, for example, Reza, and then I type down, for example, W, and the answer is false because the string Reza is not ending with W. So the answer is false. Indeed, it is ending with an A. So this is how we can use the ends with function in Python to check if a string ends with specific character. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to find the index of a character in a string. And we are going to use the find and index functions. First of all, we are going to ask the user to enter a string. And the enter the string from the user is going to be stored in the text variable. For example, the user is going to enter Reza. So text equals Reza, okay? Then we are going to ask the user to enter the character to find. So I would like to find the index of character Z, okay? So character would be equal to Z, okay? So I would like to find the index of Z in the string result. This is what the program is all about. And we're going to do it using the find and index function. Using the find function, I type down the name of my string called text and then dot find. This is the find function. Find, and in parentheses, I type down the name of the character that I'm looking for to find its string. Okay. And the result of this is assigned to find index. And here I'm using the print function to simply print the value that is stored in find underscore index. Then in order to do the same thing with index function, we are going to type down the name of the string text dot index function. So index function, and in parentheses, again, we type down the name of the character. Okay. So here is the char, and then the output of this is assigned to the index variable. Then we are printing out the index. So let me run the code. Before that, let me mention something else as well. So the index of R is 0. The index R equals 0. Index E index is 1. Z index is 2. And A index is 3. Why? We start from 0. So R, the index of R character in this string is 0. The index of E is 1. And etc. until the end. A equals 3. Why we start? Because simply we start from 0, and this is why the first element index is 0, and the last element, in this case the fourth character index is 3. So here it says enter a string. I type down Reza, and it says enter the character to find. So I type down Z, for example. It says character Z found at index using find function at index 2 and using index function at index 2 as well. So the Z character is at index 2 indeed, and we use the find function and index function to find the index of this character for us. This is how we can simply type down the name of the string dot the find function, and in parentheses we type down the variable that is carrying the character that we are looking for. And the same goes with the index function. We type down the name of the variable and then the index function, and in parentheses we type down the variable that is carrying the index, that the character that we are looking for to find its index. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that counts the number of occurrences of a character in a string. And we are going to use the count function. Here I'm asking the user to enter a string, and the enter the string by the user is going to be stored in the variable called text. And then I'm going to ask the user enter the character to count, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to store in character. So for example, this is my string and I would like to ask so let me put it like this. So this is my string, and I want the Python to count the number of occurrences of this A character, this A letter. So in this string, we are having 1 and 2 A's. Okay, I want Python to count it for me. To do that, I need to use the count function. First, I type down the name of my variable in which I'm storing the string. Then I type the name of the function that is count. And in parentheses, I type down the name of the variable that we're storing the character inside of it. So when I run this code, it should first ask me to enter a string and then ask me to enter the character to count. So enter a string. So this is my string, Reza Shahin. Okay. And then enter the character to count. So I would say A, and we see that the result is 2. So there are 2 A's in my string Reza Shahin. As you see, the answer is correct. 1A, and this is the second A. Okay. We could also say, for example, Reza Shahin, for example, with a PhD degree. Okay, so now I would like to count the number of A's. We see that there are 3 occurrences of character A. This is the second one, this is the first one, this is the second one, and this is the third one. So if I also Reza Shahin with a PhD degree, I could say, for example, count the number of occurrences of character E, and it says 4 characters of E are being in my string. So this is the first one, this is the second one, this is the third and fourth one. So this is how we can use the count function in Python to count the number of occurrences of a character. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that converts the first letter of a string to uppercase, and we're going to use the capitalize function in Python. First of all, we are asking the user to enter a string, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to be stored in the text variable. Then, to capitalize the first letter of this string, we use the capitalize function. So I type down the name of my variable, dot, and then the capitalize function. So when I run this code, I mentioned, for example, Reza Shahin, and as you see, everything is in lowercase. And when I enter, it says Reza Shahin. So it returns me my own string, but R is now capitalized because initially it was not with uppercases. So if I type, for example, another name, this is Reza Shahin, and it is going to, you see that the T is now with uppercase while I entered with lowercase. So we can use the capitalize function in order to convert the first letter of a string to uppercase. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that converts the first letter of each word in a sentence to uppercase, and we are going to use the title function. First of all, I ask the user to enter a sentence, and we are going to store it in the text variable. Then we use the print function to print the outputs, and then we type down the name of my variable dot the title. So when I run this code, it asks me to enter a sentence. So I would say this is Reza Shahin, okay? And it is going to capitalize the first letter of each word. So T is capitalized because it was lowercase, and then I is capitalized here, and this is R, which is capitalized again here, and then S is now in uppercase. As you see, it was in lowercase originally. So in the previous video, we learned how to capitalize the first letter of a string, but here we are learning how to have the uppercase for the first letter of each word. This is how we can use the title function in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to convert all letters in a string to lowercase, and we're going to use the lower function. First of all, we're going to ask the user to enter a string. We're going to store it in the text variable. and then we type down the name of our variable, which is text, and then dot lower with empty parentheses. So when I run this code, it asks me to enter a string. So everything I would like to be in uppercase. This is Reza Shahin from Python coding lessons. Okay, and when I enter, you see this is my string, and this is the returned string. This is Reza Shahin from Python coding lessons. But you see that all letters in my string are now converted to lowercase. So this is how we can use the lower function to have all letters in a string to become lowercase. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to learn how to convert all letters in a string to uppercase, and we're going to use the upper function. Here I'm asking the user to enter a string as before, and we're assigning it to a variable called text. Then in using print function, I'm printing the output. So I type down the name of my variable dot the upper. So the upper is the function that is going to help me to make all letters in my string to be uppercase. So I type down this is Reza Shahin from Python coding class. Okay, so this is my string, and as you see, all letters in my string are lowercase. And when I enter, I expect to see the output of my string with all letters in upper cases. So when I run this code, we see here is my string. So this is Reza Shahin from Python coding class. And then we see that here we are having my string, but all letters are now in uppercase. So we learned how to do it using upper function in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program that replaces a substring with another substring using the replace function. So this is what we are going to do. For example, my string is Reza Shahin, and I tell the Python that I would like to change Reza in my Reza Shahin string, and I want to replace it with, for example, John. Okay. And now I would expect the Python to return me John Shahin. So one more time. This is my original string. Then I tell Python that I would like to replace Reza with John. And then I expect to see the output John Shahin. So to do that, I'm having my enter a string message to the user, and then whatever the user is going to enter is going to store in text. So this part is my text variable. So this is my text variable equals Reza Shahin string. Then we are showing another message to the user, enter the substring to replace. And we are going to assign it in old substring variable. So old substring variable equals Reza. So this is Reza that we want to change. Then we are going to show another message to the user saying that enter the new substring. And this is going to be stored in new substring variable. So this is John is my new substring. And finally, we are going to use the replace function to print John Shahin instead of Reza Shahin. To do that, I use the print function as always to show the output. Then I type down the name of the original variable string. This is the text. Then I type down the name of the string, the name of the function, which is replace. Sorry. So replace here, I'm having it. Okay. So far I type down the name of my variable, which is text, and then I call the replace function. But in parentheses, there are two arguments to mention, one before the comma and one after the comma. The one that is before the comma, we need to type down the old substring, and after the comma, we need to type down the new substring. So I want the old substring to be replaced with the new substring. So the one that we want to change is the left hand side of the comma, and the one that we want to be replaced to inserted in our string is on the right side. So when I run this code, it asks me to enter a string. So I would say Reza Shahin, this is my string. So enter the substring to replace. So which part of this string I would like to change? I would like to change the part that says Reza. Then it says, okay, what do you want to put instead of Reza? I would say John, okay? And then it returns me John Shaheen in the output. So I use the name of my variable, which is text, then dot replace function. So I call the replace function with two arguments, okay? The first argument before the comma is the argument that I want to be eliminated, and after comma is the argument that I want to be inserted. So these are two arguments. So the first part is the part that I want to be eliminated, and after that I type down the variable, the string that I want to be inserted. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to split a sentence into words, and we are going to use the split function in Python. Here I'm asking the user to enter a sentence, then whatever the user is going to enter is going to be stored in the text variable, and then simply we call the name of the variable, which is text dot, and then we call the function, which is a split. So when I run this code, everything should be taken care of. So I would say this is Reza Shaheen from Python class, okay? And then we see each word in this sentence is now splitted into words. So this is Reza Shaheen from Python class. So each word in my string in the sentence that was stored in the text variable is now divided into words, as you see it here. So this is how we can use the split function in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we're going to talk about if statements in Python. So let me illustrate it with an example. We would like to write a program that checks if a number is positive and prints positive number if it is correct, it is positive, okay? So there are certain situations that we would like to check certain condition in Python. To do that, we need to use if conditions. For example, we would like to say if this happened, do this. If something else happened, do something else. Okay, so this is a logical conditional statement in Python. For example, here we would like to write a program that checks if a number is positive or not and prints positive number if the number is positive. To do that, I'm initializing a variable called number and I assign number 10 using the if keyword followed by the condition itself followed by a colon. We are having the if statement in Python. For example, here I'm saying that if that number that we declare to be 10 is larger than 5, then print out the number is greater than 5. Okay, please note that we are having a bit of a space here that is following this if condition. So you start the if condition here, and when you're talking about the statement, the block of code that you want to execute, if this condition is correct, you need to leave some space, and it is automatic. So when you type down an if condition and you enter, usually compilers leave you some spaces automatically. Okay, so when I entered, you see things are going to be started from this part, okay, itself. So it is automatic. So let me run the code. So now the compiler is providing the output for this statement in Python. So you see that in the output, the number is greater than 5. You see that? But if I put here a 15, so I say I am initializing a variable called number that is assigned to 10, and I'm checking to see if this number is larger than 15, do this for me, okay? So when I run, I see nothing in the output as you see it here, okay? So when you see nothing in the output, it means that this part is not passed. This condition is not passed. Why? Because 10 is not larger than 15. So in order to have one if statement in Python, we are having the if keyword followed by the condition. So in this case, we are saying number is larger than 15. Then don't forget to put this colon here as well. Then when you enter, you go for the printing or the rest of the execution of code that you would like to write down there. So for example, I could say if number is lower than 0, for example, print the number is negative. Okay. So this is another if condition that I'm typing down here. Please note that there is a little bit of a space. When I enter, it automatically leaves a little bit of a space, so it increases the readability of your code as well, because now you understand that this part of the code execution depends on this if condition. So if we enter this condition, then this execution will be done. So when I run, you see that in the output we see nothing. Why? Because this is 10. 10 is not larger than 15. Therefore, this if condition is not executed because this part is not passed. And by passed, I mean this part is not true. It's not correct. And also because 10 is not lower than 0, therefore this part is not also executed. So what if I put -10, for example, here, and I run the code? So you see that first it checks this if, and it says -10 is larger than 15. No, then this is not being printed out in the output. But it is checking to see -10 is lower than 0. Yes, so it is going to enter this part and execute this part, and it is saying that the number is negative. So this is how basically we can use if statements in Python. In the following videos, we are going to do some practical coding exercises to understand different situations in which we can use if statements. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise. In this video, we are going to talk about if and else statements. In the previous video, we learned already about if statements, but now we are going to include else as well. So we would like to write a program to check if a person is older than 18 or not. Here I'm initializing a variable called age. I'm assigning number 18 to it. I'm having the if keyword here, and I'm checking to see age larger than or equal to 18. So if age is larger than or equal to 18, then colon. So then print out this part for me. So let me first comment this part of the code. So we work with the first part first. So it says that you are eligible to vote. So basically I'm assigning a variable. I'm having again, there are 3 steps. We use the if keyword, we put the condition, and then the colon. Okay. So we are saying that if age is larger than or equal to 18, then if this is true, print out you're eligible to vote. So if I put 10 here, it prints nothing. You see, it prints nothing because 10 is not larger than 18. In this case, we can have else conditions. For example, we want to check because in the output I see nothing. I get somehow, okay, did I do everything correctly? Because I'm not seeing any message in the output. But in order to make sure that you did everything correctly, it's nice to have sometimes an else condition. So if the condition is true, do this. Otherwise, using else keyword, otherwise do this. Okay. So I'm saying that age equals 10. First, I'm checking 10 is larger or equal than 18. No. Otherwise, because it does not pass this condition, print you're not eligible to vote. So when I run, you see that you are not eligible to vote. So it's not going to execute both of the conditions. It is going to either be in the first one or in the second one. Okay. So let me illustrate with another example. So the person age is 22. So this is a program to check if someone can vote or not. Okay, so when I run, it says 22 is larger than 18, so you are eligible to vote. Okay, But if I put, for example, instead of 22, 12, it says you're not eligible to vote in the output. Why? Because 12 is not larger than 18. So this if and else condition is somehow, if the condition is true, do this. Otherwise, say that, for example, you're not eligible. So anything that is not larger than or equal to 18 is going to be included in this else part. Okay, you understand? So this is how an if-else statement would work in Python. We check one condition. If this condition is true, do this. Any other things, otherwise, anything other than the condition that I'm putting there, just included in the else part. Then you say that, okay, in the else part, it means that you're not eligible. It doesn't matter if the person is 12 years old, 2 years old, 5 years old, or 17 years old. If it's not included in the larger than or equal to 18, it is considered to be else. Okay, thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about if, elif, else statement in Python. So we would like to write a program that assess the mark of a student and grade it based on different conditions. For example, it is going to grade A to the student if the mark is larger than 19, larger than or equal to 19. It is going to issue grade B if it is larger than or equal to 75. It is going to grade C if it's larger than or equal to 15, and any other number, else part, any other number that is not included in neither of these conditions is going to issue the grade F. So it means that if the mark is lower than 49, okay, or lower than equal to 49, it is going to enter this part, because any other number is going to be included in this part, and the only numbers that can be included in this part it means that it is lower than or equal to 49. So let me run the code first. It says grade B. Why? So I'm having the 85 assigned to marks. In the first part, I'm checking if marks 85 is larger than 90. No, so it is not going to print grade A. Then it comes here. When I'm having several conditions to check, as of the second one, I need to type down elif instead of if. Okay, this is something to note. I'm checking elif mark is larger than or equal to 75. So my number was 85, and it is larger than or equal to 75. Okay, it is true. So this condition is passed. Then it is going to print out grade B for us in the output. So if I type down 92, for example, now we see grade A in the output. So now it is 92. 92 is larger than 90. Yes, so it is going to enter this part of the code and execute grade A. So what if it is 55 and I run, it says grade C. So it is 55. 55 is larger than 90. No, it is not going to print this part, therefore. It jumps to the next if condition. Elif, as of the second condition checking, we are going to type down elif. Be careful about it. So elif 55 is larger than 75. No, so it is not going to execute this part. So it is going to jump to next elif. It says 55 is larger than 50. Yes. So it is going to enter this part and execute grade C. Okay. So what if I have number 40? So here, before running the code, I'm going to discuss the detail. 40 is larger than 90? No. Then it jumps here. 40 is larger than 75? No. Then it jumps here. 40 is larger than 50? No. So because 40 is not going to enter any of them, we are having the else part. So if I don't have the else part, nothing is going to be printed out in the output, because 40 is not in any of the ranges above. Okay. But for clarity, I'm putting the else. So whatever that is not included in neither of the ranges, it is going to be included in the else part. So it says grade F. So when I run, we see grade F in the output. So this is how we can have the checking of the first condition, it is F. As of the second condition, when we want to check, we type down elif, and if we are going to check 100, for example, statements, we type down elif. And for the last one, when we want to say, okay, if neither of the above ranges and if conditions is not passed for certain value, we're going to enter the else part. So you see, if I comment this part, we see nothing in the output because 40 is not in any of the ranges that we are investigating using if and elif conditions. Okay, so it is not larger than 19, not larger than 75, not larger than 50. But for the clarity, it's nice to have something in the output so you know when you have, for example, 2000 lines of code, it's nice to know what is happening in each part of your code. So I'm having this else part, and also for validation, when you're having something in the output, for validation, it's very good. So here I'm having the grade F being printed in the output, because 40 is not included in neither of the ranges. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about nested if conditions. Nested if conditions means that we are having one if above, and we are going to have several if conditions included inside the first if condition. Let me illustrate it with an example. So here we would like to check two things. First, to see if a number is larger than 10 or not. And if it is larger than 10, then check to see if the number is odd or even. Okay, so there are two ifs to be checked. So therefore, we can use nested if conditions. Let me illustrate it with an example. So I'm having a variable called number. I'm assigning number 15 to the number variable. First, I'm checking to see if this number is larger than 10 or not. So if the number is larger than 10, this part of the code needs to be executed. This part of the code is going to enter this if condition. Then this further part of the code is going to be investigated. Okay. And if the number is larger than 10, it is going to investigate this part that I highlighted. And if the number is not larger than 10, it is going to enter this else part here. Okay. So this is the first if condition. If the number is larger than 10, it is going to enter this part and investigate this part. If the number is not larger than 10, it is going to enter this part. So for example, let me check number 5. So when I run this code, it says the number is not greater than 10. So it checks to see if 5 is larger than 10. No, it's not true. Therefore, this part of the code is not going to be executed or even investigated. When 5 is not larger than 10, it is going to directly come to this else part because it's not larger than 10, and it is going to say the number is not greater than 10. But what if the number is greater than 10? So if the number is greater than 10, it is going to check if the number is divided by 2, its remainder equals 0. So when we want to see if a number is odd or even, one way would be to check if the number is when an even number is divided by 2, when the remainder of this division equals 0, it means the number is even. Okay, I will say it again. So when one number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division is 0, it means that the original number that was divided by 2 is an even number. Take 10 as an example. So 10, when it is divided by 2, the output is 5. The output of division is 5, but the remainder is 0. Therefore, we can say number 10 is an even number. But if we have a division of number 11 divided by 2, there will be some value in the remainder of this division. Therefore, it shows that it is one of the signs of saying that this number is not even and it is odd. So one condition to check if a number is even or not is to see if the number is divided by 2, the remainder of this division must be equal to 0. If this condition is true, therefore the number is even. So we are checking to see if this number is divided by 2 and its remainder using modulus sign equals 0. It means that if this condition passes, it means that the number is even. Then we are going to have the number is greater than 10 and even. Otherwise means this part, okay? If this condition is not passed, it is going to enter this part. So let me run the code. So it says the number is greater than 10 and odd. It means that this part is executed. So let us go step by step. Number equals 15. 15 is larger than 10? Yes. So when this is the first condition, this is the second part. So when 15 is larger than 10, it is going to enter either of these conditions, okay? So first it says 15 divided by 2, its remainder equals 0. No, this is not true because it's 15 and it's not an even number. Therefore, this condition is not true because when 15 is divided by 2, the remainder is not equal to 0. So when this part is not executed, this condition is not passed. Therefore, this part is not executed and it jumps to this part. Says that, okay, if it is divided by 2 and its remainder is not equal to 0, it means that the number is odd. Therefore, it is printing out the number is greater than 10 and odd. So we learned in this video about nested loops. So this is the first if condition and this is the another if condition inside of the first if condition. So in the first if condition, it is checking to see if the number is larger than 10 or not. Okay, but this second if condition that is checking to see if the number is odd or even is included inside the first if condition. So this is how we call a nested if condition, when one if condition is inside another if condition. We learned about if conditions and the nested if conditions, and we learned how to understand if a number is odd or even. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to work on a coding exercise to show a message depending on the temperature degree that we read from the user. To start, we initialize a variable called temperature and we show the message to the user, enter the temperature in Celsius. Then whatever that the user is going to enter, we are storing using the input function and it is by default stored in a string data type and we need to convert it to integer. This is why we're using the integer int function, in fact, to convert the entered value by the user that is stored as a string to be converted to integer here. And then the entered value by the user is being assigned to this temperature variable. So depending on the temperature, we are going to show different messages to the user. Therefore, we need to use if conditions. So we would like to say if the temperature that is entered by the user is larger than or equal to 30, we would like to show the message to the user saying that it's a hot day, stay hydrated. If another condition, if the temperature that is entered by the user is larger than 20 and lower than 30, show this message to the user, it's a nice day. And otherwise, mention that it's a cold day, wear a jacket. But this else part means that the temperature that is entered by the user is lower than 20. How come? How did I understand it? Because we are entering a number, so the user is entering a number and we are storing it in temperature variable. So this temperature variable is either larger than 30 or it is between 20 and 30. And if neither of these conditions are true, therefore it is lower than 20. So larger than 30, between 20 and 30, or below 20. So we could write down elif below 20, like this, like the one that we are having here. So we could write it like elif temperature lower than 20, for example, lower than or equal to 20. In this case, print it's a cold day, very jacket, or we could simply use the else part, because when neither of these conditions are true, then this else condition is true, and it is going to show the message it's a cold day, very jacket. So when I run this code, I have the enter data 35. So it shows the message enter the temperature in Celsius. This is this message here. So I enter this temperature and it says it's a hot day, stay hydrated. How? Because when I entered 35, it checks this if condition and it says that 35 is larger than 30. Therefore, this statement is true and it is going to print this message for me in the terminal. But if I say the weather is 25 degrees, it says it's a nice day. So it starts from here. It says 25. Is it larger than 30? No, this statement is not true. Therefore, it's not going to execute this line. And therefore, it is jumping to the next condition. It checks to see 25. Is it in this line? So 25, is it larger than 20 and lower than 30? Yes, it is true. Therefore, when this statement is true, it is going to print this message for us in the output, which is it's a nice day. And if I type down, for example, the degree 5, it says temperature, is it larger than 30? So 5 is not larger than 30. So this statement is not true. It jumps to the next condition. 5, is it between 20 and 30? No, it's not true. So it's jumping to the next condition. And because neither of them are true, therefore, this else is being executed. So it says that it's a cold day, wear a jacket. So this is how we can use practical exercises in Python to practice some concepts that we already learned. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise session. In today's video, we are going to talk about if statements when they are combined with logical operators. So let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having one variable called temperature. It is equal to 30 and we have humidity equals to 70. So we want to say if temperature is larger than 25 and at the same time humidity is larger than 60, then it's hot and humid. So first, if temperature is larger than 25 and humidity is larger than 60, print it's hot and humid. Then elif, we're going to have elif, if either the temperature is larger than 25 or humidity is larger than 60, then print it is either hot or humid, otherwise print the weather is comfortable. Okay, this is what we want to write in the output. So don't just see this part of the code, just see these lines, these three lines, okay? So if temperature is larger than 25 and humidity is larger than 60, print it's hot and humid. So far, we learned about if statement and nested loop. So we could write something like, for example, if temperature is larger than 25, let me uncomment this part and I comment this part. So we can have something like if temperature is larger than 25 and then if humidity is larger than 60, print hot in the output. Okay, so this is one way to type this code down. So for the first part, we can say if temperature is larger than 25, so we are checking if temperature is larger than 25 and humidity is larger than 60 and humidity is larger than 60, print it's hot and humid. So this is a nested if condition, one if inside another if. So it is going to enter if this if condition, if the temperature is larger than 25, then it is going to check, okay, the temperature is larger than 25, but the humidity, is it larger than 60? If so, go to this part and print this part for me, okay? So when I run the code, it says it's hot and humid because the temperature is 30, humidity is 70, so 30 is larger than 25, so first condition for the first if is passed. Then 70 is larger than 60, then it is going to print hot and humid. But sometimes, not always, but sometimes it is possible to use logical operator to avoid nested if conditions and have a better way, an easier way to type down this code. How? This is how. So we can have the checking of conditions in one line. So I can say if temperature is larger than 25 and at the same time humidity is larger than 60, instead of typing a nested if condition like this, I'm having in one line and using AND logical operator. When we are using the AND logical operator, we are going to have two conditions to be checked, and both of them must be true to enter the if. Okay, so if the temperature is larger than 25, but humidity is not larger than 60, it is not going to enter this part. It is not going to print it's hot and humid. At the same time, both of the conditions must be true. So the temperature must be larger than 25 at the same time, and humidity must be larger than 60, so it enters and prints this it's hot and humid message in the output. Okay, and I would like to have another condition to be checked. Because it's another condition to be checked, I'm using elif keyword and I'm saying if temperature is larger than 25 or humidity is larger than 60. What's the difference between these two lines? So it's and it's or. So when it's and, it means that the first condition and second condition, both of them must be true to enter the condition. Okay? But when we are using the or logical operator, it means that either the first one or the second one must be true. Okay? One of them at least must be true to enter the condition. This is for sure. But not necessarily both of them. If one of them is correct, it's done. We are going to enter the if condition. So it says temperature is larger than 25, okay, or humidity is larger than 60, then print out it's either hot or humid. Otherwise, if neither of these conditions are true, print the weather is comfortable. So let me run the code now. It says it's hot and humid. Why it enters this part? Because it starts from this part and checks to see temperature is larger than 25. Yes, because it's 30, and humidity is 70. 70 is larger than 60. Yes, so both of the conditions are true. It is going to print this line for us. But if I have the temperature to be 15, for example, and I run the code now, we go and analyze the code now again. So it says temperature is 15. 15 is larger than 25? No. So it is not even going to check the second condition because it's a AND logical operator. Both of the conditions in this line must be true. So if one of them even is not true, it's not going to check the other one because it's using AND operator. So this part is not going to be executed. It jumps to this part, okay? So it says temperature is larger than 25. So 15 is larger than 25. No, it's not true, but we are using the or logical operator. Let's check the other side also. So humidity is 70. 70 is larger than 60. Yes. So one of the conditions is true and is passed. Therefore, it is going to execute this part for us. It's either hot or humid. And if we have a situation, if, for example, the humidity is like 10, for example, and I run the code, it says the weather is comfortable because it checks to see 15 is the temperature. 15 is larger than 25. No. So it is not even going to check this part because it's AND logical operator and both of the parts must be true. Therefore, it's not going to execute this part. It jumps here. It checks temperature is 15. 15 is larger than 25. No. But because we are using OR logical operator, it's not a problem if one of them is not true. Let's check to see if the other part is true or not. So humidity is 10. 10 is larger than 60. No. So we are having two conditions and neither is passed. Therefore, this part is not going to be executed as well, because for or logical operator, at least one of them must be true. But for the AND, both of them must be true. Okay, this is the difference. So let me type down both of them must be true. One of them, if, let me type it like this, if one of them is true, it is executed. Okay. But in our case, in this example, we had our temperature and humidity neither included in this range nor in this range. Therefore, it is going to be included in the else part. So the weather is comfortable, and therefore the weather is comfortable is printed out in the output. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to work on a coding exercise that is checking to see if someone is eligible to vote or not. To do that, we are initializing a variable called age, and we are using the input function to ask the user to enter their age, and we are storing using the input function, and because it is stored by default in a string data type, we need to convert it to integer, so we use the int or int function to convert it to integer, and then we are storing the output in the age variable. Then the eligibility condition here is like this. So if the guy or the girl is older than or equal to 18 years old, they are eligible to vote. Otherwise, they're not eligible to vote. To check that, we are having the if condition, and then the condition is like this. So age, is it larger than or equal to 18? If this statement is true, we are going to print you are eligible to vote. And otherwise, meaning that the age of the person is lower than 18. So you're not eligible to vote. So if I run this code, I enter 20. So it asks me enter your age. So I enter 20, and 20, it says you're eligible to vote. So this code is being executed because 20 is larger than 18. So I say 25, it says you're eligible to vote. What if I say I'm 10 years old, it says you're not eligible to vote. Why? Because it checks to see my number 10, is it larger than 18? No, it's because this condition is not true, this statement is not true. It jumps to the else part, saying that, okay, this option is not true for you. If you're not falling in this range, therefore you're not eligible to vote, and we are entering the else part. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to write a program to check if a number is between 10 and 20 inclusive, or if it is equal to 25. So I'm having a variable called a. It is assigned number 15. First is to check to see if this number is between 10 and 20. We can use and to check if the number is between 10 and 20. To do that, I'm having the if condition, if keyword. I'm having this part of the condition first, saying that a is larger than or equal to 10, because it says inclusive. We are having the equal sign as well. And at the same time, it is lower than or equal to 20, because we want to make sure it is between 10 and 20. If it was saying that it's larger than 10, we didn't need this part. Okay, we want to check it must be at the same time larger than 10 and lower than 20. So we need one and operator, logical operator. Why? Because both of the conditions must be met. Therefore, we need one and logical operator. So it says to check if a number is between 10 and 20, or the program itself, the problem statement itself is saying or if it is equal to 25. So either this condition or this condition. So either this condition must be true, or this condition must be true, because it says to check if a number is between 10 and 20 or it is equal to 25. So it says that we are having this to check if it is between 10 and 20 using AND operator. In the parentheses, we are having the first condition being checked and the second condition, or if it is equal to 25. So I'm having OR logical operator and then checking to see if A equals 25. So if either this part or this part is met, because when we are using OR logical operator, either of the conditions should be true to enter the part. So either it is between 10 and 20 or it is equal to 25, it is going to print condition met. Otherwise, it is going to say condition not met. So when I run the code, it says condition met because the number is 15. Okay. So when the number is 15, it is passing this first condition. It says that, okay, 15 is larger than 10 and lower than 20. So it is going to execute the condition met message without even checking this part. Why? Because there is one OR in the middle. So for the OR, we need to have at least one condition to be true. So this part is true. So we don't care about the second part. We are not going to check the second part. We are going to directly type down the message condition met. So if I have the number 5, what would happen? It says condition not met. So 5 is not larger than 10 and lower than 20. Okay, so let us check the second part. So 5, is it equal to 25? No. So neither this part nor this part is true. Therefore, it is not going to execute this part of the code, and it is going to jump here in the else part and print condition not met as we are having here. So what if I have 25? Let me run the code again. It says condition met. Why? First, it checks 25 is larger than 10. Yes. But is it at the same time lower than 20? No. So this part is not met. Okay, for AND logical operator, both of them must be true. But when both of them is not true, the whole parenthesis is not true, which is the first part of the condition before OR. But because we are having OR logical operator, it may be true that the second part is true. So, and we need only one condition for the OR logical operator to enter the condition. So let's check the second part. We say 25 equals 25. Is it true? Yes. So it enters and print out the condition met in the output. So this is how we can have the combination of writing if statement with two logical operator at the same time in one example in one line. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to write a program to compare two numbers and print whether the first number is greater than, less than, or equal to the second number. So we are going to use comparison operator. So we are having the first variable equals 10, the second one equals 20. We check to see if x equals y. We are going to say x and is equal to y. We are printing out this code. If x lower than y, x is lower than 5, and else x larger than y. Why we are having this else part? So there are three things to check: greater, less than, less than, or equal. So when this part, when a number is not equal and it's not, so the first number and second number, they are not equal to each other. So the first number is also not only it's not equal to the second number, but also it's not lower than the second number. Therefore, it is larger. Okay. So let me illustrate with an example. It would be better. So when I run the code, it says x is less than y. So x is 10 and y is 20. It checks 10 equals 20. No, it's not passing this part. Okay, so this part is not executed. It checks the second condition. 10 is lower than y. 10 is lower than 20. Yes, so it is going to execute this part of the code. Okay, so when I have both set to be 20, it says x is 20 and y is 20. It says that if 20 equals 20, yes, it says in the output, it prints x is equal to y, and we are having this part here. But what if x is 30? So when I run this code, it says x is greater. So when x is not equal to y and it is not lower than y, the only condition that is left is x larger than y. This is why we are having in the else part x is greater than y. We could have another elif saying that if, for example, we could say elif x larger than y. We could also have this part. They are identical. So when I run this code, we still see x is greater than y. So elif x larger than y, x is greater than y. But we were using the else in my first example because we are checking first x is not equal to y and x is not lower than y. So therefore, if neither of these conditions are passed, therefore x is larger than y. Okay. But this is another way to type it down. The easier way is to have the first if condition x equal to y to check if they are equal, x lower than y if x is lower than y, and x larger than y to see and understand and print out in the output x is greater than y. So this is how we can compare two numbers using comparison operators. And comparison operators are these ones. So this is the equal, this is the lower sign, and this is the higher and larger sign. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we want to write a program that asks a user for a password until they guess it correctly. To do that, we are having one variable of a string type. It is called correct password, and the correct password is Python123. And we are having a user input string, and it's of an empty string. As you see, nothing is stored already in this user input when we are declaring it and initializing it. So we would like to write a program that asks a user to enter a password, and the correct password is this one. And we are going to repeat this asking enter the password until they enter the correct password, so the access is granted. Okay, how do we do that? Using a while loop. So we type down the while keyword, then we are having the condition and then the column. But what is the condition? So we would like this while loop to continue as long as the user input is not equal to correct password. So if we are having this sign, two equal sign, it means that they are equal. And if we are having this sign, it means that they are not equal. Okay. So here I'm saying as long as this while loop should be continued as long as user input is not equal to correct password. Okay. This is the condition for my while loop. Then I'm asking in the loop, which is here, these are the execution part of the loop. So when we are entering the loop, these parts are going to be executed. How do I know that? Watch the space from the left line, the left side. Okay, this is all of them are having some space from the left side of the of the page. Therefore, they are included in this while loop. And you see that this line is having more space as compared to this part. It means that this part is going to be executed for this if condition. Okay. So after passing the condition saying that the user input is not equal to the correct password, so we are going to enter this loop in the beginning of the program. Why? Because the correct password is Python123 and user input is an empty string. Therefore, they're not equal. So we are going to enter for the first iteration. When we are entering for the first iteration, we are asking the user using the input keyword, we are asking the user enter the password. And whatever the user is entering, it is going to be stored in user input. Okay. Then using the if condition, we are checking to see if they are equal or not. So we are saying that if user input, what they entered here in the line above it, is not equal to correct password, show this message to the user. Wrong password. Try again. And it goes back up again. And the user input is not equal to the correct password. We are asking the user enter the password again. And then we are checking if they are not equal to each other. We are saying wrong password, try again. So this loop is going to continue as long as user input is not equal to the correct password. But what if the user is going to enter the correct password? If the user entered the correct password, so user input is indeed equal to correct password. Therefore, we are not going to enter this while loop, and then we're going to jump here and print access granted. So let me run the code one time. So it says enter the password. So we are in this line. You see this green line? We are this line is the part that is being executed. The user input is an empty string and the correct password is python123, and it checks these conditions saying that okay, user input is not equal to correct password, therefore we need to enter this while loop. And in this line it says okay, enter the password, and whatever I enter, it is going to be stored in user input. Then it is going to check the user input with the correct password to see if they are not equal. If they're not equal, it is saying that wrong password. So I'm typing down, for example, Reza Shahin. It says wrong password, try again. So it showed this message and then it went up and saw that Reza Shahin again is not equal to password. So let us enter this loop again, and it is going to ask the question one more time. Enter the password again. Reza, I'm saying Reza. It says wrong password. Try again. When I enter my password, it is stored in user input variable, and it says user input is Reza, correct password is python123, and they're not equal. Therefore, this condition is true. Therefore, it execute this part, this message, wrong password, try again. So you see it here. Okay, and it goes back up again because user input and correct password is not equal again. The condition is true, it enters here and it shows the message enter the password. So we are going to see this repetition as much as possible until we are going to enter the correct password. So when I enter the correct password, python123, it says access granted. So when I enter, what happens here? When I enter the password here, it is storing the python123 in the user input, and it says python123 as the user input is not equal to python123. No, this is false, so it is not going to enter this part. It goes back up again, it checks python123 is not equal to correct password. This condition is not true because they are indeed now equal. Therefore, it is not going to execute this part of the code again, and it is not going to enter this while loop again. So it is going to come here and execute this line, which is access granted message in the output. So this is how the while loop can be useful and practical in real world examples, as you see in this example here. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise. In today's video, we would like to check if two numbers are divisible or not. So we are initializing two variables called num1 and num2. We are asking the user to enter the first number and then asking the user to enter the second number, and the entered number from the user are stored respectively in num1 and num2. And to check if they are divisible or not, we need to have this condition. So if the first number is divided by the second number and the remainder of this division equals to 0, it means that the numbers are divisible. Otherwise, not divisible. Okay, so the condition to see if a number is divisible by another number is to do the division. So we divide the first number by the second number and we check the remainder of this division. And if the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that these two numbers are divisible. Otherwise, they're not divisible. Okay, this is a condition to be checked. To convert this statement into Python code, we need to have the if condition. So we check to see if num1 divided by num2 and the remainder of this division using modulo operator equals to 0. If this statement is true, we are going to print this message saying that num1 is divisible by num2. So, and they are separated by a comma. Please note that because num1 is a variable and num2 is a variable, and this part is a string message that we are showing in the output. And if this statement is not true, we are going to enter this else part, and this message is being shown in the terminal saying that num1 is not divisible by num2. So let me enter two numbers. The first number is 20, for example, and the second number is 5. It says 20 is divisible by 5. So it does the division, the code in Python does a division and checks the remainder, and when the remainder equals 0, in this case, yes, this statement is true, therefore it is printing out this message for us saying that 20 is divisible by 20. But if I say the first number is 11 and the second number is 2, it says 11 is not divisible by 2. So this is how we can check the divisibility of a number by another number using if conditions. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In today's video, we are going to talk about for loops. So a for loop is used to iterate over a sequence or a range of numbers. So the for loop iterates through each element in a sequence, performing an action for each element. The range function in Python is often used to loop over a sequence of numbers. Later on in higher level classes and courses in Python, when we are going to learn about list, tuple, dictionary, and set, then we can also integrate for loops with them as well. So a for loop can iterate over a list, a tuple, a dictionary, or a set. But this is something that we're going to discuss in higher level courses. For now, we are going to learn how to use the range function in Python to iterate over a range of numbers. Let me illustrate it with an example. So now we would like to write a program that prints numbers from 1 to 5 using a for loop. This is the statement of our program. So in order to use the for loop, we have the keyword reserved in Python for. Then we are having the I. It could be anything that we want. We choose our iteration variable to be I. And then we are going to use the in keyword reserved for this. Range is the function of the Python that we are going to use, and the range is divided by a comma. So there are two ranges in parentheses that we are going to have when using the range function, the starting point and the ending point. So let me run this code. When we run this code, this I is going to iterate over this range for us. One thing to mention is that the starting point in Python for range function is inclusive, but the ending point is exclusive. It means that it is going to iterate over for all I in the range between 1 to 6, but it is going to iterate over 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, not 6, because the end is exclusive. So it is the start point that is inclusive, okay? And then we are going to print I. So in the output, we are having number 1 to 5 being printed out. But how does it work? So let me put some comment here. So for the first time, we say that we are using this range function. And when we are having the range function, we need to choose the start point and the end point, okay? Start point, end point. And when we are going to have the range function, for example, here we would like to go over numbers from 1 to 5. So the starting point is 1, and it is going to include 1 because it's a rule in Python. So the starting point is inclusive. So it is going to start from 1 and it is going to iterate until it's 5. But because if I write down 5 here, because the end point is exclusive, it is going to iterate over 1, 2, 3, and 4, and not 5, because the end point is exclusive. Okay, so I'm going to put 6 here, therefore it is going to go until 5. So this is how the range function works. And if I want to explain further, we see that for the first time I get the value 1. Okay, when I equals 1, it is basically having this print function being implemented, because we are having print, and in the parentheses we are having I, and I equals 1, so we are going to print 1 in the output, and we see it here. Okay, and then it goes up back again, and I now equals 2. I now equals 2, and it is going to print 2 for us, and we are having it here, and it goes up again. I is incrementing, and we are having the I equals 3, print 3, I equals 4, print 4, and finally I equals 5, print 5. So this is basically what happens in each iteration in this for loop, that we are having this output here. So in this lesson, we learned how to write a for loop. We are having a for keyword and one variable to be defined here, then using the in keyword and providing the range, a starting point and an ending point. Starting point is inclusive and the ending point is exclusive. So if I type down until 6, it is not going to go for the 6th one, it is going to go until 5, okay, until the end of 5, including 5. And for this loop, I am printing I. So I, when it starts, because it starts from 1, I equals 1, it is printing 1. Then I is 2, I is 3, printing 3, I is 4, printing 4, I is 5, printing 5, and that's it. It is finished. The for loop is finished, and these are the output of our program. And one thing to mention here is that this is the range function that we are using to iterate over a range of numbers, and it has two parts in the parentheses, starting point and ending point. They are separated by a comma. In the next videos, we are going to discuss further practical coding exercises, so you would get used to the syntax of loops, of different types of loops, including for loops. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about nested loops. So a loop inside another loop is called a nested loop. A nested loop is useful for working with multi-dimensional data like matrices. The inner loop runs completely for each iteration of the outer loop. Let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having a for loop for variable I iterating between range 1 and 3. I'm having another loop which we call inner loop. So the first one, the loop for the I is outer loop, the loop for the J is inner loop. So we are having another loop here that ranging from 1 to 4. Okay, and we are going to print I and J. So if I want to illustrate this, so I equals 1, it enters, when I equals 1, it enters this part. And when it enters, J equals 1 as well. So it is going to print 1. So it is printing 1 and 1, okay, as you see here in the output in the first line, okay. Then I still equals 1, but J is going to increase its value. So J equals to Y, because we are in the outer loop. So when we enter the inner outer loop, the outer loop is 1. So I equals 1. However, when I equals 1, we are going to iterate over all the values that j can take first. And when that is finished, we are going back up again to the outer loop and then increase the value of I. Okay, let me illustrate it with this explanation. You will get what I mean. So I equals 1, j is going to increase from 1 to 2. Therefore, it is going to print 1 and 2 as you see here in the output, the second line. Then I equals 1, j equals 3. It is going to print 1 and 3 in the output as you see here. Okay, so the maximum number that I can get is I can be equal 1 and 2. J can be equal to 1, 2, and 3. Because the starting point is included, this is why I get the value 1, but the ending point is excluded. So it is going to exclude number 3. So it is going to iterate over 1 and 2. The same logic goes for j. So it is going to iterate over 1, 2, and 3. So when I equals 1 in these three scenarios, we are going to iterate over j equals 1, j equals 2, and j equals 3. As you see here, I equal 1, j1, I1, j2, I1, j3. Okay, and we are going to print I and j using this line. And when all the values for the j is tested for the inner loop, we are going to go back up again and increase the value of I one time. So I equals 2 now. So now I equals 2. J starts from 1 again. J is 1. So 2 I2 J1 I2 J2 I2 J3. Okay, so we're going to print 2 and 1. I equals 2, J equals 2. It is going to print 2 and 2 for us. And finally, I equals 2, J equals 3. It is going to print 2 and 3 for us. So this is what we see exactly in the output. So let me go back over the code one more time. So we are having one outer loop and one inner loop. So the outer loop is iterating over different values between 1 and 3 for variable I. The inner loop, it is iterating for variable j between 1 and 4. Okay, and in each iteration we are going to print the value of I and j. So the first time when we enter the outer loop, I equals 1. However, when I equals 1, we are going to iterate over all the j's. So one time I1, j1, I1, j2, I1, j3. Then we are going to increase the value of I when all the values of j are tested. We are increasing the value of I from 1 to 2. So we are having 2, 1, 2, 2, and 2, 3. And we are printing them in the output as you see here. Basically, this is the concept of nested loop in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about while loops in Python. So a while loop repeats as long as a specific condition is true. So the while loop requires a condition to be true, and if the condition becomes false, the loop stops. So we need to be careful to avoid infinite loops by ensuring the condition eventually becomes false, okay? For example, here we're going to print numbers from 1 to 5 using a while loop. Exactly the same exercise as the previous video, but here instead of for loops, we are going to use while loop. So I'm initializing I variable to be 1 before starting the loop, and then I'm having the while keyword, and then the condition here and colon here. Okay, so three parts: the keyword while, the condition here, and the colon. Okay, so I'm going to write down while I is lower than or equal to 5, do these things for me. Okay, while I is lower than and equals to 5, print I, and then increase the value of I by 1. Okay, this sign, let me plus equal, it means that when I'm typing down I plus equal 1, it means I'm typing down I equals I plus 1. So they are basically the same in Python. So I equals I plus 1 is exactly, it is going to do the exact thing as I plus equal 1. Okay, but because it is more concise and more and shorter, we're going to use this way of writing it. But whenever you see this, it means this. Okay, you can type it down somewhere in comments for yourself for a while to get used to it. So let me illustrate it with an example. Initially I equals 1, and when we are going to enter this condition, it checks to see 1 is lower than 5. Yes, it's true. So print I. So it is going to print 1 for us. And then in the next line, we are having I equals I plus 1. It means that I equals 1 plus 1. Therefore, I equals 2. Okay, so this line is exactly like this line. And basically, it means that I equals 1 plus 1. Why? We already have 1 here, so this one is that one. And we also have this I here, and I initially equals to 1. So when it equals to 1, we are typing down here. So now I equals to 2, okay? So we incremented the value of I by 1 value. So now I equals 2 at the end of this loop, and it is going to check the condition again. 2 is lower than 5, yes. So it is going to print 2. Then it is typing down I plus 1. Okay, so it means that I equals 2 plus 1, therefore I equals 3. But why 2 plus 1? Because we are having this formula, I equals I plus 1. So I equals 2 plus 1. This plus 1 is exactly the same thing here, but we are having 2 because we entered this loop initially using I equals 2, because this is why we were printing 2. So 2 plus 1, now I equals 3. I equals 3, we are going up here again and we are checking the condition. 3 is lower than 5. Yes, it is lower than 5. So print 3 for me. Print 3, sorry. And then I equals 3 plus 1. I equals 4. Okay. And here 4 is lower than 5. Yes. So print 4. I equals 4 plus 1. I equals 5. 5 is lower than or equal to 5. Yes. So print 5. And then I equals 5 plus 1. I equals 6. So I equals 6 now. 6 is lower than or equal to 5? No, it's not. Therefore, it is not passing this condition, and thus it is not going to enter this loop anymore. So this is not an infinite loop, because we mentioned here we need to ensure that the condition eventually becomes false here, and now it becomes false because I equals 6 and 6 is not lower than 5. Therefore the condition becomes false, and now when I run this program, you see here I'm printing 1 to 5 here. So let me explain it one more time. If we want to have the while loop, we need to initialize the variable a priori to the while loop. So I'm initializing this I here, then I'm having the keyword while, then the condition and one colon, sorry. And as long as I is lower than or equal to 5, I'm going to print the value of I and increase the value of I by 1 unit. And when I'm having I plus equal 1, it means that I plus equal 1 it is exactly equal to this equation, I equals I plus 1. But because it is shorter, we are going to use this one. But we could use this one as well, okay? So when I equals 1, I print 1 and I increase the value of I by 1 value. So 1 plus 1, it's 2. 2 is lower than 5, yes. So print 2, and 2 plus 1 is 3. So 3 is lower than 5, yes. Print 3 for me, and 3 plus 1 equals 4. So 4 is lower than 5, print 4. 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 is lower than or equal to 5, yes. Print 5. Increase the value of I by 1 value. So 5 plus 1 is 6. And 6 is lower than or equal to 5, no. So it's not going to enter this while anymore. But what happens if I comment this line? So if I comment in this line, it is going to have I equals 1. It is going to say 1 is lower than 5, yes. Print 1. And go up again because we commented this line, okay? I still, it is 1, okay? 1 is lower than 5, yes, print 1. Again, it goes up back again. 1 is lower than 5, yes. So we are not changing the value of I, so it becomes an infinite loop. So when I run this code, you see it is simply printing 1 again and again. So it is not going to finish because it's an infinite loop. So I need to stop it, okay? So I need to interrupt it. You see how many 1 it has been printing? Let me go up again. It's not going to finish. So when I go up, oh la la. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is not an infinite loop and it is going to end at some point. This is the important part when we are having the while loop. Thank you for your watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video we are going to talk about break statement. So a break statement is used to exit a loop even if the loop's condition is still true. It is useful when we want to stop the loop based on certain conditions. So let me illustrate it with an example. We would like to stop the loop when the number equals 5, okay? So we are going to have a for loop. It is going to iterate over I in the range 1 to 10, and we are having the colon here, and we are having one if statement. So if I equals 5, break. If I equals 5, break. Otherwise, print I. Okay, so when I run this code, it is printing 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let me illustrate what's happening here. So I equals 1 in the first time, and it checks to see 1 equals 5. No. So when I say no, it is not going to break because it's not going to enter this part of the if condition. So this is the if condition. This is the statement that is going to be executed if this condition is true. So in the first run, I equals 1. 1 equals to 5? No. Therefore, it is not going to do anything here, and it is going to jump here and print 1 in the output for us. Okay, so print 1. Then I'm having I equal 2. It checks to see 2 equals 5. No, so print 2. I 3, print 3 because 3 is not equal to 5. And I equals 4, print 4. However, when I equals 5, it checks here. 5 equals 5. Yes? Yeah, that is true. So when 5 equals 5, it is going to execute this part of the code. So it is going to break. When it breaks, it means that it exits this for loop. Okay, so it is going to exit this part and it is going to come here where we have nothing more to execute. So this is why when I equals 5, it is not printing anything for us because this print comes after the break. But if this print comes before the break, it is going to also print the 5 for us. but it is now, let me put it here. So when I put the print here and I run the code, you see that 5 is also printed, because when I equals 5, it is going to first print 5 and then checks to see if 5 equals to 5, and then it is going to break. Okay, so it's important for you to know where to put the break and how the output of the program could be different based on where you're putting the break. So when I have the break before the print, when I equals 5, it is not going to print 5. But when the print is before the if condition, it is first going to print 5, then break the loop. So it is not going to go for the I equals 6, 7, 8, and 9, because this loop was supposed to go from 1 to 9. I'm saying 1 to 9 because the endpoint is exclusive, so 10 is not going to be considered. It is going to go from 1 to 9. So it is when we are having I equal 5, it is breaking, so it is exiting the loop. Therefore, I equals to 6, 7, 8, and 9 are not executed here. Okay? So this is how we can use the break statement. When certain conditions are met, we can have the break and exit the loops. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about continuous statement. So the continuous statement is used to skip the current iteration and move to the next one. It allows the loop to continue running but skips executing the rest of the code for the current iteration. Let me illustrate it with an example. So we would like to write a program that skip even numbers. Okay? For that, we are looping over all values for variable I in the range between 1 and 6, and if this I variable is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, we're going to continue. Otherwise, if this condition is not passed, we're going to print I. So let me type down this: I equals 1, I equals 2, I equals 3, I equals 4, and I equals 5. Okay, so these are the values that I is going to iterate over. So for the first time, when I equals 1, it basically mentions, sorry, let me put this. Okay, 1, if 1 is divided by 2, the remainder would be equal to 0. It is checking this condition. Is it true? No, because it's not true. It is going to print 1 for us. So in the output, we will have the print 1. Okay. Then it moves to the next number. So I is incremented by one value. So we are having, if 2 divided by 2, the remainder of this division equals 0. Yes. So when it is yes, it is going to continue. So this condition is passed. Therefore, it is going to skip this iteration. So it is not going to print anything for us in the output. So it is going to skip. It is going to continue. Nothing happens. Skip this iteration. Okay. Then it is going to increment the value of I one more time. So I equals 3 now. So 3, if it is divided by 2, the remainder of this division, is it equal to 0? No. So it's not equal to 0. Therefore, it is going to print 3 in the output. Then I equals 4. 4, if it is divided by 2, the remainder would be 0. No. The remainder would be 0. Yes, sorry. So therefore, it is going to skip this iteration again. And finally, when I equals 5, 5 is divided by 2. The remainder, is it 0? No, so it's not 0. Therefore, it is going to print 5 for us. So looking at the output, we see that it is skipping the even numbers. It is printing 1, 3, and 5. So let me run the code one more time. So we are printing 1, 3, and 5. You see here in the output, we are having 1, 3, 5. As we expected, we are printing 1, nothing happens. Printing 3, skip this iteration, and printing 5. Let me go through the analyzing of code one more time. So we are having a for loop starting from I in the range between 1 to 6. So I is going to take values between 1 to 5, okay, between 1 and 5. So in case that when we are entering this loop, if I is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division is equal to 0, do nothing and go back up and increase the value of I. Continue is doing basically this thing. Otherwise, print the value of I. So 1 divided by 2, the remainder is 0? No, because it's not an odd number. It's not an even number. So the definition of even number is when it is divided by 2, the remainder must be equal to 0. Therefore, when this does not happen, the number is odd. So by having this line, we can understand if a number is odd or even. So if one number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that that number was an even number. So we are saying that 1 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No. So it's not 0, therefore it is not going to continue, it's not going to enter this condition, and it is going to print I, and I was 1, so it is printing 1 in the output, okay? Then I equals to 2. 2 is divided by 2. The remainder equals 0. Yes. When the answer is yes, continue. When the answer is yes, so this condition is passed, so it is entering this part. Okay, when entering this part, it says execute the continue statement. And continue statement means that do not execute the rest of the code for the current iteration. Okay, so for the current iteration, it does not execute the code. It goes back up and I is incremented by 1 value. So I equals 3 now. 3 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No, because the answer is no. It is going to print I here. It is not going to enter the continue part, okay? Because the continue part is going to be executed whenever this if condition is true whenever the statement of the if condition is going to be executed. So printing 3 here, and then for the 4, when I is equals 4, 4 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. Yes, so continue and do not execute the rest of the code for current iteration. It goes back up, so nothing happens here as you see. I equals 5, 5 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No, so if the answer is no, print I for me, which is 5 here in the output. So this is basically how we can use the continue statement to skip the current iteration when certain conditions are met. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that asks the user to enter the price of 3 items one by one, and we would like to use a loop to collect the prices and calculate the total cost. To do that, we are initializing a variable called total cost to be 0. Then I'm using a for loop starting from I. So the I variable is initialized starting from 1, and ends at 3 because the start is inclusive and is exclusive. So if I type down the range between 1 and 3, I is going to take values 1 and 2 because the end that 3 is exclusive. So therefore, if we want to ask for 3 items, we need to ask for the range of 1 to 4. So for any I in the range 1 to 4, we are going to ask the user to show the message saying that enter the price of the item 1, for example, item 2 and item 3, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to be converted to float and then be assigned to the price variable here, okay? And the price variable here is going to be added to the total price. When we are having the plus equal sign, it means that total underline price variable equals to total underscore price plus price. Okay, so this equation equals to this one. They are doing the same thing, but it is a way to write it more concise. So you can write it down like this if it's a bit complex for you or confusing. So it means that the total price, the new total price, equals to total price plus the price. So in the first iteration, the total price equals 0, and the price is whatever the user is going to enter. So imagine that the user is going to enter prices are 20, 25, and 10. Okay, these are the prices. So when I equals 1, price equals 20. So the user is going, we assume that the user is going to enter 20. So total price equals 0 plus 20. Why? Total price, this is the formula, equals total price plus price. So the total price in the first iteration from before that we know that total price equals 0. And then 20 is the number that we assume that the user is going to enter for the first product. So this means that total price equals 20. Okay. And in the next iteration, we are having this. For example, when I equals 2, price equals 25. This is just an assumption. And then we are going to, I'm assuming these assumptions because I want to give you a hint and a detailed examples, a detailed explanation of how this total price is being calculated. So total price equals total price plus price. So here it is total price plus price, and total price was 20 from the previous iteration, and the newly entered price is 25, so it is equal to 45 now. And in the last iteration, when I equals 3, price equals 10, because we assume that the user is going to enter number 10, and total price is calculated as the previous total price, which is 45, plus the newly price that is added by the user, which is 10. Therefore, the output will be 55. And we mentioned that in the output, after doing the calculation, we mentioned that total price is 55. So when I run this code, sorry, I'm having an error in this part here. So when I run this code, it asks me enter the price of the item. So I enter 20 first, okay? When I enter 20, it says enter the price of the item again, because there are 3 items that we are going to enter. So the second item price is 25 based on my assumption here, and it again says that enter the item. I'm assuming that the third item price is 10, so it is going to calculate the total price item is 55. Why it asked me 3 prices here? Because we were having a range from 1 to 4, and 4 is exclusive. Therefore, it is going to ask 3 times to enter the total price, and whenever I'm entering the price, it is adding the price to the total price variable, which was initially set to be 0, and in each iteration we added the price that we entered here to this total price variable, so the sum will be 55. So in this example, we learned how a for loop can help us to work as a calculator. For example, in shops, when you're going to a shop and you're giving several items to the cashier, the system of that cashier is using the same mechanism and logic to calculate the total price for you. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to do a coding exercise using while loop. We would like to write a program that counts down from 5 to 1. To do that, we are initializing a variable to be 5, and then we are using while loop. So the while loop is going to continue as long as count variable is larger than 0. So the first time that it is initialized to 5, 5 is larger than 0, then it is going to enter this loop. When it enters this loop, it is printing countdown and the number of the count. So in the first time, count equals 5, so it prints 5 in the output. After that, it is decreasing the value of count by one value. We explained that when we are having, for example, these signs, it is equivalent to this count minus 1. Okay, so here it means that count equals 5 minus 1. Why? Because it is already initialized to 5 and we are decreasing its value by 1. Okay, so after this equation, count will be 4. So basically, in the first iteration, we are saying that count equals 5. 5 is larger than 0. Yes, it is true. Therefore, it enters the loop. It prints the value 5 for us, as we indicated here, and it decreased the value of count by 1 unit. So count is now 4. It goes back up. It checks the condition again. 4 is larger than 0. Yes. So count equals 4. So it prints 4, and now count equals 4 minus 1. Therefore count equals 3. Why? Because it was 4 already in this equation here. It was already 4 from the previous iteration minus 1, which is here. 4 minus 1, now count equals 3. So now it goes back up again to check the condition. 3 is larger than 0. Yes, therefore it enters the loop. It is saying that count is 3, so it is printing the value 3 and it is calculating 3 minus 1. Therefore count equals 2. And in the next iteration, 2 is larger than 0. Yes, it enters the loop again, so it prints number 2 and calculate the count again and reduce it by one value, 2 minus 1, so count equals 1. And now 1 is larger than 0. Yes, so count equals 1, print 1. And we are having 1 minus 1 equals, now count equals 0. So it goes back up again. It checks count is larger than 0. So count in the final iteration, it is 4. So 4 is larger than 0. No, it's not. Therefore, it's not going to enter the loop. Therefore, these two lines are not going to be executed, and it is going to print the last message in the terminal blast off. So when I run the code, we should see the same output as we anticipated here. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and blast off. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and blast off. As you see, we can use while loops in many practical examples in real world. For example, countdown. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to print the words of a string one by one using a for loop. To do that, we are initializing a string called word, and we are assigning the Python string to this word. And we are writing down a for loop, and we are initializing a variable called a letter, and letter is going to iterate using the in keyword the word string. Okay, and then for each iteration it is going to print this letter for us. So in the first iteration, letter equals p. In the second iteration, letter equals y. In the third iteration, it is going to be equal to t. Then letter will be equal to H, then letter will be equal to O, and then letter will be equal to N. So this letter that we are having here is going to iterate over this word string, and it is going to print the letter here using the print function. So in the first iteration, letter is taking the P letter, then Y, then T, then H, then O, and then N. So when I run this code, I expect to see Python this a string, but one by one, letter by letter, it is being printed. And we already learned if we want to print this string in one line, we can simply use this syntax and we can say print and the word variable that is called word, it is going to print us the output of our string. So in this lecture, we learned how to iterate over a string and how iterating over a string can help us to print all the letters of a string one by one. And from before, we reviewed that if we want to print the whole string itself in one line, we can use the print function and put down the name of our variable that is containing that string and simply print out that string here for us. So here you see that the Python is being printed. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program that prints the multiplication table for a given number. So my given number in this example is 5, and I'm looping over variable I ranging from 1 to 11. So it loops through numbers 1 to 10. And in each iteration, I'm printing out number multiplied by I equals number multiplied by I. So when I run this code, you see in the output, we are looping through 1 to 10. So we are looping from 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5 until 10. And my given number is 5. So we are having a multiplication table, sorry, of number 5 here. As you see, 5 times 1. So number times I, 5 times 1, 5 times 2, etc. equals, and the output is number times I that is being printed out here. So 5 times 1, it's 5, 5 times 2, it's 10, 5 times 3, it's 15. But how it is happening? So we know that number equals 5. Okay, it's a fixed number because we are not changing number. It's just a number that we set to be 5, and we can change it for another example if we want. But I is changing from 1 to 10. So when I equals 10, y equals 1, we are having 5 times 1 equals 5. Okay, then we are having I equals 2, 5 times 2 equals 10. Then I is incremented to 3, so 5 times 3, it's 15. Then I equals 4, so 5 times 4 equals 20. I equals 5. 5 times 5 equals 25. I equals 6. We are having 5 times 6 equals 30. We are having I equals 7. So 5 times 7 equals 35. I equals 8. 5 times 8 equals 40. I equals 9. So 5 times 9 equals 45. And finally, the last value for I is 10. So 5 times 10 equals 50. This is how this loop is being executed. So I starts from 1 and it ends at 10. So we started from 1 and it ends at 10. And in each iteration, the number equals 5, this variable number. Okay, it is a fixed value 5, so 5 is fixed, but I is changing and it is looping through 1 to 10, and the output is being printed out here using this formula, number times I. So this is basically is how we are printing out the multiplication table for number 5. So if I have the number to be 6 here, so when I run the code, I have the multiplication table for number 6. This is a fixed number. We can change it as we wish. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that calculates and prints the sum of all numbers from 1 to 10. To do that, I'm initializing a variable called total to be 0. I'm having a for loop and I'm iterating over variable I between the range 1 and 11. So it loops through numbers 1 to 10. Okay. And for each iteration, I'm having total plus equal I. So we are checking, we are having the summation of i's into the total variable. And basically here, I'm printing out the total. So let me run the code. It says that the sum is 55, but how this 55 is being printed? I mentioned earlier in another coding exercise, when we are having plus equal sign, it means that we are having this formula, total plus I, okay? So this is the formula. So the first time I equals 1, we enter. It means that total equals, so total is initially set to be 0, okay? So new total equals 0 plus I equals 1 plus 1. So total equals 1, okay? Then I equals 2, total equals 1 plus 2. Why? So this one comes from this formula. So this is total plus I. So this one is the value of total which we calculated in the previous iteration to be 1. And this 2 comes from this I that is coming from this I, okay? I equals 2 in this iteration. Therefore, now total equals 3. We have I equals 3. Total equals 3 plus 3 equals 6. Okay, why 3 plus 3? So this 3 comes from this 3. So we calculated the total in the previous iteration, and this 3 comes from I equals 3 because the formula, the new total, is total plus I. Okay, the already value of total plus the current I. And then when I equals 4, we are having the total equals 6 plus 4. Therefore, total equals 10. Then I equals 5. We are having total equals 10 plus 5. So total would be 15. Then we are having I equals 6. Total equals 15 plus 6. So total equals 21. Then we are having I equals 7. Total equals 21 plus 7. Therefore, total equals 28. Then we are having I equals 8. We are having total equals 28 plus 8. It equals 36, if I'm not mistaken. 26, yeah. 28 plus 8 is 36. And then we are having I equals 9. So total equals 36 plus 9. So the total is now 45. And finally, I equals 10. And total equals 45 plus 10. So total is 55, which is this number that we got here. So basically, in this code, we are iterating over values for I between 1 and 10. We are looping through numbers 1 and 10, and we are calculating and adding the current number to the total number. So total initially equals 0. In the first iteration, total is 0. We are adding the first iteration, I equals 1. So total is now 1. Then I equals 2, 2 plus that previous one. Then I equals 3, 3 plus the previous 3 of the total. So we are increasing the value of 1 to 10 in each iteration to total. So we are having one total which is summing over all the values that is being iterated between 1 and 10. So it is going to give us the sum of all numbers from 1 to 10. This is how it works, because total starts from 0 and we are increasing the value of the I in each iteration. As you see here, I'm adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And these are added to the previous value of I. So you see, to previous value of total, because total was 0, so I equals 1, 1 plus 0, it's 1. Then this old value is here, and in the second iteration, number 2 is added to that, so it is 3 now. And the I is 3, we are adding it to already existing total, which is 3, so it's 6 now. 6 is added to number 4, their summation is added to number 5, their summation is added to number 6, their summation is added to numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we reach the output of sum of all numbers from 1 to 10 is 55. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that calculates the diagonal of a rectangle given its width and height. Here, because we want to do some mathematical operations, we are importing the math library to use its function. For example, one of the functions that we want to use is the sqrt. So this is why we type down the keyword import and then the math keyword, which means that we are going to use the math library and we are going to import the math library. Then we are going to show this message to the user, enter the width of the rectangle using the input function. And because whatever that we get from the user using the input function, it is by default in Python treated as a string, we need to convert it to a float. And because we want to convert it to a float, we are going to use the float function, and this is the float function. So we are using the float function, so everything that is inside these parentheses is going to be converted to the float. So therefore I type down the input function inside the float function, and inside the input function parentheses I say enter the width, for example, and the user is going to enter a number. That number is stored firstly in a string data type, and then it is going to be converted to a float, and the output is going to be assigned to the width variable. The same reasoning happens for the height variable. We are going to show this message to the user saying that, okay, enter the height of the rectangle, whatever the user is going to enter. Firstly, it is stored in a string data type. Then we are going to convert it to a float, and then it is assigned to the height of the rectangle. Okay. Then we are having this variable diagonal equals to the formulation. So this is the formulation to calculate the diagonal of a rectangle. In order to calculate that, we need to have a square root of width to the power of 2 plus height to the power of 2. Okay. And when we are having this output, we are going to calculate its square root, and it is going to give us the diagonal of a rectangle. So in order to compute the diagonal of a rectangle, first we need to have the output of width to the power of 2 plus height to the power of 2, and then have the square root of their summation. So this formula is written in Python like this. So we call this math function and math library, sorry, and then the sqrt function, Then width to the power of 2, star star 2 means to the power of 2, plus height to the power of 2, star star 2. And then the output is assigned to diagonal variable. And finally, using the print function, we are trying to print the output saying that the diagonal of the rectangle is, then I type down the name of the diagonal variable, so it is going to print the output for me. So I type down the width of the rectangle is 10, for example, and the height of the rectangle is, for example, 25, and it calculates the diagonal of the rectangle. It says the diagonal is 26. So this is how we can calculate the diagonal of a rectangle given its width and height using the math library and square root sqrt function and to the power of 2 in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that truncates a floating point number to its integer part without rounding. So to truncate means to remove the fractional part of a number, leaving only the integer part without rounding it up or down. For example, if we want to truncate number 3.9, the output would be 3. So how do we do that in Python? We're going to use the math library. So we type down import math. And then we are having this message being shown to the user, enter a floating point number. Then it is read using the input function from the user. And we learned that it will be by default a string. So we need to convert it to a float. Therefore, we type down the float function. And the right hand side is assigned, the output is assigned to the variable called number. Then in order to truncate the number, we type down math.trunc, T-R-U-N-C, and in parentheses, we type down the name of our variable. In this case, it is called number. So we have the math.trunc, and in parentheses, okay, we type down our variable. In this case, our variable name is number. And the output is assigned to a variable called truncated. And then we are printing the truncated in the output. So when I run this code, it says enter a floating point number. So I type down 3.14. It says the output is 3. I type down, for example, 1.85. It says the output is 5. I type down, for example, 20.5. It says 20. So we learned now we can use the math library and using the trunc function to truncate a number easily for us. Basically, it is going to remove the fractional part of our number and leaving only the integer part. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that calculates the maximum number of full tiles needed to cover a floor, given the area and the size of one tile. Here, what we mean by to cover a floor, given the area. So for example, if the output is to have 28.5 tiles to cover the floor, when we are using the floor function, it is going to return number 28. So it is going to round it down. So let me illustrate it with an example. Here we are having the math library being imported. We are showing this message to the user, enter the total area of the floor in square meter. And we are storing it in area variable. Then we are saying that enter the size of one tile in a square meter. And we are going to store it in tile size variable. Then the variable tiles needed equals math.floor. So this is the floor is the function of the math library. And in parentheses, we are calculating this area divided by tile underscore size. Basically, if I run this code, it is going to be something like this. So enter the total area of the floor. So imagine that for example, the room that I would like to cover it with tile is 20 square meters. And for example, enter the size of one tile in a square meter. and it's, for example, one tile is 0.7 square meter. Okay, so when I run, we see that the output says you will need 28 full tiles to cover the floor. But when this area is divided by tile size, which means 20 divided by 0.7, if you do it yourself with calculator, you will see that the output is 28.571, for example, approximately. Okay, but because we are using the floor function from the math library, we see that it is rounding it down to number 28. So it says that you need 28 full tiles to cover the floor. This is how actually this floor function from math library is going to work. So basically we are going to ask the user to enter the size of the area of the floor in a square meter, for example, then the size of each tile in a square meter, and then divide the area by the tile size and round it down to the closest integer number. Then it is going to show us in the output using the print function saying that you will need, for example, 28 full tiles to cover the floor. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that calculates the total number of pages required to print a given number of lines, where each page can hold a fixed number of lines. Here, we are using the math library. We are asking the user enter the total number of lines to print. It is assigned to lines variable. Then we ask the enter the number of lines per page, and it is going to be assigned to lines per page variable. Then we are going to divide line by lines per page. Okay, and then it is going to be assigned in pages variable, but we want to round it up. In order to round it up, I use the actually math library, and I also use or call the ceil function from the math library, and in parentheses I type down lines and then lines per page. For example, if I have, for example, 200 lines, and in each page there are 19 lines, so I would like to know how many pages do I need. So 200 is divided by 19. The result, if you do it yourself, will be approximately 10.52, but because we are using the ceil function, the output will be 11, so it is rounding it up. So let me run the code. It says enter the total number of lines to print, so the total number of lines, it's 200, for example. Then enter the number of lines per page. I would say it's 19, for example. It says you will need 11 pages to print 200 lines. But you see that 200 is divided by 19 in this formula here. 200 is divided by 19. But because we are using the ceil function, the output, which is 10.52, is rounded up to 11, and we see that in the output, number 11 is shown. So this is how we can use ceil function from the math library to round up the output for us. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program to calculate the number of possible arrangements of n objects. What do we mean the number of possible arrangements? It means that, for example, we are having two objects. Just take it as an example, X and O. There are how many possible arrangements for these two objects? There are two, in fact. The first possible arrangement is X and O, and the second one is O and X. So they're changing their place. So there are two possible arrangements for two objects. Okay. Then for three objects, how we would have this X, O, and Y. For three objects, we have X, O, Y, O, X, Y, O, Y, X, XYO, YXO, and YOX. So there are 6 possible arrangements for 3 objects. Okay, this is how we can do it manually, but it's very hard to do it. So I first need to do it carefully and make sure I'm not making any mistake. Then I start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. So here, in order to understand it in Python, it's very easy to use math library and factorial function to do this for us. We're going to tell the user enter the number of objects, and whatever the user is going to enter is stored in n, and simply we are using the math library and then factorial function, and in parentheses we put the name of our variable, which is n. So when I run this code, it says enter the number of objects. I say 2, it says the number of possible arrangements is 2. So if I run one more time and enter the number of objects, so this time I enter 3, it says that the number of possible arrangements is 6. So here is the output. So this is what I did myself to calculate it, and here is the output in Python in just 1 second. So if we mention that we have 4 objects, we see that the output is 24. Basically, it is going to calculate n factorial for us. It means that if we have n object, there are n factorial possible arrangements. So if we have only 2 objects, for example, therefore we are having 2 factorial, therefore the output is 2. But if we are having 3 objects, it will be 3 factorial, and the output is 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1, so the output is 6. And when we are having 4 objects, the output is 4 factorial, and it means that we are having 24 possible arrangements. And it's very hard to compute it when we are dealing with a large number of objects. For example, if we are going to have, for example, 5 objects, we see that the possible arrangement, is 120. Then if we are having, for example, 8 objects, we see that the possible arrangement is 40,320. So we see that it's very useful to do things in Python. It's easier and it will give us a solution very fast. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program to calculate the time in years it will take for an investment to double at a given annual interest rate using the following formula. So this is the formula, and we are having the logarithm 2 divided by logarithm plus rate. And it is going to be assigned to a variable called time, and we are going to print time in the output. So first of all, we're going to ask the user enter the annual interest rate as a decimal. For example, for 5%, we type down 0.05. Then whatever the user is going to enter is stored in the rate variable. And then we type down exactly this formula in Python here. Okay, but we need to have the math library. So math.log, in parentheses we type down 2 divided by math.log 1 plus rate, and rate is something that we got from the user, and this is assigned to the variable called time. We call it time, it can be anything, and then we print the output of the time. So when I run this code, it says enter the annual interest rate. For example, the annual interest rate is of 5%, and with 5% of annual interest rate, it would take 14 years, almost 14 years, for my investment to be doubled. Okay, so if I put $100 in my investment bank account, it would take 14 years, approximately 14 years, for my investment to become $200, so to be doubled. So this is how we can calculate it in Python using the math library and logarithm function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to find the remainder of a division. In order to review, when we want to divide 10 by 2, 10 is our numerator and 2 is our denominator. Okay, so we are asking the user to enter a numerator and we are storing it in variable x, for example. Let's say I name it x. And then I am asking the user to enter the denominator, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to store in a variable called y. Okay, so a numerator is asked from the user, which is stored in x. A denominator is asked from the user, and it is stored in y. Then, in order to find the remainder, I need to use the math library and fmod function. So this is my fmod function. And to access that, I need to type down math.fmod. And in parentheses, I need to put two arguments, one before comma and one after comma. So the one that is before comma, I need to put my numerator. And my numerator is stored in variable x as you see it here. So I type down x, and then after comma, I need to type down my denominator, which is stored in variable y. And we can name it whatever we want. We can name it h, we can name it r. It depends on what we want, okay? Then this fmod function from the math library is going to calculate the remainder of the division of my numerator divided by denominator, and we are going to use the print function to print our remainder in the output. So when I run this code, it says enter the numerator here. Okay, so I want to divide 10 by 2, for example. 10 is my numerator and my denominator is 2. It says the remainder of 10 divided by 2 is 0. Yes, okay. So if I type down my numerator to be 11 and my denominator to be 2, now we see the remainder of 11 divided by 2 is 1. So using the fmod function from the math library, we can easily find the remainder of a division. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we're going to talk about functions in Python. So a function is a block of reusable code that performs a specific task. Functions can help us to organize our code, make it more readable, and reduce repetition. In Python, there are two types of functions: built-in functions that are predefined functions like print, len, input, that so far we've worked with many of them in the previous sections, and user-defined functions, functions that we create ourselves. This is the function that we are going to learn in this section. So how to define and call a function. A function is defined using def keyword followed by the name of the function and parentheses. Here, I want to show how to create a function. We use the def keyword and we name the function. For example, this function name is greet, and then the parentheses. In the parentheses, we will learn later in this section that we can pass some arguments to these parentheses later on in this section. But for now, we just know that we need to put parentheses. Then a colon. After that, we are having this print function here. So this is the built-in function, and this is the user-defined function. And this function is going to print hello world message for us in the terminal. So when I want to call this function, I simply just type down the name of the function followed by parentheses, and then this function is called and this function is executed. So when I run this code, you should see hello world message in the output. So now it's compiling because it's for the first time. It may take a bit of time. Okay, now we're having hello world in the output. We saw that we only had this function call here one time, and one time this function executed, and this function is simply typing down hello world. So if I call this function more than once, this function is going to be executed. Oh, sorry, greet. So when I call this function twice, this function is being called twice, therefore this part is executed twice. So whenever we call the function, the compiler goes up here, starts with the first line of the function, and this function is only have a single line, so it is going to print hello world. So we saw that how we can create a function and how we can call a function. And there are three parts for function to remember: the def keyword, the name of the function, and parentheses. And later on, we'll learn about some arguments that we may want to include in the parentheses. So here we could, instead of calling this function, I could type down print hello world. And if I wanted to have it twice, I could type it down twice. Okay? And then run the code. It was going to do the same thing. However, we are using the function to avoid repetition. Now I'm repeating this line twice. Instead, I'm having this code being executed here once and avoiding the repetition. Okay, and it is increasing the readability. So this is why we use functions. And this is just a very tiny example here. For example, we want a function to do some mathematical operations for us. Whenever we call the function, that function is going to execute a certain block of codes to do the mathematical operations for us. And calling a function is much easier, like twice, three times, four times. If you want to call a function four times, it's much easier to repeat all those mathematical operations in the code four times. So it increases the readability of the code as well. So in this section, we're going to focus on functions, and we're going to have more examples of functions later on in this section. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talk about parameters and arguments. Functions can take parameters to make them more flexible. So a parameter is a placeholder inside the parentheses in the function definition. When calling the function, we provide arguments which are actual values. Let me illustrate it with an example here. So I'm using the def keyword. The name of the function is greet, and then inside the parentheses, I'm having one argument or a parameter, let's say. Okay, so this parameter is called name. This function, when it is called, it is going to execute this line of code. It is going to print hello message followed by the name that is passed to this function as an argument. Okay, so this function is going to type down hello message and then type down the name. But what is this name? So when in the main part I'm calling this function, in the parentheses I'm passing Alice. Okay, and this Alice, when the greet function is called, this Alice is going to be passed to the greet function as an argument. And here in the greet function, Alice is stored in the name parameter. And here when I'm printing the hello and then putting the name there, here it is going to print out Alice. So when I run this code, here I'm having hello Alice. So hello is the default message of this function. And whenever I'm calling this function, I'm passing one name, and this name is going to be executed and placed here after hello. Okay. And then I'm calling the function one more time, and this time I'm passing Bob as the argument. So when I pass the Bob here, the greet function is going to be executed, and Bob is going to place in the name parameter, and the name parameter now holds the Bob value, Bob string, and then it is going to print the message hello and then the Bob here. So we saw that how we can call a function with an argument. But in this case, because this function is having an argument in the parentheses, can I just call the function without any arguments? So let us run. The answer should be no. So when I run, I'm having an error here. In the previous video example, we saw that there was no error. But why we are having an error here when I'm calling the function with empty parentheses? The reason is that in the definition of the function, we are having the name parameter declared here. So whenever we are calling this function, we are obliged to pass an argument here, okay? And that argument is going to be printed out in the output of this function. So this function requires to have one argument to be called, and we are passing no argument here. This is why there is an error. But if I have a message here when I'm calling the function, I'm having the Reza Shahin, a string to be passed as an argument for the greet function. Reza Shahin is going to be placed for the name, and then it is going to print hello, and instead of name, because now I'm calling the function with this string, it is going to say hello Reza Shahin. You see here? So this was a coding exercise of how to declare a function, how to call a function, and also how to use parameters or arguments when calling a function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about a scope of variables. So each variable has a scope. They are either local or global. In this video, we are going to talk about local variables. So variables that are declared inside a function are local variables, and they can be only accessed within that function. Let me illustrate it with an example. I'm having a function called greet, and I'm using the def keyword, and there is no argument for this function. So when I call this function, a local variable is initialized to be equal to hello world string, and then it is going to print this variable for me, which is called message. Okay, so I'm having the greet function being called here. So when I run, I see that I'm calling the greet function. The compiler goes up here, initialize the message variable, and then it prints the message variable. So we see the message variable in the output hello world. Okay, but can I access this message variable? So can I print it directly here? So when I run, I see an error. Why? This error comes from the fact that this message variable is a local variable for the greet function, and it's not a global variable, so it would be accessible outside of this function. So this message variable, because it is declared and initialized in our greet function, it is only accessible inside the function. And when I want to use that message variable outside of the function, it returns an error. And how do we know that it's inside the function? Because when we are declaring a function, we start from the beginning of the left side of the note here when I'm typing down, but when I have the colon and when I enter, I start typing something, for example, here, it does not start from the beginning of the left hand side. Okay, it starts with some space. This means that this part of the code that has some space from the left hand side is included in this function that has a colon sign above here. But because here again I'm having the start point as the left side of the page, we see that it's in the global part, it's in the main part of the code. But because here, let me illustrate it with another example. Greeting function, then colon, print hello from the greeting function. Okay, and when I come here and I call this greeting function, Let me run the code. It says hello from the greeting function. It is being printed out here. Why? Because this part is a part of this greeting function. How? Because we see that there is a space there. So this is a part of the above line. Okay, but here that I'm calling this greeting function, there is no space from the left side, so it's not a part of the greeting function but an independent part. So in this video we learned how local variable works in Python, and we learned that they are only accessible within a function that they are declared and initialized and not outside of the function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back. In the previous video we talked about local variables. In today's video we're going to talk about global variables. So global variables are declared outside of functions. So they are global and they are accessible from any functions. To illustrate it with an example, here I'm having a variable called message and it is having a string that the string is hello world. So it's a global variable because it is outside of any function, and this is the only function that I have here. The name of my function is function1. I use the def keyword, and basically this function is going to print this message variable that is defined outside of this function. So this function can access a global variable that is defined and that is declared and initialized outside of this function. This is how nice the global variables are. So I call the function one here, and I expect to have the output message in the output because this function is going to print the message variable, and this message variable is saying hello world. Therefore, when I call this function, I expect to see the message hello world in the output. Also, I can have another print function here that is printing out the message function in outside of any function. So it is also globally trying to access a global variable. So when I run this code, I see two hello world message being printed out in the terminal. So in this lesson, we learned how to declare and initialize a global variable, and we learned that we can access a global variable inside a function even though that variable is declared and initialized outside of that specific function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video we are going to have a coding exercise that have local and global variables together in one example. So if a local variable has the same name as a global variable, the function will use the local variable. For example, I'm having a global variable called number and it is equal to 10. Then I'm having a function called modify number and I'm using the def keyword. In this function, basically, I am initializing a variable called number and it is equal to 5. Then it is going to print this variable number for me in the output. So I call in the main part, I call this modify number function. So it is declaring and initializing a local variable called number, and it is going to print its value, which is 5. And then I'm printing out the outside function, and then I'm trying to print the global variable number. So when I run this code, I see that inside function equals 5. So we see it here, inside function, the number variable equals 5. The outside function, the number variable equals 10. And the reason is why in this function now we are not accessing the variable number which is global. The reason is that we didn't declare global number and then start modifying, for example, number equals, for example, 10. This is why when we are not typing down this line of code, when we are typing down only the declaration of a variable like number which has the same name as the global variable, it is going to consider it as a local variable. However, if I comment this part and I have this part right here and this part right here, I'm using this line for the declaration of the global variable inside my function, and then I'm having this global variable equals to 20. So now the global variable has been modified to 20. So when I run this code, I see inside function the variable is 20, and outside function the variable is also 20. So this is very important to use the global number uh, creation and declaration of the global variable inside the function if we want to use this global variable inside of the function. Otherwise, if we just type down the declaration without the global keyword, it is going to consider that you're declaring a new variable, a new local variable inside of this function. So this is why when I'm having only the declaration equals to 5 and then printing out the number variable, it is printing 5 for me in the inside of the function, but outside of the function, when I'm printing the number variable, it is accessing this global variable. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to write a program that declares a function that takes a number as a parameter and prints whether it's an even number or odd. So here is my function. I'm using the def keyword to declare my function, and I'm having the name of the function called check even odd, and I'm having one argument for this function that we call it number. It could be x, it could be y. We can get to choose this number, okay? And this function is basically checking to see a number if it's even or odd. In order to understand if a number is even, we need to do a division. So when this is a definition of an even number. When a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that that number is even. Otherwise, that number is odd. So let me write it down for you. If a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that number is an even number. Otherwise, it is an odd number. So this is a definition of an even number. So if a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that number is even. And if a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of that division does not equal 0, that number is an odd number. Okay? So for example, when 10 is divided by 2, the output of this division is 5, but the remainder of this division is 0. So we understand that 10 is an even number. But when 11 is divided by 2, the remainder of this division does not equal to 0, is not equal to 0. This is why 11 is an odd number. So now we want to define a function that checks whether a number is even or odd. To do that, we are having one if-else condition here. So the number that is passed to this function, we are having this operation on that number. So this number is divided by 2. And we are checking to see if that number that is passed as an argument to this function, it is divided by 2. And it's the remainder of this division equals 0. We are checking the if condition. If this happens, print even. Otherwise, print odd. So it checks to see if a number is passed to this function. That number is divided by 2. Its remainder equal to 0. If this statement is true, then this part is true. Then it is going to enter this if condition and it is going to print even. Otherwise, it is going to print odd for us. Let me illustrate it with an example. So I call this check even odd function, and I'm passing number 10 as the argument. And I'm calling this function one more time, and I'm calling the function, I'm passing the argument that is 7. So let me run the code. So when I run the code for the number 10, I see even in the output. When I have the number 7, I see odd in the output. So one thing to remember is that I'm using the modular sign here. So the modular sign is going to return the remainder of a division. So this number is divided by this number. When I'm using this modular sign, it means that if this number is divided by this number, print me the remainder. Okay, give me the remainder. So when I'm having, let me illustrate it with an example. So when I have 10 divided by 2 here, when I run this code, you see number 5 in the output, okay? 10 divided by 2. But when I have print 10 modulo 2 and run this code, we have the output 0. What does it mean? It means that if 10 is divided by 2, the remainder of that division is what number? This is 0. Okay, so this is how the modulo sign is going to help us to understand the remainder of a division. It was a very good example. And now we see that here I'm having this block of code being executed whenever we call this function. Just imagine that we were not using the function. So I'm calling the function 2 times using 2 lines. Okay. And this part of the code is written only once. So if I wanted to not have a function, and every time that I was checking a number to see if it's odd or even, I had to write these 4 lines. So whenever, for example, I want to check 10 numbers, each time I had to write 4 lines of code. So 10 numbers multiplied by 4. So 40 lines to check 10 numbers if they are odd or even. However, here I'm having only 4 lines being written only once. And when I'm calling that function, I'm just using 1 line to call this function to do the mathematical work for me. So if I want to call this function 10 times, it will take 10 lines plus these 4 lines that are written only once. It will be 14 lines of code. However, if I want to this mathematical operations, these 4 lines for 10 numbers to be checked, the result will be 40 lines of code. And this is just a simple example. So it is very useful to use functions to reduce the repetition in our code and therefore increase the readability. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that declares a function that takes 3 numbers as parameters and returns the largest number. I'm declaring my function using the def keyword. The name of my function is find_max, and it is taking 3 arguments, a, b, and c, and they're separated by commas. And basically, this function is going to return the maximum number among these 3 numbers. So this is a user-defined function. The user-defined function in this example is find max because we are defining this function, okay? But we are having one built-in function as well. If you remember, we discussed this in the introduction. For example, the print function is a built-in function. So the Python itself give us this permission to use the print function to simply print and do no further works, okay? And this max function also is one of the built-in functions. So when I'm having this max function here, whatever that I'm putting in the parentheses, it is going to calculate the maximum among the numbers, and it is going to return me the maximum number among those numbers. So this function, whenever it's called, it is taking 3 arguments. It is going to call this built-in max function to find which one is the largest number and then return the largest number for me, okay? Now I'm having a variable called largest. It is equal to this line. Basically, this line is going to find max. It is going to call the find max function, and these are the three arguments: 10, 20, and 15. So these three variables are used here as A, B, and C respectively. So 20 is B, C equals 15, and A equals 10. And then this function basically is going to call the built-in function and find the largest number, which is 20, and return that number. And that output of that function is going to be assigned to this variable largest, because there is an equal sign here. And it is going to basically print the largest variable, which we expect to have the output 20. As you see here, we are having 20. Here again, I could have, for example, largest 2, and I'm calling the find max function. I'm having, for example, 100, 2, and 35, for example, and then I'm printing largest 2 variable. So when I run this code, I see 100 is the largest number, and indeed it is a true output for us. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about functions with default values. So we can assign default values to parameters of a function. So if no argument is provided, the default value is used. Here I'm having a function called greet. I'm declaring it using the def keyword, and I'm having a parameter here, but this is a bit different from what we saw so far. Previously, we were having a function, for example, called def hello, and it was having the name, and it was printing in the output for us the hello message, and then, and then the name. Okay, this is what we saw so far. So when I call this hello function, let me comment these two lines. So when I call this hello function and I'm having an argument here, so when I call it, it says hello Reza, okay? And when I call this function with no argument, there is an error here, and we saw that that this error will come up when we are having an argument in the parentheses for the function when we are declaring it, okay? So in order to avoid this error, we are going to have functions with default values. So here I'm having a function called greet with default values. So it has the name again, it has the same argument. It is having one argument in the parentheses, and it has this part that is extra. What is this part is going to do is the following. Name equals friend. And this function, when it is called, it is going to print hello and then print out the name that is used when calling this function. However, we can call this function with an argument and without an argument. So when I call this function with an argument, it is going to say, for example, hello Reza. But when I call this function without any argument, it is going to say hello friend. This is a function with default parameters or default values. So when I call this function now, so let me comment this part. So when I call the greet function and I'm having Charlie here as the argument being passed to this function, and when I run this code, it is going to say hello Charlie, okay? But here when I call this function and I put nothing in the parentheses, if I call the hello function with empty parentheses, we saw that there will be an error. Why? Because it requires an argument. But when I call this function greet, it requires an argument indeed as well. But when I call it with empty parentheses, it is going to by default set this friend string equal to name and assign it to the name, and then consider that name in the output. Whenever I call this function with no argument, it is going to use this default value. This is why we call them functions with default parameters or default values. So let me run the code. Now I'm calling this function and I'm passing no argument. It says hello friend. In the next line, I'm calling the function and passing an argument. It says hello Charlie. Okay, so let me review it one more time. Functions with default values are like this. When we are calling the function with an argument, it is going to place the argument here. So when I call the function with the Charlie argument, Charlie string, it is going to set Charlie to name, and then in the output says hello Charlie, as we see in the code here. But when we have the greet function being called with empty parentheses, it is going to by default use the friend keyword here and put it equal to name and print hello friend in the output. Okay, so this is how a function with default value would work. We learned that this is not possible in normal functions, because in normal functions, when I have this hello function and it has no default value, I must have an argument when I'm calling this function. Otherwise, if I call this function with empty parentheses, it is going to return an error for me. And how we can understand that a function is a normal function or it's a function with default values? It's a good question if you're having it. This is the answer. So this part shows us, okay, this is a function with default value. This is a sign for us to understand. When we see this equal and certain value equals to, for example, the argument of the function, we should understand, okay, this is a function with default value. So when I call this function with my own argument, it is going to use my argument. But when I call this function with no argument, it is going to use a default value itself for that function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to have a coding exercise with functions with multiple return values. So functions in Python can return multiple values. Here is an example. I'm using the def keyword to declare my function, and I'm having a function called get sum and product. And in parentheses, it takes two arguments. And this function, whenever it is called, is going to declare a new variable called sum. And sum equals a plus b. So it is going to have the result of a plus b stored in sum. Then it has a new variable called product, and it is storing the result of a multiplied by b. This sum could be x, and this product could be y, but we are just naming them like that so it increases the readability of the code. So after that, it is going to return the value of sum, this variable that is calculating a plus b, and product, which is this variable that is calculating the multiplication of a and b. Okay? And whenever I want to call this function, as before, I'm having the get sum and product name, so the name of the function, and then in parentheses, I'm having two numbers because it takes two numbers in parentheses as the argument. So 3 and 4. I'm calling this function with 3 and 4. However, because this function is returning two values in the output, this line of code, this call of the function equals two variables on the left side. So the first one is the result of the sum, and the second one is the result of product. And because this get sum and product function is returning first the value of sum and then the value of product, I'm having the first left hand side variable here result of sum, because the first return value is going to be stored in the first variable on the left hand side here, and then the product, which is the second returned value, is going to be stored in the second declared variable in the left hand side. Okay, so this is the point of having a function with multiple return values. It is going to return two values, sum and product, and therefore when I'm calling this function, it equals two variables on the left hand side, one for sum, one for product. And if it is returning sum first, be aware that it is going to store sum in the first variable declared on the left hand side, and the same logic goes for the product. Okay, then I'm printing the result. So I'm saying that print and the message sum, result underscore sum, which is the first variable, and then print the message product, and then result product variable, which is the second variable. So when I run this code, we see this sum message is shown here, and it says the result sum equals 7, and the product is shown here, and the result product equals 12, which are the correct numbers, 7 and 12. So this is a very good example of having a function with multiple values, multiple return values. Why? Because maybe we would like to have a function that does different types of mathematical operations for us. We can combine all these mathematical operations in a single function, and not even 2, 3, or 4 functions. So it is very useful to combine them and ask the function to return multiple values for us after doing the calculation, and then we are assigning them to different variables. As we see, we are trying to learn how to optimize our code as we proceed through the course, because it's very useful to have an optimized code, a code that is having high level of readability. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about return statement in functions. So functions can return a value using the return statement. The value returned can be stored in a variable for further use. Let me illustrate it with an example. So here I'm having a function called add. To declare this add function, I'm using the def keyword, and in parentheses, I'm having two parameters or arguments. They are separated by a comma. The first one and the second one. The first one is called A, and the second one is called B. Whenever we call this function is going to return A plus B. Okay, so this function is going to add the first number and the second number that are passed to this function by doing this line, return A plus B. So let me show you how I'm calling this function. Now when I call this function, I'm having a variable called result, and this result variable equals the result of this function, the output of this function equals this result variable. So I'm calling the add function, so I'm typing down the name of the function, then in parentheses I'm having two numbers and they are separated by a comma, 3 and 5. So 3 is going to be equal to A because this is the first parameter or argument that is passed to this function, and 5 is going to be set to B because this is the second argument that is passed to this function, and B also is the second argument. So I'm calling the add function and I'm passing 3 and 5. And when I'm calling this function is going to return a value for me. It is going to return the value A plus B for me. And A plus B equals 8. So the output of this function is going to be assigned to my result variable here. So 8 is going to be stored in the result, and now I'm printing out the result. So when I have the output, when I run the code, I see that when I'm printing the value of result, I see 8 in the output. I can have, for example, a new variable called x equals add, and then I'm having 2 and 2. I can have y add 5 and 6, for example. I could have z equal add, for example, x and y. And in the output, I would like to have the result of x, then x, print the result of y, then print y, and then finally I want to show the result of z and have the z here. So what I'm doing here is that, again, like the result variable, I'm declaring 3 new variables, x, y, and z. I'm calling the add function, asking the function add to perform the a plus b with 2 numbers, 2 and 2. So when I call this add function, the first 2 is placed for the a, the second 2 is placed for the b, and a plus b is going to be returned when I'm having this line, and the result of the return, the output of the function is going to be stored in x. So I expect the value of x will be 4. Then I'm calling the function another time and assigning the result to variable y. And when I'm calling the function, I'm having 5 and 6. So 5 is a and 6 is b. 5 plus 6, the result is 11. So I expect to have the 11 for the y. So 11 is the output of this function, and this is going to be assigned to variable y. And then I'm calling the function one more time, this time with the variable x and variable y, and they are previously taken 2 values. So I expect the result will be 15 because x is 4 and y is 11. So x is now placed for the a and y equals b. So 4 plus 11 equals 15. So when I run this code, I see the result of x. So here also I'm printing out the output of x, y, and z. The result of x equals 4, which we expected. The result of y equals 11, which we expected. And the result of z equals 15, which we expected. So this is how we can have a return statement in a function to give us some output of the function, and we store that output in, for example, certain variables for further use here. And also we learned how functions can be useful, because now I'm performing this line of code a plus b one time only, but I'm using it 4 times in my code. Instead of typing down these mathematical operations 4 times, I'm just calling it with different parameters. So it is much easier to have a function to do the job for us, and we have different part of the code where we call the function to do that job for us. So we don't have any repetition. We are having the mathematical operations being written only once. This is how it can reduce the amount of code that you're going to write, and this is how it is going to improve the readability of your code, because you're typing down the operations one time, but when we are going to have like 10 times of this operation, instead of having it 10 times being repeated in the code, and it would be not very easy to read, it would be hard to follow. Okay, another time I'm having for example, a plus b, another time I'm having 2 plus 2, 5 plus 6, x plus y, etc. Instead of having these, I'm just calling the function, and the code is being reused several times, and it is being written one time only. So this is how useful the functions are in Python. In the next videos, we're going to dive deeper into this concept. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to write a program that declares a function And this function takes a temperature in Celsius as a parameter and returns the equivalent temperature in Fahrenheit. Here is my function. So I'm using the def keyword to declare my function. This is the name of my function called Celsius to Fahrenheit. And in the parentheses, it is taking one parameter or argument, and I just name it Celsius. We can call it X, we can call it Y, whatever we want. And this function is basically is going to return the value of this statement. This statement is the following. Celsius times 9 divided by 5 in parentheses plus 32. So this is the very famous formula, and we know it from before, that is going to take a Celsius degree and convert it to Fahrenheit. So this is the formula to do that. For example, this Celsius could be, for example, 30, and I want to know 30 degrees in Celsius is what is the temperature of equivalent of 30 degrees in Celsius in Fahrenheit. So this is the Celsius value, so 30 for example, and then using this formula we can get the output of the Fahrenheit temperature. Now to do the job for me, I'm having a variable called temp. I call it x for the sake of simplicity. So I'm having a variable x, and we are calling this Celsius to Fahrenheit function. We're calling this function using the argument 25. What does this 25 mean? This means that I'm having 25 degrees in Celsius and I want to know its equivalent in Fahrenheit. And it is going to call this function with 25 equals Celsius. So 25 is multiplied by 9 divided by 5 in the parentheses, and then plus 32. The output is going to be returned. So when I call this function, this is doing this part for me and return its value. So, and the return value is assigned to X variable. Okay, we are assigning it to X variable. And finally, I'm printing out the X variable. So when I run the code, I see the equivalent of 25 degrees in Celsius is 77 degrees in Fahrenheit. We could try like 18 degrees in Celsius and find its equivalent in Fahrenheit. And we see its equivalent in Fahrenheit is 64.4. So this is how we can take a number and do some mathematical operations on that number and return the output. In particular, in this example, we learned how to get a number as the degree in Celsius and do certain mathematical operations to convert the Celsius number to the Fahrenheit number and return the output. And the returned output is stored in variable x, and then we are printing out the x variable. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that declares a function that takes two numbers as parameters and print their sum. I'm declaring the function called add numbers, and I'm using the def keyword, and in parentheses I'm having two parameters, a and b. And whenever this function is called, it is going to print the value a plus b for me. To call this function, I'm typing down the name of the function, and then I'm typing down two numbers, so 3 and 7. When I call this function, 3 is placed for A and 7 is placed for B, and A plus B means 3 plus 7, and it is going to print the value of 10 for me because it is 3 plus 7. So when I run this code, I see the output 10. I'm having another, for example here for you. I'm having add numbers, meaning that I'm typing down the name of the function. I'm passing two numbers, 10 and 20. I run this code, the output is 30. And let me define another function here, exactly like this. So when I'm having add my numbers, and I'm having A and B as the argument. Oops, sorry. A and B. I'm having the colon. It is going to return A plus B for me. Okay. So when I call this add my numbers function with two values like 100 and 200. So if I run this code, I see the output is 300. So we see here that I'm having another function called add my numbers. The first one was add numbers, and this is a new function that I defined, add my numbers. And in the parentheses, we are having A and B. And this function is going to use a return statement, A plus B. So whenever I call this function is going to return A plus B, and automatically we see the output in the terminal. So this was an example of how to declare a function that does, for example, the sum of two numbers for us. We could either use the print function so that function is going to print the output, or we could use the return statement to have the output of the function. Here I'm printing the output using the print function A plus B. We see 10 and 30 is printed in the output. Here I'm not using the print function, but I'm using the return function, and it is going to return the value A and B, A plus B. So whenever this function is called, this value is going to be returned, and we see the output in the terminal. This was a very good example of how to call a function and how to have a function with print or a return statement to do the job for us. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about how to modify a global variable inside a function. I'm having a global variable called count, and it is equal to 0. Then I'm having a function called increment count, and I'm using the def keyword to declare this function and empty parentheses, so it accepts no argument for this function, then colon. Then in this function, I am declaring the global variable. In order to modify a global variable, for example, in this case, the count variable, I must use the global keyword before declaring this count global variable inside this function. So if you want to modify a global variable, you must use the global keyword and then the name of that global variable that you're intending to modify. So I'm typing down global keyword and then count, meaning that I would like to modify the count variable, which is a global variable. And after that, I, for example, type down count equals 1. So now I modified my global variable. This is what is going to happen in my increment count function. And then I'm calling this increment count function in here. So I'm calling the function. So I expect when this function is called, the global variable count is first declared and then modified. And finally, in my code, I am using the print function to print this global variable here. So when I run this code, I see the output is 1. Previously, when we initialized the count variable, it was equal to 0, but now it shows the value equal to 1. How it worked? It worked using this function. So this function helped us to modify a global variable. To review, in order to modify a global variable, we must use the global keyword and then the name of the variable that we are intending to modify. After that, we type down the name of the variable and then assign it a new number. For example, here I assign number 10. So when I run, this function is being called using this line, and then the modified count variable is printed out in the output. So we see number 10 in the output. So if I put number 1, it is going to make it to be number 1. If I put number 2 here, it is going to print number 2 in the output for us. It depends how we modify and what number we set for this global variable. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program that define a function called calculate, which takes two numbers and return their sum, difference, and products. So it is going to have multiple return values. To do that, I'm having the calculate function being declared here using the def keyword, and it accepts two arguments, a and b. Basically, this function is going to return three values. Each value is separated by a comma. So the first return value is a plus b, the second return value is a minus b, and the third return value is a multiplied by b. Then when I'm calling this function here, I'm calling the calculate function and I'm passing two arguments, 7 and 3. A equals 7 and b equals 3. Why? Because a is the first argument in this function and I'm passing 7 as the first argument, so a equals 7. With the same logic, b equals 3. Then this calculate equals three variables on the left hand side. One variable is called sum, the other one is difference, and the other variable is called product. So a plus b, the return value of this first return value in this function is going to be assigned to the first variable on the left hand side here. So a plus b is going to be assigned to sum. A minus b is going to be assigned to the second variable called difference, and the third return value, a multiplied by b, is going to be assigned to the third variable on the left hand side, which is called product. Then I'm printing out the sum, the difference, and the product. So when I run this code, I have the sum equals to 10, which is true because 7 plus 3 equals 10. I have the difference equals to 4, and the product equals to 21. So in this coding exercise, we reviewed a function with multiple return values, and we saw that we can have one line to do all the mathematical operations in one function. And then when we are calling this function, on the right hand side, we type down the call of the function, and on the left hand side, I'm typing down three variables because this function is returning three values. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to check the validity of passwords input by users. So we would like to have these rules to see if a password that the user entered is valid or not. So first of all, it should be at least 8 characters long. So whatever that is going to the user enter, that is going to be entered by the user, that is less than 8 characters long, it is going to be rejected as a valid password. Then we would have to have one lowercase letter, at least one uppercase letter, at least one digit, and also at least having one specific characters, something like this. Okay, so you see that this is a very practical example that we see in many places that you want to create a profile for yourself. You need to have specific number of characters and some criteria to meet in order to have your password validated. So here I'm going to code that. So first of all, I'm having a function called isValidPassword. Okay. So here, this function that is called isValidPassword is initialized and created using the def keyword, and we are having one argument. And whenever we call this function, we are passing the password. Okay. Then when we enter this function, the first thing that we need to do is to check the length of the password. Using the len function, we can understand the user input is how long, how many characters are included. If the number of characters or the length of the enter password by the user is less than 8, we are going to have this message being shown to the user. Password must be at least 8 characters long. So we are going to check the first criteria using this part of the code. Okay. Then we need to check if it has at least one lowercase, at least one uppercase letter, at least a digit, and have a specific character or not. And these are the characters that we are defining as specific characters. For example, and pound, dollar sign, etc. until the end. This is our defined special characters, and the password must also include one of them. Okay, special characters. So all of them are assigned to false. Initially, we mentioned that, okay, we are initializing these Boolean flags for different character types, and we are assigning them to be false. And we're going to check the entered password by the user. If they are meeting these criteria, we are going to assign true to them. So now we would like to check these characters. First of all, we check each character in the password. So for each character that is in the password that the user entered, we're going to check if that one character is having a lowercase. If this happens, we are going to mention, okay, it assigned true to has lower Boolean variable. It was initialized to be false. But now that we see that the entered password by the user has one lowercase, we are going to assign true to it. And we check also to see if there is at least one character that is uppercase. If this is true, we are going to assign true to has upper, which was initialized to be false. Then we are going to have the is digit. And also for this character, we see if at least there is one character that is a digit. If so, we are going to assign true. And also we are going to have here another for loop. So saying that, okay, for the character, for each character that is in password, if that character is inside this, okay, if it equals to any of these signs. If so, assign true to has special Boolean flag variable. And this part is just for checking the character in the password. And then in order to validate all the conditions, we are going to have an if not condition here. So for example, we mentioned that if we don't have the lowercase, meaning that, for example, if the has lower variable after this for loop is still equal to false, it means that the password that the user entered is not having at least one lowercase character. Therefore, we are going to return this message. Also, we are checking to see if has upper is still false. We are going to show this message. You need to have at least one uppercase letter. If there is no digit, we are going to show this message. If there is no special character, there is going to be this message. And finally, we're going to say, okay, password is valid if all of these criteria has been met. Okay. So let me run the code once and we're going to analyze the code one more time. So initially, we're going to ask the user to enter a password. We're going to assign it to the variable called password. And using the print function, we are calling the isValid password function and passing the argument password. Okay, so password is the argument for the isValid password function. We are passing the password as the argument of isValid password, and all of this is inside a print function because the output of this function, whenever it is called, the output of this function must be printed. This is why we are having the print in the output. So when I run the code, it says enter a password. I would say, for example, Reza for the moment. It says password must be at least 8-character long. So my password is not validated. Why? Because it checks to see if the first condition is this. Is it having 8 characters at least? No, it's not. Therefore, it is saying that it must be at least 8 characters. So I would say now Reza Shahin. Now it at least has 8 characters. I enter. It says password must contain at least one lowercase letter. So here is the message. Okay. Password must contain at least one lowercase letter. This is exactly where the output, what the output is showing here. Why? Because the has lower Boolean variable is initialized to be false. And now here I am going through all the characters of the password. For example, I'm going through R, then E, then Z, then A, etc. until the end, and check if any of them is in lowercase. If so, we're going to assign true to has lower. But this message is only shown when this has lower Boolean variable is not assigned to be true. It is assigned to be false still. So in this for loop, we couldn't find any character that is uppercase, therefore that is lowercase, sorry. Therefore, true has never been assigned to the has lower variable, and therefore we are having this condition being true, so has lower is false, and this message is shown. Okay. So I run the code one more time. I have Reza Shahin, and the last n is a lowercase. Therefore, we are meeting that condition. Okay, lowercase letter is at least one lowercase letter is included. So when I enter, it says this message. You see, password must contain at least one digit. Password must contain at least one digit. So what is the problem with this password? This password has at least the 8 characters, yes. Is it having a lower case letter? Yes, when we are checking the characters one by one, the last character is a lowercase character, therefore this true is assigned to has lower. And all of the other characters are uppercase, therefore when we are checking the is upper function for each character, we are at least one time assigning true to has upper. So also we are having this function is not going to be, this message is not going to be shown because we at least have one uppercase letter. But here we are checking to see if any of the characters that I entered for my password is a digit or not. So because I was not having any digit, this condition never became true, and this true has never been assigned to has digit Boolean variable. Therefore, here it says has digit Boolean variable. Is it false? Yes, it's false. Therefore, it is going to return this message. So now I'm going to enter the same password, Reza Shahin, and I put number 1 in the end. So when I run the code, we see that we get another message. Password must contain at least one special character. This message is shown. So the problem of the digit is now solved because now we are having at least one digit, because when we were iterating through each character, we saw that we had one digit, and true has been assigned to has a digit variable. So this message is not shown. But when we were iterating over the characters and checking to see if there is one of these characters is included in my password to assign true to has a special, we saw that neither of these characters were included in my password. Therefore, no character was having any of these signs. Therefore, this was not true, and therefore true was not assigned to has a special, and therefore we are checking to see has a special. Is it still false? Yes. Therefore, this message is shown. So now what if I have my password Reza Shaheen, the last n is lowercase, we have one digit, and I have this sign. So now it says password is valid. So this is how we can have a password checking validation system to see if the user is entering a password that can meet all of these characters and criteria for us. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to this video. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to find those numbers which are divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5 between 1,500 and 2,700, both included. So we would like to write such a program. In order to write such a program, first of all, we need to define the range. So the starting point is 1,500 and the ending point is 2,700. Okay. Now, in order to find the numbers that are divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5, we need to have a for loop because we need to iterate through all the numbers between this number and this number. And then, if they are divisible or multiply of 5 and 7, we are going to print those values. One important point to consider here is that we are saying that we want those numbers which are divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5. It means that it should pass both conditions, not either of them. If we were looking for either of them, we had to have or word here instead of and. So when we are having and, it means that both conditions must be true. Okay, now we know what we want. We're going to have a for loop saying that for each variable num in the range start and end plus 1, because we know that when we are having a for loop, the starting point is inclusive, but the ending point is exclusive. So when we write down the end, which is 2,700, it is going to loop up to 2,699. Okay, so the end point in for loops is exclusive. So range, starting point, ending point. Okay, so the starting point is inclusive, but the ending point is exclusive. So we're going to start from the starting point 1,700, 500, sorry, and the ending point, we want it to be 2,700. But if we write down this number there, it is going to go up to 2,699. Therefore, we need to add 1 here to have the full range. Then we check if that number is going to be divided by 7 and its remainder of this division equals 0, it means that it is divisible by 7. Yeah. So one condition to understand if a number is divisible by 7 or not is the following. So a number is divisible by 7 only if that number is divided by 7 and the remainder of this division equals 0. In this condition, we know that that number is divisible by 7. So if a number is divisible by 7 only if that number is divided by 7 and the remainder of this division equals 0. In this condition, we can say, okay, that number is divisible by 7. So this we are checking here using the modular operator, because we learned that using modular operator, we can understand the remainder of the division between two numbers. And because we were having the division by 7 and multiplies of 5, therefore we need to have the AND operator here. And here, in order to check if a number is multiplied of 5 or not, again, we are going to do the same test. If a number is multiply of 5, that number, when it is divided by 5, the remainder of this division must be equal to 0. Also, we can say a number is a multiply of, for example, 5 only if that number is divided by 5 and the remainder of this division equals 0 again. In this condition, we also understand that number is a multiply of 5. So if a number is a multiply of 5 only if that number is divided by 5 and the remainder of this division equals 0. So we are using modulo operator to check this. So if this number is divided by 5, the remainder equals 0. So if both of these conditions are true, because we are using AND operator, print that number for me. It means that that number is also divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5. So print that number for me. And this is the message I'm going to print. Here we are saying that numbers divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5 between 1,500 and 2,700 is the following, for example. And then we are doing this for loop to and in each iteration we are going to understand if that number is divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5. If yes, print that number. If no, go up and go for the next iteration. So when I run this code, we see that, for example, numbers divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5 between 1,500 and 2,700. These are the numbers: 1505, 1540, 1575, 1610, 1645, etc. until the end. And the numbers that are not printed out here, they are not divisible by 7 and multiplies of 5 at the same time. This is why we don't have them in the print here in the output. Thank you for watching. So in this video, we learned how to print numbers that are between two numbers. So we discussed how we can find if a number between two other numbers, so the numbers between, for example, 1500 and 2700, all of them between this range, we considered if a number in this range is divisible by 7 and at the same time a multiply of 5. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to construct the following pattern. This is the pattern that we would like to have, and we need to write a program to do this for us. So we see that it's a repetitive pattern. So we are having star being printed in different lines. We can either do it manually. For example, we can have this print star. We can have this. And then in the next line, we can have the print. Now 2 stars, for example, with a distance, etc. until the end. But it's not a very efficient way of doing it. In order to do that, we learned that repetitive tasks are very good to be done using loops. So we are going to use loops here in this example to do the job for us. So first of all, we see that what is the maximum number of rows that we see here. So we are what is the number of columns that we are having here. So here it's only one column. Here we are having first column, 2 column, third column, fourth column, and the fifth column. So we are going to have up to 5 columns. So in one row, first we are having 1 star. In the next row, we are having 2 stars. In the next row, we are having 3 stars. So the maximum number of stars that in one row we can have is 5. This is why we are having our n equals to 5. The maximum stars that are there in one single row is 5. So we are having n equals to 5. Now, let's start the work. We said that for repetitive tasks, it's better to use loops. Here we are going to have a for loop with our iterating variable I for each I that is in the range of 1 and n plus 1, because we learned that when we are having the range, the starting point is inclusive, but the ending point is not inclusive, okay? Therefore, we are having the ending point, which is 5 plus 1 here. And in each iteration, we are going to print the star with the repetition, with the number of I. What does it mean? It means that, for example, when I equals 0, when I equals 1, sorry, because we are starting from 1, print 1 star, okay? But if I equals 2, print 2 star, 2 star, with 1 space between them. Why? Because we are having it here. So we are having a star and then a space multiplied by I. It means that whatever the value of I is, multiply it with this. Okay, so this is going to be printed as large as the value of I. If I equals 1, it is going to be printed once. If I equals 2, it is going to print it 2 times. A star with a space. Okay, if it's 3, it is going to print the star with a space 3 times. Therefore, here, when we are having the I equals 1, we are having 1 star being printed. When we are having I equals 2, we are having 2 star being printed. And then it goes up, increase the iterating variable, I equals 3, it is going to print 3 stars, then 4 stars, until it is 5 stars, okay? So now let me run the code. We see that in the first iteration, we are having I equals 1 because the starting point is 1. We are having 1 star. Then I equals 2, we are having 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, until the end 5 stars, because we are having the endpoint exclusive. 5 plus 1 is 6, and we are going to have therefore up until 5 inclusive, and we are going to have this print. So this print is the first half of the pattern. Okay, so this part is now created. Now what we need to do is to have a for loop, another for loop to print us the stars, the remaining stars, and in each iteration, now instead of increasing the number of stars, reducing the number of stars. Okay, so in order to do that, we are having the second half iteration, an iteration for the second half of the pattern. So we are having a for loop for each I in the range n minus 1 and 0. So it is going to start from 4. Let me have a comment here. Range. So it is going to start from 4, and it is going to continue up until I equals 0, but because it's inclusive, it is going to go one number before that, which is 1. And in this iteration, the point is this. We are going to reduce the iterator variables. So by default, I, when it is equal to 1, in the next iteration, it is going to be 2. In the next iteration, it is going to be 3, etc. But when we indicate that this number, the third argument, we are going to start from 4, I equals 4. In the next iteration, I will be equal to 3 because we are reducing one value from it at each iteration. In the next one, I equals 2. In the next one, I equals 1. And we are going to stop there. Why? Because the ending point is 0 and the ending point is exclusive. So the last number before that is when I equals 1. Okay, so we are having a for loop for each I in this range, starting from 4, ending at 0 exclusive, and in each iteration we are going to reduce the value of I by 1 unit. Then in each iteration we are going to print again stars to the number of I. For example, when we are having 4, I equals 4, we are going to have the 4 stars with 1 space between them. Then in the next iteration, I equals 3, we are going to have 3 stars. Then I equals 2, we are going to have 2 stars. Then I equals 1, we are going to have 1 star. But why we started from n minus 1? Because already we have the row which has 5 stars, which is here in our pattern. So the next row is having 4 stars. So the next for loop that we are writing should have the starting point from the 4. So this is why we choose n minus 1, which is this number. So we want to start from 4 because we already have this row with 5 stars. We're going to have the 4, and in each iteration we are going to reduce the value of I up until it reaches to ending point 0 exclusive. So now this pattern will be created when we are having this for loop. So if I run the code, we see that the second half of the pattern is now also created. So the first part, uh, for the first half of the pattern, we use the first for loop, and for the remaining part of the pattern, we use the second for loop. Here we saw that we started from 4 stars, then 3 stars, then 2 stars, and finally 1 star. So in this video, we learned how we can use for loops to construct this pattern instead of manually printing these stars. So now this way, everything is easier. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to write a Python program that asks a user to enter a string, and we would like to reverse the entered string by the user and print the reversed version of that string, or let's say phrase. In order to access inputs from the user and store it, we are going to have this line of code. We are going to use the input function. We are saying that enter a word, and whatever they are going to enter, we are going to store it in the word variable. And simply, when we want to reverse a word, we are going to use slicing. In order to reverse a word, we need to write down the name of the variable, and then we are having colon colon -1. This way, the compiler is going to directly start reversing that string for us and assigning it to reversed word variable now. And finally, it is going to print the reversed word, which is this message. First of all, is shown using the print function reversed word colon, and then the reversed word is shown here. So this variable that we reversed is shown here. So let me run the code. So when I run this code, it says enter a word. I would say Reza, for example, and I enter. It says the reversed word is Azer. So A, Z, E, and R. Exactly from the end, it starts to reversing our string. So let me try another example here. Reza Shahin. So I enter. It says NIHAHS space. Even the space is there. And then the rest of the work is there to reverse our word, our string, let's say. So if I have a phrase, what would happen? For example, this is the Python online course that we are having here. So it's first of all, it's our original phrase. This is the Python online course that we are having here. And now you see that it starts from the last word and starts reversing the last word, then the one to last, two to last, etc. So you see that instead of here, we are having this word. Instead of having, we are having exactly this word. So having ends with ing. It starts with G N I V A H. So VAH. And then we are having the era instead of the R. And we are having EW instead of V. And the all of the words are reversed here. So in this video, we learned how we can get one string or a phrase from the user and then start reversing it simply using this methodology. So we write down the name of our string that is holding the string inside of it. So the word variable is having the input string from the user. Then we write it down and simply we are having colon -1 starting to reverse our string from, and it is going to basically the compiler is going to start reading our string from the end. So this is why we are using -1. -1 is the index of the last letter in our string. So it is going to start reading our string. For example, if my string is, for example, Reza. Okay, when we are having the indexing, so the index is 0, 1, 2, 3. So for letter, I'm providing the space so I can explain it easier. So for letter R, the index is 0. For letter E, the index is 1. For letter Z, the index is 2. For letter A, the index is 3. Okay. Also, it can be this way, okay, -2, -3, and -4. So here we see that letter A is also having the index -1. Letter Z is having the index -2. Letter E index -3, and letter I index -4. Therefore, when we are using this methodology, basically the compiler starts reading from the last letter of our string, which is also having the -1 index. So the compiler starts reading from here for each word. And when it is going to read from here, it is going to also store it, and now we are having the output which is reversed, because instead of having the Reza, now the compiler is seeing AZER because it is reading it from the end, from the -1, then -2, -3, and -4 until it reaches the starting point, which is R now. Okay, so this is how the compiler treats a reversing, and after reversion, it is assigned to reversed word variable, which is another string, and then we are printing it here in the output. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this video. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program that prints all the numbers from 0 to 6, except for 3 and 6. Okay. In order to do that, the one method is to print, for example, 0, then print 1, etc. until the end manually. But we learned that if we are doing repetitive tasks, it's important to use for loops. So now I would like to use for loops here. Here is my for loop. So for each num is my iterating variable. For each num that is in the range between 0 and 7, we are looking for numbers from 0 to 6, but because we learned that the ending point is exclusive, so we are going to have between 0 and 7, and 7 is exclusive, so it is going to include up until 6. If num equals 3 or equals 6, simply continue. And if this statement is not true, print that number for me. So when I run the code, we see 0, 1, 2, 4, and 5. And 3 and 6 are not being printed. So let me analyze the code for you. Num is my iterating variable here, okay? So in each iteration, num is going to take one value. First of all, num is going to take value 0 in the first iteration. When num equals 0, what happens is the following. It checks to see if num, which is 0, equals 3. No. Is it equal to 6? No, it's not equal, because this condition is not true. Therefore, this block of code, which is one part of the if condition, is not going to be executed, and then it is going to come here. Using the print function, we are going to print that num, which is 0 that we see here, okay? And this end keyword helps us to have all the prints in one line rather than having them in different lines. So if I remove this, for example, when I run, you see that they are not in one line. They are in different lines, okay? So when I have this, everything is going to be printed in one line and with a space, okay? So you see it here. In the first iteration, num equals 0, and we're going to have the 0. Then num equals 1, and we are going to, in the next iteration, 1 equals 3. No. Is it equal to 6? No. Therefore, we're going to go to the print again. We're going to print 1 and put 1 space. Then num equals 2. 2 equals 3? No. 2 equals 6? No. Therefore, we're not going to go to this part and we're going to print. Simply, we are saying that, okay, 2 is printed with 1 space. After that, we are having num equals 3. Here in the next iteration, num equals 3. 3 equals 3? Yes. And because we are using the OR operator, we are not even going to check this part, because when we are having OR operator, either of the conditions must be true. So we don't care if it's the first one or it's the second one. If one of them is true, we are going to have the result to be true, okay? So whenever we are, let me review it here for you. Whenever we are having the AND operator, both conditions must be true to enter it, okay? When we are having the OR operator, however, one of the conditions must be true to have the true output. To have the true output, okay? So when we are having an operator, both conditions must be true to have the true output. But when we are having the OR operator, one of the conditions must be true to have the true output. So we are having the OR operator and one of the conditions, either this one or this one, must be true. And num equals 3 means that 3 equals 3, so it's true. Therefore, we are going to continue and execute this part of the code. So when this condition is true, we are going to say, okay, so we enter this if condition, and the code in the if condition is continue, meaning that do nothing, skip, okay? So nothing will happen, and we are getting out of the if, and we are going to increase the num one more time. So we are having num equals 4. This is why when num equals 3, nothing happens actually. When num equals 3, we are using the key word that is continue, meaning that, okay, carry on, skip, and do nothing. And when we say continue, okay, it is going to go for the next iteration where we are having num equals 4. So num equals 4, we enter the this part again. So 4 equals 3, no. 4 equals 6, no. So this part is not executed and we are printing 4. Then num equals 5. We are having this condition is not true because 5 is neither equal to 3 nor to 6. We are going to print 5. And finally, we are having num equals 6. So we are saying that num equals 3, no. Or num equals 6, yes, therefore continue, enter this part and use the keyword continue. So we are going to continue and do nothing, skip. This is why nothing is being printed here in the output when we are having that num equals to 6. And this can be true for many other situations. For example, we can have num1 in range, for example, between 0 and 101. Let's say between 0 and 100 we want to investigate, but because the ending point is exclusive, I'm saying 0 and 101 colon. Then we check, for example, if num1 divided by 2 equals 0. In this situation, print, for example, the number is even, and we can have this condition here. So when I run the code now, we see that, okay, let me also print the code. Okay, we see that the number is even, the number is even. So also I need to have the num1 in each iteration, so it is going to show me which number is even. So when I run the code, it says the number is even. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, etc. until the end, you see. So we see that here I'm having a for loop from 0 to 100, and if that number, that iterating variable in each iteration is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that that number is even, and we are going to print that number. So this is another exercise combining the concept of for loop and if conditions. Or we could say if it was divided by 7 and the remainder of the division equals 0, it means that that number is divisible by 7. So we can say divisible by 7. So if we want to print the numbers that are divisible by 7 between 0 and 100, we can run this code. We see that all the numbers that are divisible by 7 are printed here in the output. And also we could say, for example, if the number is divisible by 7, continue, do nothing, okay? Otherwise, print the number for me. So print the num, and we are going to have also the end keyword to have all the numbers in one line. So when I run the code, okay, we are having a very large range, so we are having a lot of output. Let me reduce the range. So when I run the code, we see that, okay, here let me first comment this part. So now if I run the code, we see between the range of 0 and 50, all the numbers that are divisible by 7, we're not printing them here. And we are printing all the numbers except those that are divisible by 7. Okay, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 we don't have. Then we have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 we don't have. 21, for example, we don't have. 28 we don't have, etc. until the end. So this is how we can combine the concept of for loops and if conditions in order to check certain conditions and continue and skip and do nothing in certain conditions and do something else in other conditions. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program that accepts a string and calculate the number of digits and letters. For example, when I run the code, it says enter a string. I write down Reza Shaheen, and it says the number of letters, it's 10, and the number of digits it's 0. Okay, so we would like to write a program to calculate number of letters and digits. Okay, in order to do that, first of all, we're going to start with this message. We're using the input function to show this message to the user, enter a string, and then we are going to ask the user to enter a string, and whatever the user is going to enter, we are assigning it to text variable. We are having two counters here, letter count and digit count. So we are going to initialize them to be 0 because whenever we see a letter, we are going to increase it. So this way we are counting the letters and digits. Now we need to have a for loop. So in order to have a for loop, we are having our iterating variable, which is called char. So for each char in the text, this is the variable that we stored the string that we got from the user. If that character is a letter, increase the value of letter count by 1. And if that letter is a digit, if that character, let's say, is a digit, increase the digit count. And we are going to use the is alpha and is digit function to do that. Basically, this function is going to help us to see if one character is a letter or it's a digit. So in order to understand if a char is a letter, we can use the is alpha function, meaning that, for example, if the name of my character is char, like this, char dot is alpha is going to tell us the answer is true or false. If it's true, it means that this character is a letter. If the output is false, it means that this character is something else. It's not a letter, let's say. So here, in order to check if one character is a digit or not, we are also going to use the is digit function. Okay. So here we are going to check to see if that specific character is a digit or not. If character is digit, this line of code is going to return true for us. If that character is not a digit, it is going to return false for us. So here we are iterating through each character of my string here, text, and checking each character one by one. So I say that character, in the first iteration. For example, let me run the code one more time. I say my string is Reza. It says we are having 4 characters. Let me say Reza 1. Okay, it says 4 characters, 1 digit. So now let's see how it works. In the first iteration, my character equals R because my string is Reza 1. Okay, in the first iteration, the char equals R. And then we check to see if R is a letter. What is the answer? Yeah, it's true. So because this statement is true, we are going to enter the if condition and we are going to increase the value of letter count by 1. So letter underscore count plus equal 1, meaning that we are going to increase it. Then in the second iteration, char equals E. And we are going to check if this character, which is E, is a letter. Yes, yes. Therefore, we are going to increase this value again. We are going to have letter count. Another time it is increased. So here, letter count was equal to 1. Initially, it was 0 because we initialized it here. Okay. Then after this iteration and doing this, it became 1. Now after the character E in the second iteration, we are increasing the number of letters. Now it is also increasing by another 1 value, so it becomes 2. Now we are having the character. What is the next character? This is Z. Okay, character equals Z. We check to see Z is a letter. Yes, the answer is true. So we are going to increase this value again. We are going to increase this value one more time. Therefore, the number of letter counts now equals 3. In the next iteration, we are going to have char equals to 1. We check to see if char is a letter. Yes, so we are going to increase the letter count one more time. So now it's equal to 4. And finally, the last character is this one, okay? Is this one, 1. So we can have char equals 1. So this time, when the character is 1, we check this part. If the character is a letter, the answer is no. It's false because it's not a letter, it's a digit. This time, my character is getting the value 1. Therefore, because this statement is not true, it's not going to execute this part. It goes and check the next condition. Here, we are checking to see if our character is a digit. Is it a digit? Yes, the answer is true. Therefore, we are going to increase the value of digit count. Therefore, here the character equals 1. So digit count plus equal 1, meaning that the digit count equals 1. So now we iterated through all the characters of my string and we calculate the final number of letter count to be 4 and digit to be 1. So after finishing this for loop, we are having the number of letters in the output. We are using the print function. So letter count is being printed, number 4. This is exactly what we expected. This is what we calculated. And also, we are seeing that number of digits. So it is digit count. So it is 1, which is exactly what we had here. So this is how actually we can get a string from the user. We can initialize the counters for letters and digits, and then we can loop through the string that we got from the user, and each character can be investigated one by one to see if it's a letter or if it's a digit. And in the end, because when it is a letter, we are going to increment the value of letter counter. If it's a digit, we are going to do the same. We are going to increase the counter. And in the end, we are going to print the letter count and digit count. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to check if a triangle is equilateral, isosceles, or scalene. So first of all, we need to know what are these triangles. Let me review the definitions. So a triangle is equilateral if all sides are equal. Okay, so a triangle is equilateral if all sides are equal. For example, side 1 equals side 2 equals side 3. So, for example, side 1 is 5 centimeter and side 2 and side 3 are also 5 centimeters. Therefore, side 1, for example, equals 5, side 2 equals 5, side 3 equals 5 as well. It means that side 1 equals side 2 equals side 3. When we are having this situation, we call our triangle equilateral. Now, we call a triangle isosceles if a triangle is isosceles if two of the sides are equal. Okay, it means that, for example, side 1 equals 5, side 2 equals 5, and side 3 equals, for example, 10, for example. So these two sides are equal. This is why that we can call this triangle isosceles. Okay, so two sides are equal. This could be side 1 and side 2. This could be side 1 and side 3. This could be side 2 and side 3. So if any of the two sides of a triangle is are equal, we are going to call that triangle isosceles. Okay. Then we are going to have the scaling triangle, meaning that neither of the sides are equal. So a triangle is scaling if neither of the sides are equal, meaning that side 1, for example, equals 2, side 2 equals 3, and side 3 equals 4, for example. In this situation, we are going to call this triangle a scaling. So we would like to write a Python program to check if a triangle is equilateral, isosceles, or scaling. And we reviewed these three definitions to have a better understanding of what it means to have a triangle that is equilateral, a triangle that is isosceles, or a triangle that is scaling. Okay, now, first of all, we are going to ask the user to enter three numbers. So we are going to use the input function and ask the user to enter side 1. We are going to save it as a float because when we are using the input function, by default, it's a string. We are going to convert it to float and assign it to a. We are going to do the same thing with side 2. We are going to use the input function to get it, and then we convert it to float and assign it to b. And side 3 is also goes through the same procedure and is assigned to c. And now, in order to understand if a triangle is of the type 1, 2, or 3, we need to define a function. This is our function, check triangle. In this function, we are going to check if the triangle is equilateral, isosceles, or scaling. But before that, we need to check the sides of our triangle to see if they are valid or not, because it means that when we are having the addition of two sides, it must be larger than the third side. Okay, the third side, yeah. So for example, a plus b must be larger than c, and a plus c must be larger than b, and b plus c must be larger than a. This is a general rule for sides of triangles of a valid triangle. So first of all, we are going to check this. If this part is true, we are going to call the check triangle function. Otherwise, if this statement is not true, it means that we are not even having a valid triangle. We need to revise it, and this message is shown. The given sides do not form a valid triangle. Okay, so we imagine that we are going to enter inputs that is a valid triangle. We are going to call the check triangle function, and we are going to pass three arguments, a, b, and c. So the check triangle function is called using three arguments, a, b, and c. So we check to see if the sides, all of them are equal. So a equals b equals c. If this statement is true, we are going to print this message. The triangle is equilateral. Okay. But if this statement is not true, so this part is not going to be executed. And we go for the next condition. If a equals b, or b equals c, or a equals c. So here we check to see if any of the two sides of the triangle are equal. So a equals b, or b equals c, or a equals c, because if any of these conditions is true, it means that we are having an isosceles triangle. So we check all the sides 2 by 2 if they are equal. If we at least have two sides that are equal, it's an isosceles triangle. Okay, if all of them are equal, it's equilateral. So we check A with B if it's equal or not, B with C or A with C. If any of these conditions, any of these three conditions is true, we are going to enter this else part and we are going to this elif part and we are going to print this message. The triangle is isosceles. Otherwise, if neither this condition nor this condition is true, it means that the triangle is scaling. So we are going to print the scaling message in the output. Okay, so this is how we can check the type of our triangle. So let me run the code first. It says enter side 1, I say 5, enter side 2, I would say 5, enter side 3, I say 5. So all of the sides are equal. We expect to have this message. The triangle is equilateral. So when I enter, it says the triangle is equilateral. So we call the check triangle function and we see with these three arguments, and then we check here A equals B equals C. Yes, so the triangle is equilateral. Then this message is shown. So if I run the code one more time, so 5, 6, and 7, when I run the code, this time it says the triangle is scaling. Why? Because we are having a triangle and neither of the sides are equal. So 5, 6, and 7. The first one, all of them must be equal. The second one, two of them must be equal. And if neither of them are equal, it's scaling. And finally, we are having, for example, another triangle, which is 5, 4, and 5, let's say. And this is a triangle of type isosceles. So this one. Why? Because the first side and the second side, both of them are the same number. So here we check A equals B, 5 equals 4, no. B equals C, 4 equals 5, no. A equals C, so 5 equals 5, yes. Therefore, it enters and checks here. The triangle is isosceles. So in this video, we learned how we can write a program to check if a triangle is of type equilateral, isosceles, or scaling. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to count the number of characters in a string. In order to do that, I would like to define a function that is going to do the counting of each character. So in each character, frequency is counted inside this function, char frequency. What I'm going to do here is the following. For example, when I run the code, it says enter a string. So I write down Reza, for example. When I enter, we see that it says R, the frequency is 1, E, the frequency is 1, Z, the frequency is 1, and A, the frequency is 1. So our program counts the number of frequency of each character. When I run the code one more time, I type down Reza R, for example. This time it says we are having two R, one E, one Z, and one A. So here, first of all, I ask the user to enter a string. And we use input function to get the string from the user. We assign it to text. Then we are having the call of the function of the char frequency. This is the name. And we are passing text variable as an argument of this function. And the output of this function is assigned to variable called frequency, okay, which is a dictionary. But let's see what's happening inside this char frequency function. When we call this function, the compiler comes here. It checks the name of the dictionary, the name of the function, and okay, so this is the function that was called. When this function is called, this part of the code is going to be executed. So first of all, we are creating a dictionary to store character count. And as a reminder, when we are having a dictionary, we're going to have key values. Okay, so a dictionary is having key value pair. It means that, for example, for the key one, we are having value 1, then we are having, for example, key 2 and key 2, then we are having value 2, for example, etc. Okay, so just imagine that we are having a dictionary with 2 keys and 2 corresponding values. So it's a key value pair, a dictionary. We are having the key 1, its corresponding value, key 2, its corresponding value. Here exactly, if you see that R is my key and its corresponding value is 2. So in a dictionary, we can easily count the number of frequency for each character. Now I created an empty dictionary here. Then we are looping over the S. So for each character that is in S. And what is S? S is exactly what we passed as argument to call the function. And what did we use to call the function as an argument? This is the text, which is what the user entered. So the entered string by the user is stored in text. We pass text as an argument for the char frequency call of function. Here we just name it s, and we are now looping over the string that the user enters. So we are looping over the string that the user entered. Okay. Now that we are looping over each character of a string that the user entered, just imagine the string is Reza R. Okay. Now, for example, in first iteration, character equals R. So we are looping over R. Then in the next iteration, character equals E, character equals Z, equals A, and equals R. So in each iteration, we move forward character by character. Now we are saying that for each character in the string, if character is inside the frequency dictionary, what does it mean? It means that, for example, we are checking to see now that in the first iteration, char equals R, okay? We want to see if R is in frequency dictionary, okay? In order to check that, we need to check the keys of my dictionary. And first of all, in beginning, initially, this dictionary is empty. So when in the first iteration, when we are having the character R and we are checking to see if R is inside the frequency, the answer is false because initially it's an empty dictionary. So there is nothing inside that. Okay. Now that this statement is not true, we are not going to execute this part of the code and we go to the else part. When we go to the else part, now we are having the value of that character in the frequency dictionary equal to 1. Okay, so we are creating one element for the frequency dictionary here. So what's happening here is the following. So now frequency dictionary is having one key and its corresponding value. Okay, let me repeat it one more time. So what's happening here is the following. So first of all, we started by looping over the string that the user entered. So we are having the character by character, we are looping over the string. For example, if the string is Reza R, first we start by R. We check if R is in the frequency dictionary. The answer is no, because initially it's an empty dictionary. So this part of the code is not executed. We go to the else part. Here we are creating a key for this dictionary, which is R, and we assign its value to be 1. Okay? And after this has been implemented, we go up, we move to the next character, and next character is now E. So now the next character is E here. Okay? So now we check if E is in the frequency dictionary. Now our frequency dictionary has one key and its corresponding value, which is R and 1. So E, is it inside the frequency? No, because we only have R, so this part is not executed. Then we move on to the else part, and we are creating a key with the name E, and its value is 1 in the frequency dictionary. So now the next one is created, which is E, and its value is 1. Okay, so we go for the next character now. Next character is Z. So Z, is it inside the frequency? No, because here we only have R and E. So we go to the else part, and we are creating another key which is called Z, and its value is 1 in the frequency dictionary. We do the same with A. So A is not existing already there. We are creating one uh, and assign it to the A key. Now that we are going to the last character, the last character is R. So we check R, is it in the frequency? Yes. Now the answer is yes, because we already have one R. So in this case, we are going to increase its value by 1. Okay. So we are going to increase the value of the R key in the frequency dictionary by 1. So it is already 1. We are going to increase it by another 1 unit, so it will become 2. Okay, so let me repeat the last part. We are going to have the last iteration. So the last iteration is over R. We check to see if R is already there. Yes, R is already there. So R is there. So this statement is true. We check to see if this character is already in the frequency dictionary. Yes, therefore we are going to increase the value of R in the frequency dictionary by 1. So it was already 1. We are adding another 1. It will become 2. This is how this function is going to count the number. So the number of frequency of each character. So in this frequency dictionary, now I have R equals 2, E equals 1, Z has the Z has the value 1, and A has the value of 1. So A, Z, E, and R, they are my keys. As we said, it's a key value pair, and it's 2, 1, 1, and 1. It's their corresponding value. As we expected here, we saw the same thing in the output. So we were here. So here we called the function. We did all this computation, and in the end, we are returning the dictionary frec, okay, or let's say frequency. We are returning this dictionary. So we created this dictionary and we are returning it now. Okay, and the return dictionary is assigned to this frequency variable, which is itself a dictionary. Now we would like to display character frequencies. So everything is inside this dictionary now, frequency, because the output of the function was assigned to this variable. Now we are having that. We are looping over characters and values. Let's say we call count here. These two are my iterating variables, character and count. And they're going to iterate over the keys and values respectively. Okay, keys and values, keys and values. For example, this char
iterating variable is going to iterate over all the keys R, E, Z, A, and this count variable is going to iterate over their corresponding values 2, 1, 1, and 1. Okay. In frequency.items, when we are having the frequency.items, frequency is the name of the dictionary. .items means that the items function is going to help us to iterate over the keys and values. Now, in each iteration, we are going to print the character with its corresponding value. So in each iteration, we see R, for example, and its corresponding value is 2. So R is my character, its corresponding value is 2. We're printing it. Then in the next iteration, we are having E and 1. So E and 1, Z and 1, and A and 1. So this way, we are having a function to count the frequency of characters. And also in the end, to display these character frequency, we are using a for loop to iterate over key and value pairs of my dictionary. So in this video, first of all, we reviewed dictionaries, we reviewed how they are created, and we learned that a dictionary is a key value pair, and then we learned how to count the number of frequency of different keys in a unique dictionary. After that, we learned how to iterate through key value pair in a dictionary. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to get a string made of first and last two characters of a given string. So if the string length is less than 2, return empty string instead. Or we can say, or a message, return an error message. Okay. So here is my code. When I run, it is going to return the first two and last two characters of a given string. For example, I'm calling the function using this string Python. What I get in the output is PYON. So the first two characters and the last two characters. I called it using hi Reza. I say I get hi, the HI and ZA in the end. And when I call the function with the string less than two characters, I'm going to get this message. It must have at least two characters. Okay, so this is my code. But how can we do that? So here I'm having a function called first and last two. It accepts one parameter. Whenever we call this function, we need to have one parameter. So here I call this function first and last two with the argument Python. So I'm calling the function with a string. Here, first of all, in the function, I check to see if the length of the argument that is passed to call this function is less than 2 or not. So if it's less than 2, we are going to return this message. It must be at least 2 characters. Okay? So if the length is less than 2, it is going to show this message. But if it's not less than 2, we're going to return this part. And what is this part? Basically, this part is having a new string being returned with the first two characters and the last two characters of the S string. So for example, if my string is Python, here what's happening in the return, it is returning the S2 plus S minus 2, okay? And basically this part is going to create a new string that is py, which is the first two characters of my string Python, which is py, plus the last two characters, because we are having the index minus 2, okay? So the last two characters plus on, okay? So this one will become PYON in general in the end. So this is what we have as the output, as you see here. But why -2? So if I have a string here, let me give you another example. If I have a string called Python, the indexing works like this: 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the indexing. So index of the P character is 0, index of Y character is 1, etc. until the end. The index of N is 5. So the character N has the index 5. We also have another method for indexing a string. We can start from the end. So when we start from the end, the last one is -1. For example, the character N, the index is -1. Then the character O, the index is -2. Character H, index is -3. Character T, index is -4. Character Y, index is -5. And finally, the character P, its index is -6. So we can either count from left to right for indexing where we are having from 0 until 5, or we can count from right to left, which will have this way. So n equals -1, o equals -2, etc. So this is the indexing of our characters of this string. So when we are having the string s, the first two characters, it will be index 0 and 1, which is p and y. And when we are having the -2 and then colon, it means that start from the -2, which is o, and go until the end, which is o and n. Okay? So this is how we can have this. So -2, it will be O and N. If I write down -3 and then colon, it means that it starts from H and continue until the end. This is how we can create a string from the first two letters and the last two letters. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to change a given string to a newly string where the first and last characters have been exchanged. So what we are doing here is the following. I'm having, for example, a string called Python, and in the output, we see that the first character, P, and the N, the last character, they have been exchanged in the output. So N is now my first character and P is my last character, while the rest of characters remained the same. You see it here. Yeah. So also this happens for the hello. H and O, they have been exchanged. We see O is my first character, H is my last character, and the rest of the characters are the same. And if we are having a character with less than 2, length of less than 2, let's say, we're going to have this message, not long enough, not long enough. So what we are doing here? First of all, we are calling the swap first last function. And this function, what is it going to do? It's going to create a new string, and it is going to exchange the first and last letters. So swap first last function, we are calling it with an argument s. Here when I call this swap first last function, I'm having a string as argument that is passed. Then we check if the length of the passed argument is less than 2 or not. If it's less than 2, we're going to have this message being shown, not long enough, exactly as we have here. But if the length is larger than 2, we're going to return this part. Because this statement is not true, then we're going to go here and execute this part of the code. So what this part of the code is doing. So my string is hello, let's say. Okay. This part of the code is saying that s with the index -1. So the character with the index -1 of my s string, and this is my string. The character -1 refers to the last character, okay? Character with the index -1 refers to the last character. So create a new string where the first character is O because we are putting it in the beginning. So the first character is O. Why? Why O? Because we are calling the string with character of index -1, and character with the index -1 is O. In the S, for example, a string which is hello. So the last character, which is having the index -1 of my string hello, is O. Okay, so I write down O here, plus, then we are having a new separation, let's say. So we are having now character from 1 to -1, and the ending point is exclusive. So we are writing it down like the following: from index 1, which is E, until index O, which is the -1, but the end is exclusive. Therefore, we're going to be having this. Okay. And why we are having index 1 from E? Because when we are having a string like hello, the indexing starts from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, this is my indexing. And now H is having index 0 and E is having index 1. Okay, so from 1, which is the starting point, and the starting point until ending point. But we need to be very careful. Ending point is exclusive. So ending point is exclusive. We are going up until -1, but -1 is not included. Okay, so we start from 1, which is E. We go up until -1, but because it is not included and it is excluded, uh, we are not going to have that. So we are having ELL. Okay, so ELL plus. Now we are having the index 0 of our string. So we mentioned that this string hello, the index 0 is the first character, which is H. So here is my H now. So now we are creating a new string with these characters. So O, E, L, L, and H. Okay. So this is how we are going to exchange the first letter and the last letter. Also here, I'm having another example for Python. The same happens here. So we are going to, let me write it down here. So we are having a string called Python. First, we are putting the last character, which is N, plus YTHO plus P. Why? Because we are saying first the last character, which is N. So we are putting it here. Then start from the character with index 1 and go up until character -1, but the -1 is exclusive. So this is index 1, which is Y. Go up until -1, but -1 is exclusive. So we go 1 to the left. We are having the YTHO as we have here. And finally, we are having index 0 of the string S. So index 0 of this string means that we are talking about the first character here, which is P. So now we created a string that is like this: NYTHO and P, exactly as we see here in the output. And in case that we are calling the swap first last function with any string that has the length less than 2, we are going to have not long enough message because it's less than 2. So the length of the character is measured through the len function. If it's less than 2, if this statement is true, we're going to show this message not long enough. So in this video, we learned how to exchange the first and last characters of a given string. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program that creates a function, and this function is going to check if a given string is palindrome or not. So palindrome means that it reads the same backward as forward using Boolean values. So here is my string. So you see that when I read the string madam, from the left to right, it is madam, and if I reverse it, it will be madam again. So this is what we call palindrome. So reads the same backward as forward, okay? And also here, this word is also a palindrome. So race car is my string, and if I read it from the right, which is RAC, which E, race, and CAR, race car. So from right when I read it, it's race car. From left when I read it, it's race car. However, the word hello, it's not the same. So when I read the word hello, from left it's hello, from right it's something like ole. And for example, for the next word, which is level, if I read it from left, it's level, and if I read it from right, it's also level. And finally, we are having the Python. So if I read it from left, it's Python, but if I read it from right, it's not Python. I'm not sure even how we can pronounce it. Nofip, something like this. So this is how we can understand if a string is palindrome or not. In order to understand this using Python, we write down a function that is called isPalindrome. And in this function, whenever we call this function, we are passing one argument. So we call this palindrome function with one argument called s. So whenever I call this function, I'm having one string. So the string is madam here. So isPalindrome race car. So whenever I call this function, I'm having one argument being passed. So in this function, first of all, we use the def keyword to declare our function. This is the name of the function, and this is the arguments of the function. And in this function, we only have one argument. So in this function, what we are checking here is the following. We check to see if the string s equals to s when it is being reversed. So it checks to see if s string equals to its reversed version, and its reversed version is colon minus one. Okay, s colon minus one. This is the reversed version. Whenever I want to reverse a string, I'm going to do this. Okay, so now because this function, let's say this code will help me to reverse my string, I'm checking to see if my original string equals its reversed version. Okay, so here we check to see if it equals its reverse version. And when I call this isPalindrome function with the madam string, or let's say argument or parameter, the output is true. Why? Because the original string, which is madam, is equal to its reversed version. Then we are having the race car, it's also true, but for hello, it's false. For level, it's true. For Python, it's false. So one thing here to mention is the following. So for example, if I have my string equals Reza, okay, this is my string, then my new string equals my string colon minus one. So now print the reversed string is, then I would like to have my new string being printed. So when I run this code, you see that my original string is Reza. I want to reverse it. So now that I want to reverse it, I create a new string called my new string, and my string, which is Reza, is reversed using colon -1. And now I'm printing my new string, and you see that it is reversed. Other. It's the reversed version of Reza. Okay? So this is how we can reverse a string. So here we are exactly doing the same thing. In this function, we are having the original string and checking to see if it equals its reversed version. If this part is true, if they are equal, we are going to have the true in the output. If they're not equal, we are going to have the false in the output. So in this video, we learned how we can check if a string is palindrome or not. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that calculates whether a person is eligible for voting based on their age or not. Here is my function. So it is called can_vote, and it needs one argument. And whenever we call this function, therefore, we need to have one argument. And for example, here, I'm calling the canVote function with the argument 20. So I'm passing this argument to the canVote function to check if this person with 20 years old can vote or not. Also with the age 18, also with age 16. So we're going to have three inputs to check whether the person can actually vote or not. So here, whenever this function is called, this code is executed and checked, investigated, let's say, these if parts. So first of all, we are checking to see if the age that the user entered or the age that we are investigating is larger than or equal to 18. If so, if this condition is true, it means that we are eligible to vote, because this is the only condition that we are defining here. So this person is larger than, it's more than 18 years or equal to 18, that person can vote. So we're calling the function with number 20. We check to see, okay, 20 is larger than 18. Yes, so you are eligible to vote. So when we run this code, we see this message here. You are eligible to vote. Then we call the function with number 18. And 18, is it larger than or equal to 18? Yes, you are eligible to vote. Therefore, this message is also printed in the output. However, when we call the function with a number that is lower than 18, because this is the criteria for checking if someone can vote or not, we are calling a function, we are calling the function with a number lower than 18, for example, with 16. We check to see 16, is it larger than 18? No, it's not true. Therefore, this part is not executed and the else part is executed. Because whatever that is not inside this condition is going to fall into the else part. And this message is shown. You are not eligible to vote. You need to wait 18 minus age. So 18 minus the enter age, which will be 18 minus 16, so 2 more years. So you need to wait 2 more years. So here you see you are not eligible to vote. You need to wait 2 more years. So this is how we're going to have the output. So now if I want to have another input, for example, can vote, and in parentheses, I write down, for example, 10. So we want to check to see if someone with the age 10 can actually vote or not. So here we're calling the function 10. Is it larger than 18? No. So this part of the code is not executed and we fall into the else part, and we see this message. You're not eligible to vote. You need to wait 18 minus 10. It's 8. 8 more years. So when I run the code, you see that we are having this message. You're not eligible to vote. You need to wait 8 more years. So this is how we can actually combine the concept of functions and if conditions in Python to check a simple condition. If the person is older than or older than 18 years old, or the person is 18 years old, the person can vote. Otherwise, it's not possible and they need to wait. And how much they need to wait? The difference between their age and the number 18. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program that creates a function. And this function is called factorial. This function needs to calculate the factorial of a number that is a non-negative integer. So whenever I call this function, I need to have an argument being passed. So here I'm calling the factorial function and I'm having one number, for example, number 5. It means that I would like to calculate the factorial of 5. So here, when this function is called, n equals 5 in this part, and 5 is it lower than 0? If it's lower than 0, show this message, invalid input. Please enter a non-negative integer, okay? However, if it's not lower than 0, do the following. Assign a new variable, initialize a new variable called result, and it is equal to 1. And define an iterating variable, which is I. So for each I that is in range 1 and n plus 1, and we know that the ending point is exclusive, so we are having the range, starting point, ending point. And the ending point is exclusive. This is why we are having n plus 1, okay? So actually it is going to go start from 1 and goes up to n. And in each iteration, we are going to have the results equal result multiplied by I. So this formula exactly equals this formula. So if you think that this one is easier to understand, you can simply write it down. The results will be the same because they are the same thing. So in the first iteration, I equals 1, we are going to have result equal 1 multiplied by 1, and therefore result equals 1. Why 1 multiplied by 1? Because we are multiplying result by I, so result is 1. And in the first iteration, I is also 1, so result is 1. Then we are having I equals 2. So result will be 1 multiplied by 2. Result will be 2. Why? So we are having result multiplied by I. So result is 1 because from previous iteration it's 1. And I equals 2. So it will be 2 here. Then we are having I equals 3. For example, we are having result equals 2 multiplied by 3. 2 multiplied by 3. So now result will be 6. But how? Because we are having result multiplied by I, so result is 2 from the previous iteration, we have it. And also I equals 3. So we are having number 3 here, 2 multiplied by 3, it's 6. Then we are having I equals to 4. Result equal 6 multiplied by 4. So result is 24. And finally, in the last iteration, we are having I equals 5. So result 24 multiplied by 5. And the result will be 120. So result will be 120. So in the last iteration, we are having result multiplied by I. So result from previous iteration is 24 and I is 5. So we are having 24 multiplied by 5. It means that we are going to have the result equals 120. And because now I equals 5, we wanted to continue up until n plus 1, and n plus 1 is exclusive. So n was 5. Oops, sorry. So n was 5. We were supposed to go from 1 to 5 plus 1, which is 6. So 6 is exclusive. So we are going to go up until 5. So I is going to start from 1 and it is going to continue up until 5 because we wanted to calculate the factorial of number 5. Okay, so after finishing this loop, we are going to return the result, which is 120. So we're going to return it and therefore print this because we called this function with the argument 5. So it is going to return the result. So we're going to have the print 120 in the output. And next time I call this function with number -3. So when I call this function with number -3, it comes here. We check first of all to see if -3 is lower than 0. The answer is yes. So we are having this message being shown in the output. Invalid input. Please enter a non-negative integer. So this is why we see this message in the output. So basically in this code, we learned that we can have the calculation of different numbers factorial. For example, we can have factorial of, for example, 3. And when I run this code, we see that the factorial of 3 is 6. The factorial of, for example, 10. Let's calculate this one. So this one is this number, okay? We can have the calculation of factorial of 6. It's 720. So this is how we can have the factorial of any positive number using this factorial function. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python function that takes two Boolean values as input and return the logical and or of those values. So here is my example. I have my two Boolean variables a and b. One of them is true, the other one is false. And we want to define a function that checks the relation between these two, the and or. Okay, so here is my logical operations function. So this is a function called logical operations. It requires two arguments, a and b. So whenever I call this function, I need to have two arguments, a and b. So here I try to call this function logical operations a and b. Then we are assigning the result of this function to and value and or value. So we are having two variables on the left hand side, meaning that this function is going to return two values for us. Here you see this is the function output. So the first output, the second output. So the first output is going to be assigned to the and value. The second output is going to be assigned to or value. So this is how this function works. We're calling the function with two variables. On the right hand side, we are having the call of function. On the left hand side, we are having two variables. It means that this function is going to return two values for us, and or. Okay, so it is returning also two values. After doing the calculation by this function, these two values are assigned to add and or values. Finally, we are showing the and value and or value. So what does this function do? Logical operations. Two variables, let's say two arguments are required for this function. So a and b. First of all, we are checking the relation between a and b. So a and b, the relation is either true or false. It is assigned to and result. A or b, the output can be true or false, and it is assigned to or results. But the question is when it is going to be true, when it is going to be false. So when we are having a equals true, b equals false, when we are having the and operator, both conditions must be true to have an output of true. Okay, so when we discuss and operator, if both of them are true, the result is true. So let me write it this way. True and true, it's true. True and false, it's false. False and true, it's false. And we are having false and false, it's false. So when we are discussing the AND operator, both of the conditions must be true so that we can have the output to be true. You can see it here. So true and true, so the output is true. But if one of the conditions is false, for sure the output will be false. So when we are having true and true, the output is true. But when we are having true and false, the output is false. When we are having false and true, the output is false. When we are having false and false, the output is false. So when using the AND operator, the only situation in which the output will be true is when we are having both conditions to be true. Okay. But what about the OR operator? So when we are having the OR operator, when we are having true or false, the output is true. When we are having false or true, the output is true. When we are having false or false, the output is false. And finally, when we are having true or true, the output is true. So, however, when we are discussing the OR operator, at least one of them must be true to have an output of true. Okay, at least one of them must be true. So we are having true or false because we are at least having one true, the output is true. False or true, the output is true. False or false, the output is false. And true or true, the output is true. So this is the review of and OR operator. Now we are having the A equals true, B equals false, and we would like to check A and B. So true and false. So true and false, the output is false. So the output of this will be false because one of them is true and the other one is false. And in order to have the true answer, we must have both of them as to be true. So now one of them is false. Therefore, the output is false and it is assigned to AND result. Then we are having A or B. We are having A or B, true or false. And this one is like this, true or false, because at least one true is there. So the output is true and it is assigned to OR results. Then we are returning these two values, AND results and OR results. We are assigning to AND value and OR value. And then we are printing the output. And in the output, we see the AND result is false as we expected, and OR result is true. So this is how we can have a function that takes two Boolean values as input and return the AND and OR logical and or of these two values. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python function that accepts a string and counts the number of upper and lower case letters. So here is my string, hello world, and I'm calling a function called count upper lower. This is the name of the function, and I'm passing my string as argument. And on this is the right hand side. On the left hand side, I'm having two variables. This again shows that we are having a function that is going to return two values. Okay, so when looking at this function, this is my function, this is what's happening inside the function. As we see in the return part, we are having two variables as the return part. So the first one, upper count, is assigned to upper, and the lower count is assigned to lower. And finally, we are printing the upper and lower uh, letters. So in the output, we see for the hello world string, we have two uppercase letters, which is H and W. Then we are having the lowercase letters, which is 8. But how can we do that? So this place is where we call the count upper lower function, and we pass the string as argument. So when this function is called, we are having two variables being initialized. So upper count and lower count, both of them are initialized to be 0. Then we are having a for loop in order to count the uppercase and lowercase letters. We can do it manually, but it's hard, so this is why we use for loops. In order to do that, we are having a for loop iterating over s, which is the argument, which is here the text, and text is holding our string. Okay, so we are iterating over this string character by character. In the first iteration, we are having H. In the second iteration, we are having E. In the third iteration, we are having L, etc. until the end. So in the first iteration, let's say, let me write it here. First iteration, character equals H. Okay. And we are checking to see if that H is uppercase letter. Using the is upper function, we can understand that. If this statement is true, add one value to the upper counter, which was initialized to be 0. So H is an upper letter, so add one value to the upper count. Therefore, the upper count now is 1. Upper count is now 1. Okay, so we continue with the rest of the letters. Now that we want to continue with the rest of the letters, in the second iteration, we are having the char equals to E. Okay, so now char equals to E. Here we check if E is uppercase letter. Is it true? No, it's not, because it's not uppercase letter. It's lowercase. Therefore, this part is not executed. We go here, so we check if E is lowercase letter. Yes, the answer is true. So we are adding the one value to the lower count variable. So lower count is now equal to 1 as well. Okay, so this is the lower count now. So we go for the third iteration. For the third iteration, we are having the char equals to L. Yes? Okay, so char equals to L. We check L, is it uppercase? No. So this part is not executed. L, is it lowercase? Yes. So now that it's lowercase, we are going to add another one value to lower count. So it was initially 1. Now we're going to, initially it was 0, then it was 1, and now we added another one. Now it's 2. And this way, we are going to continue the iteration over the remaining characters of this string. Therefore, we are going to keep track of the uppercase letters and lowercase letters. And finally, that we finish the for loop here, we are having the updated upper count variable and lower count. So basically, the upper count should be 2 because we are having only H and W, and the lowercase letter should be 8. So in the end, it will be 8. And finally, we are returning these upper count and lower count variables, which are assigned to upper and lower variables respectively. Finally, we are showing them in the output here. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python function to check whether a number falls within a given range or not. So here is my number, num equals 10. We are here calling the is in range function here, and we are passing three arguments. First of all, we're passing our number, which is 10, then starting point and ending point of our range. So we would like to see if this num is inside this range or not. And again, I call this function one more time, and I would like to check the same num to be if it's inside this range or not. This is how we're going to proceed with the program. So is in range function is called with three arguments, number, starting point, and ending point. And finally, in this function, we're going to do a work that is very straightforward. We're going to check if this number, which is the first argument, okay, is larger than or equal to the start, which is the second argument, the starting point, and at the same time it is lower than or equal to the ending point, which is the third argument. Okay, so this is going to return either true or false. If this statement is true, meaning that the number is between these two ranges, so it is going to return true for us. If this number is not passing these two conditions, so it means that it's not larger than or equal to start or and lower than or equal to end, it is going to return false. So when I run the code, first of all, we see true. So we are passing number 10, 5, and 15. Basically here we are checking to see if number 10 is lower than or equal to 15 and it is at the same time larger than or equal to 5. This is what we are checking here. Okay, and the answer is true. Indeed, 10 is larger than 5 and lower than 15. So it is going to return true. This is true for us. Then we are having the same number being checked being checked to see if it's between 11 and 20. So here we are saying 11 and this is 10 and this is 20. Okay, so here we check if 10 is larger than 11 and lower than 20. It is lower than 20, but at the same time it must be larger than 11. So it's not, therefore it's not going to return true, so the output is false. It's like AND operator. Both of the conditions must be true to have a true output. For example, we could have another example here is in, for example, 21 and 30. So when I run the code, the answer is false because we check to see if 10 is larger than 21 and lower than 30. Yes, it is lower than 30, but it's not larger than 21. This is why the answer will be false again. So this is basically how we can check to see if a number is actually is falling within a given range or not. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to count the occurrences of each word in a given sentence. So here is my sentence. Hello world, hello everyone. This is a word of coding. This is my sentence. And in the output, we see hello is being repeated 2 times, word is being repeated 2 times. So hello and hello, word and word is being repeated 2 times. And the rest is being repeated only 1 time. So everyone, this is a of coding. Everything is being repeated once, apart from hello and word. But how can we count that? In order to count that, here I'm creating my string called sentence. I call the count words function and pass sentence as its argument. Then here we are creating a new variable, let's say a new string, and it is assigned to the argument that we passed, and we use the lower function and a split function. So the argument that is passed is my sentence. So this sentence using the is lower is first of all converted to lowercase letters. All of them are converted to lowercase letters. Then we are having the split function to convert this sentence into words. Okay, they are separated now by a space. So we are using the split function to have a list of words instead of having one sentence. This way we can count to see if one word is being repeated or not. Okay, so first of all we are doing the lowercase. Second of all we are splitting the sentence into words. So this is and then it is assigned to words here. Okay, so now in the words I'm having a list of words, a list of my strings. Okay, and for example, one element is hello, the other one is word. Hello everyone, this is a word of coding. Each of them is a different and unique element in these words. Now we are creating one dictionary called word count. We learned that the dictionaries are having the key value per. So key value per, this is the dictionary logic. For each key, we are having its corresponding value. For example, if we are having the word count, we are having, for example, first key is hello, and its value is 1, for example. It means that for the key hello, we are having its corresponding value 1. And here in the output, for example, we are having the key hello and its corresponding value is 2. Why? Because 2 represents the number of repetition of hello. So we need to create a dictionary that is created of key value per. So it is going to help us to understand how many times a word is being repeated. So now we are having a for loop. For each word in words here, okay, so word is my iterating variable, words is my variable here. We are iterating through each word of this sentence. So we are, first of all, this is hello, then in the second iteration, my word is word, then in the third iteration it's hello, then it's everyone, etc. Okay, so let me write it down. In the first iteration, word equals hello. Second iteration, word equals word. Then third iteration, it is equal to hello again until the end. Okay, we are going to iterate through each of these words one by one. So in the first iteration now, word equals hello. We are going to see if this word, which is hello, is in the word count dictionary or not. It's not, because we just created it and it's an empty dictionary. So it's not. This one is false. This part is not executed. Therefore, we are creating the key in the word count dictionary and assign its value to be 1. So our dictionary was empty. Now we are adding the key, which is hello, to the word count dictionary, and its corresponding value is 1 now. Why it is hello? Here is word. Why it is hello? Because in the first iteration, word equals hello. Okay? So this is how. Then we go for the next iteration. In the second iteration, word equals word. So we check to see word, is it in the word count dictionary? No, in my word count dictionary, I just have hello and its corresponding value. So this part is not executed because this part is false. Then we come here. When we come here, we see that, okay, we need to create a new key with its corresponding value. So a new key is our word in the word count dictionary and its value is 1. So it means that we are going to have word and its corresponding value is 1. Okay. So we are having the iterating variable being inserted as the key, as the next key of the word count dictionary, and its value equals 1. Its value equals 1. And why we are having the word here? Because we are iterating in this, we are in the second iteration, and this word equals word in the second iteration. So we go up back. So we go for the third iteration. The third iteration, we are having the third word, which is hello again. So we check to see if this word is already existing in the word count dictionary. Here, do we have hello? Yes, we have one hello. Okay, we have one hello. So this part is true. And we are going to add one value to the key of the word count dictionary. And what is that key? That key in the third iteration is hello, and hello is already there. So we are adding one value to its value. So value is already 1. We are adding one value, it will become 2. So we are adding one value to the word key, which is in the first iteration hello of the word count dictionary. Okay. So this is how we are having now hello 2. Then we go up, then the next word is everyone. So everyone, its value is 1. This is, for example, then counted, and then until the word. So when we are having the word again, so we already had one word, we are going to increase this word to 2. And then we are going to continue with the rest of them as this logic. So we learned that in this video, first of all, we lowercase all the letters, and the reason is because if we are having one hello with capital H and one hello with lowercase h, it is going to consider both of them to be equal. So now we are going to lowercase everyone. So this one is also hello now. So the compiler will see them as uh, one uh, similar word. But when we are having one h which is large, which is uppercase, the compiler differentiate this one with this one because the compiler is sensitive with the capital or small letters. So this is why we had the lowercase. Then we have the split because we want to split this sentence into words. We assign it to words now. We create a dictionary which is empty. We loop over the words inside the words. Here we check and we remove the punctuation. So whatever that we are having, question mark, comma, the period, etc., all of them are removed, and we are updating the word here. Then we are going to check to see if that specific word in the first iteration hello already exists in the word count dictionary or not. So it's no. We are going to insert it for the first time and assign it the value 1. Then in the next iteration, when we encounter hello, for example, we see that okay, hello was already there, and we are going to simply add one value to its value. Now it's 2, etc. So until the end, we can count the number of occurrences of each word in a given sentence. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this section, we are going to focus on lists in Python. So a list is a collection of items that are ordered and changeable. They are created using square brackets, and items in lists are separated by commas. A list can store items of different types, for example, integers, string, or even other lists. And we can access the list elements using index, starting from 0. Let me illustrate it with an example. In order to declare and initialize a list called fruit here, we are having a square bracket here, and there are 3 elements in this list of mine, and they are separated by a comma. So you see here, there are strings. This is why we are having double quotes. There are 3 elements, and they are separated by commas here, and they are declared in square brackets here, sorry. In order to access elements of a list, we can simply use the print function, type down the name of the list, and then the index. Okay, so because our indexing system starts from 0, we are having 3 elements with these indexes. So apple is the first one, so the index is 0. Banana is the second one, the index is 1, and cherry is the third element in this list, but its index is 2. So 0, 1, 2 are the indices in this list of us, okay, of ours. This is very important to note that all of the lists start from indexing 0. Please keep that in mind. So if I want to print the first element of this list, I'm going to type down the name of the list, and in the square brackets, I'm going to type down the index. So if I want to print apple, I'm typing down index 0. If I want to print banana, I'm typing down index 1. And if I want to print out cherry, I'm typing down the index 2 here. So let me run this code. So when we run this code, we see in the output apple, banana, and cherry. So in this video, we learned about lists and how to create them and how to access the elements of a list. In the next videos, in this section, we are going to dive into deeper concepts of list, and we are going to have some practical coding exercises so we can have a comprehensive view and understanding of lists in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to measure the length of a list. So we are declaring this list called fruits. It is having 3 elements. It's very easy to say that when we are having a small list, we can simply count the number of elements of this list here. However, if we are having a very large list that is containing like 200, 300 elements, it's very hard to uh, check the length of the list manually and start like saying, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Therefore, we have a reserved function in Python called len and parentheses that is going to return the number of items in a list. So let me give you an example. We are having this list here, and in order to measure the length of the list, I'm printing out the len function, and in the parentheses, I'm putting the fruit. So basically, the function is this fruits. Okay, so this is the function. We are typing down the name of the function, and then in parentheses, I'm typing down the name of my list. And because I want to print this value, I'm putting it in the print parentheses. So when I run this code, I see it says 3. So in this video, we learned how to use the len function to know the number of items in a list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about list operations, in particular membership test using in and not in. So this is in and this is not in syntax. So we use in to check if an item exists in a list, and we use not in to check if an item does not exist in a list. For example, we would like to write a program to check if apple is in the list and if grape is not in the list. To do that, we are having a list called fruits, and there are 3 elements in this list: apple, banana, and cherry. So the membership test is the following. To check if apple is in the list, we are having the print function. I'm typing down the apple, the element or the string that we want to check if it is existing in the fruits list or not. So simply I type down the apple, then I use the in keyword, and then the name of the list, which is fruits. So I'm saying, is apple existing in the fruit list? So the output we expect to see true. Why? Because apple exists indeed in the fruits list. Why? It is the first element. And then we are checking to see if grape is not
included as one element in fruits list, and we expect to see true again in the output because it is true that grape is not an element of fruits list. So let me run this code. All of them, both of the answers are true because apple is inside the fruits list here and grape is not in the fruits list. So let me have another example here. So for example, we could say uh, banana not in fruits. And the output we expect to see false. Why? Because banana, we are saying banana is not in fruits. We are checking this membership. The output is false. Why? Because banana is already there. So banana is one of the elements of these fruits. So when I print another time banana in fruits, I expect to see the output true here. So let me run the code. We see for the first two, as we discussed, the answers are true. For the third one, banana is not in fruits. It is false because indeed banana exists in fruits. And then the last one, it is true because banana is in fruits. Is it true? Is this statement true? Yes, banana is in fruits. But banana is not in fruits. Is this statement true? No, this is not true. Why? Because banana is indeed in fruits. Grape is not in fruits. Is this statement true? Yes, so the output is true. Apple is in fruits. Is this statement true? Yes, it is true, so the output is true. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to talk about how to modify a list. So lists are mutable in Python. It means that we can change their elements by accessing their index or performing certain operations. We are going to write a program to replace the second item in a list with orange. Okay, so our original list is here. So it's called fruit. It has three elements: apple, banana, and cherry. And we also learned that the index of banana is zero. The index of apple is zero, the index of banana is one, and the index of cherry is 2. So we would like to write a program to replace the second item in the list with orange. So the second item in the list is banana. We're going to modify this banana and replace it with orange. But how can we do that? It's very easy. We type down the name of the list and the index of the second item, banana, which is the index is 1, based on 0, starting from 0, the banana index is 1, and we are setting equal sign to orange. This way, I'm modifying the second element of this list. After that, I'm printing my list. How? I'm using the print keyword and put down the name of the list. So when I run this code, we see that apple, orange, and cherry is being now printed in the output. But what if I would like to change cherry to something else? So for example, I would like to modify cherry. So I would type down the name of my list and the index of my third element, which is cherry, and the index is 2, and I'm going to uh, have the equal sign, and I'm just typing down pineapple. Okay, so now I would like to replace cherry with pineapple and then print out the fruit list. So when I run this code, I see this new list of mine here: apple, orange, and pineapple. So this is basically are the rules of how to access certain elements in a list for further modification. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise. We would like to talk about how to understand the index of one element in a list. So we would like to write a program to find the index of banana
in the list that contains apple, banana, and cherry. So this is my list called fruits, and apple, banana, and cherry are three elements in this list. In order to have the index of banana in my list, I can use this code. So name of my list dot index, and then in the parentheses, I'm typing down the name banana because this is the element, this is the banana is the element that I'm looking for its index in the fruits list. So I put down, because I want to see the output, I put down this line in the print parentheses keyword. So when I run this, it says 1. So it means that the fruits list is having the banana element at the index 1. Okay, so this is how to find the index of one element in a list. So let me give you another example. Here I can have fruit.index, then apple, and then cherry here as well. So let me have this parenthesis here. Sorry. So I want to also know about the index of apple and also to know about the index of cherry. So when I run this code, I see 0 to be the index of apple, which is true, and I see cherry to be the index of 2, and it is true because this one is 0, this one is 1, and this one is indeed 2. It is very useful when we have a big list and we would like to check something specifically to see first if that item exists in our list, and then, okay, if it exists, what is the index of this item in my list? So, and then we would like to do some further, for example, operations on that element. This is how Python is making our life easier. We can use these functions to easily access anything in our list here. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we're going to talk about the count function. So the count function returns the number of occurrence of a specific item in the list for us. So here we would like to write a program to count the number of times apple appears in this list. Okay, so here I'm initializing and declaring and initializing a list called fruits. Then this list is having 4 elements: apple, banana, apple, and cherry. And for example, if we have a very large list, we would like to know how many times this apple is being repeated in that specific list. To do that, we can use the name of the list dot count function, and in parentheses we're going to type down, for example, apple. Okay, this is how we can work with the count method or count function. And because we want to see the output of this line of code, we put it in the print parentheses. So when I run this code, I see 2 in the output. Why? Because there are 2 repetition of apples, 2 occurrence of apple in this list. But if I want to, for example, investigate another element, for example, banana, when I run this code, I expect to see number 1 as you see it here. Yeah. Why? Because banana is only happening one time. There is no repetition for banana. Only one time it appears in the fruits list. Therefore, using this count method or function, we can count the number of times one element is being repeated. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to learn how to work with the copy function. So the copy function creates a copy of our list. So we would like to write a program to create a copy of our list. So our list is called fruits. It has 3 elements: apple, banana, and cherry. And then we are going to have a new list called new list. And then we are using our list called fruits.copy with empty parentheses to copy this fruit list into our new list here. And then I'm using the print function to print out the new list for myself. So when I run this code, I'm printing the new list as you see it here, and it is showing apple, banana, and cherry, exactly the same elements as the fruits list. Why? Because everything that was in the fruit list was copied to this new list here using this line of code. So we can simply type down the name of our current list dot copy an empty parentheses to copy whatever that is inside that list in another list, for example, a new list or another list, for example, here. So I can have another list called X. This list is called X, and I'm typing down fruits.copy here. And then I'm printing this list that is called X. As you see, the fruit list is also copied and pasted into the list that is called X. And when we are printing the X here in the output, we using this line, we see that apple, banana, and cherry is there. So simply using the copy keyword, we can copy and paste everything in another list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to learn how to modify a list using three predefined functions in Python. First append, then extend, and then insert. So append adds an item to the end of the list. So using append function, we can use only one item each time that we're using and calling this function to the list. Having the extend function, we can add multiple items at the same time to the end of the list. And using the insert function, we can insert an item to the list at a specific position. So let us illustrate these with an example. So we would like to write a program to append orange to the list, extend the list with grape and melon, and then insert kiwi at index 1. Let me illustrate it. So we are having this original list called fruits. It has three elements: apple, banana, and cherry. So when I have this list, the index of apple is 0, banana is 1, and cherry is 2. And we were told to append orange to the list. To do that, I'm typing down the name of the list dot append, which is the name of the function, and in parentheses, I'm typing down in double quotes because it's a string orange when calling this append function. So one more time, fruits, the name of the list dot append, and in parentheses I'm typing down the elements that I would like to add, and because in this case our item is a string, we are having double quote. Okay, and then I'm printing the fruit list one more time. So here I expect to have apple, banana, cherry, and orange finally in the end. So orange is added after this modification to the list. Previously, we were having up until cherry. So let me comment the rest of the code so we see the output one by one. So when I run this code, I have this fruit list being printed: apple, banana, cherry, and orange. So now we learned how to use append to add orange to the end of at the end of our list. But this append is very useful when we want to add one item at a time to the list. If we want to add multiple items at the same time, it's better to use the extend function like here. So I'm typing down the name of my list, and I'm putting dot extend, which is the name of the function that we introduced above here and here also. And we were told to extend the list with grape and melon. Okay, so when we are having the parentheses, in the parentheses, we need to have a square braces. Be very careful about it. Sorry, a square brackets, and then having two items separated by a comma. If we were having three items, we were going to have another comma here, then pineapple, for example, here. Okay. So I'm not going to add pineapple because it was asking only for grape and melon. So we use the extend function. We are having the parentheses here, as we see here. Extend has parentheses, but square brackets are used here and in the start and the end of the function before the end of parentheses, and then we are having grape and melon separated by a comma, and they're in double quotes because they are string. After that, we are printing out the fruit function. So we were having apple, banana, cherry, and orange. So up until here is the same as the last version of our list, but now we expect to have grape and melon in the output as well. So when I run this code, I see apple, banana, cherry, orange, grape, and melon. They are added to the list of ours here in the end. So extend function can help us to have multiple insertion at the same time. Finally, what if we want to add one element at a certain position? For that, we need to use the insert function. And the insert function takes two arguments in the parentheses. First, the index where we want to insert the new element, and in the second part we are typing down the element that we want to insert. So here we are having the kiwi to be added in the index 1. So when I run this code, I expect to have apple as the index 0, kiwi as the index 1, and then the rest of the list like this as I'm typing down here. So everything as of index 1 is shifted to right because we inserted kiwi in index 1. So when I run this code, we see that kiwi is indeed added at index 1 here. So apple, kiwi, banana, cherry, orange, grape, and melon. So in this video, we learned how to modify a list in Python using append, extend, and insert functions. And we also learned the differences between them. For example, append can add item one at a time to the list, to the end of the list. Extend, however, can add multiple items to the list simultaneously in one go. And then we are having the insert function that can help us to insert one specific item at a one specific index or location in our list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to learn how to modify a list using remove, pop, delete, or del and clear functions in Python. So basically, when we are calling the remove function, we need to put one item in parentheses, and it is going to remove the first occurrence of the item that is mentioned in parentheses. Then we can have the pop function. It is going to remove the item at the specific index. So in the parentheses, we can type down the index, or the last item is going to be removed if no index is specified in parentheses. Then we are having the del keyword, the delete keyword it means, and then the list name, and then the index in a square brackets. It is going to delete the item at the specific index. And finally, we can have the clear function that is going to remove all elements from the list. Let me illustrate it with an example. So we would like to write a program to remove banana, pop the last item, which is this function here, delete the first item, and then clear the list. Okay, to do that, I'm having one list called fruit, and it is containing of 4 elements. It is containing 4 elements: apple, banana, cherry, and orange. So it says that use the remove function to remove banana. To do that, I'm typing down the name of my list dot remove, and in parentheses, as indicated here, we need to type down the name of the item. So I'm typing down the name of the item, remove banana. So banana is typing down here, and now I'm printing out the fruit list here. So let me comment these parts because we're going to uncomment them step by step. So I'm removing banana from the list and then I'm printing out the list. So I expect to see apple, cherry, and orange when I'm printing out the fruit list after this modification. So this banana must have been removed, must be removed. So we are seeing apple, cherry, and orange. Indeed, this remove function helped us to remove the banana string from this list. Then we are having the pop function here. So it says pop the last item. So we learned that pop can have some index in the parentheses. So if we indicate the index in the parentheses, it is going to specifically remove the item at that index, or if we do not indicate an index in parentheses using the pop function, it is going to by default remove the last item. And it says pop the last item, so it means that we are not needing to have any index in the parentheses. So I'm typing down the name of the list, then dot pop, and with nothing in the parentheses, so it is going to remove the last element, which is orange here. So this is our last version of the list: apple, cherry, and orange. And then I'm calling the pop function with no index in the parentheses, so it is going to by default remove the last item, which is orange here. So we expect to see our list containing only apple and cherry when we are going to call this fruit list one more time and print the output. So when I run this code, we see yes, apple and cherry. So orange is now removed after using the pop function for the fruit list. Okay. Then it says delete the first item. But how do we do that? So this is the syntax for using the delete function, or del. So del, then space, name of the list, and in square brackets we are going to type down the index of the item that we want to be deleted. So here we are having the code del keyword, the name of the list is fruits, and we want to delete the first item as the problem is stating here. So the first item is having index 0. I'm removing the first item and I'm printing out the list uh, fruit one more time. So when I run this code, the last version of my list was containing apple and cherry, and then I del the first item of the fruits list. So I expect not to see the apple anymore when I run the code, and see only cherry, because using this we remove the first element of this list. So yes, we are seeing only cherry in the output after we are removing the first element of the fruits list using the del keyword. Okay. After that, it is asking us to clear the list. In order to clear the list, we are having the fruits dot clear and nothing in parentheses, and we are printing out the fruit list one more time, and we expect to see nothing in the list, so we are clearing the list and there will be no item in the list after calling the clear function for the fruits list. So let me run the code one more time. Yes, we see an empty list here. So in this coding exercise, we learned how to modify a list using remove, pop, del, and clear function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about another list operations. In particular, we're going to learn about repetition. So we use the star operator to repeat a list a specific number of times. Let me illustrate it with an example. We would like to write a program to repeat the list apple and banana 3 times. To do that, we are declaring and initializing a list called fruits, and it is containing apple and banana separated by a comma. So there are 2 elements in this list. To do the repetition, I'm having a repeated fruits list here, and it is equal to fruits, this original list, times 3. Very easy syntax, okay? Then I'm printing the repeated fruits here in the output, and I expect to see apple, banana, apple, banana, and apple, banana, because this list is going to be repeated 3 times, and it is going to, let's say, copied and pasted 3 times in the repeated fruits list. So when I run this code, I see apple, banana. This is the first time of repetition. Apple, banana. Second time, apple, banana. So 3 times the original fruits list is repeated in the repeated fruit list, using this star syntax to have the repetition in lists. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to work with the reverse function. So the reverse function reverses the order of the list. We would like to write a program now in this video to reverse a list. So this is our list called fruits, and it has 4 elements: apple, banana, cherry, and pineapple. And by reverse, we mean that apple should be replaced by pineapple, and pineapple should be replaced by apple. So they're changing their positions. And also banana and cherry, the same thing happens for them as well. To do that, we are simply type down the name of the list dot reverse with empty parentheses, and then I print my list here. So when I run this code, I see pineapple, cherry, banana, and apple. So originally the list was lit like this. So in the output, we see the apple and pineapple, they switched their position, and also banana and cherry, they also switched their position. So simply using the reverse function in Python, we can reverse the elements of the list. So they're going to change their position, and a new list is going to be created based on this reverse function, in which the elements are reversed. The elements are reversed. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we are going to learn how to work with the sort function or method. So this function or method sorts the list in ascending order or descending order depending on how we work with it. So we would like to write a program to sort the list banana, cherry, and apple. So here is my list declared and initialized. It is called fruits. It has 3 elements: banana, cherry, and apple. And first of all, we would like to sort this list based on ascending order. To do that, I just type down the name of the list, then dot sort and parentheses, empty parentheses. So when I now print out the fruit list here in the output, so when I run this code, I see apple, banana, and cherry. So apple comes with an A, and then banana with a B, and cherry with a C. However, originally the list was banana, cherry, and apple. Now it is in the ascending order, alphabetical order. How we did that? We simply just used the sort function to do this job for us, and after that we printed out the fruit list. But we can also do it in the descending order. How to do that? We simply again type down the name of the list and then dot sort. However, this time in parentheses we type down this keyword, reverse equal true. This code is going to sort the list for us in the descending order. And after that, I'm printing out the fruit list one more time. And now when I print out the fruit list after the last modification in sorting the list in descending order, we see out in the output we have cherry, banana, and apple. Now it started from C and then B and then A, so it's in descending order. So in this video, we learned how to sort a list in ascending order and also in descending order. But just one point that we need to be careful about and keep in mind is that when we are willing to uh, sort our list in ascending order, we simply type down the list name dot sort and empty parentheses. However, when we want to do it in descending order, we type down the name of the list dot sort, and then in parentheses we type down reverse equal true. So this is all we need to do. Everything else is taken care of. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. We would like to write a program that creates a list of 5 numbers and then reverse the order of the list and print both the original and reversed lists. So this is my list. It has 5 elements: 3, 7, 1, 9, and 5. So we would like to print this list and also the reversed version of this list. And what is the reversed version? Reversed version is this one. So we have 5, 9, 1, 7, and 3. This is the reversed version of our original list here. Why? Because in the reversed version, we see that we start with 5 and end with 3. So 5 and 3 are changing their place. And also 9 and 7 are changing their place. So we are having a reversed version of this list that is called numbers. But how do we do it in the code? In order to do that, I type down the name of the list, which is numbers, and then colon colon -1. This code is going to help me to reverse the list, and this is assigned to a new list that is called reversed numbers. And finally, I'm using the print function to print the original list, which is called numbers, and the reversed list, which is called reversed numbers. When I run, we see the output is exactly as we expected here. So this is the reversed list and this is the original list. Basically, we learned how to reverse a list in Python simply by typing down the name of the original list and then typing down colon colon -1, and it is assigned to a new list that is called reversed numbers. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that creates a list of 5 numbers. Find and print the largest number in the list. This is my list. It is called numbers. It has 5 elements: 12, 45, 7, 89, and 33. And we see the output is 89. So the largest number that we found is 89, which is indeed a true number, a correct number. To get to the largest number in a list, we type down the max function. So this is the max function. And in parentheses, we are going to use the numbers. This is the name of our list, and it is assigned to a variable called largest underscore numbers. And in the output, we are using the print function to print the output, and we are typing down the largest number is, and then we are typing down with a comma, we're separating the message from the variable, and after comma, I type down the name of my variable, which is largest number. So and then in the output, we see that using the max function, we could find the largest number. So using the max function, simply we can access to the largest number in a list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In this video, we are going to learn about list operations. In particular, we are going to learn how to add two lists and create the third list based on those two lists. So we are going to use the addition or plus operator to add two lists into one. So we would like to write a program to add two lists. So the first list is fruit containing of two elements, apple and banana. The second list is called vegetables and it is containing carrot and spinach. To do that, we are declaring and initializing these two lists that are mentioned above. So we see the fruit list and we see the vegetable list. And we are having a new list called all items. And this is equal to fruits simply plus vegetables. And then we are printing out the all
items list here, and we expect to see in the output first the elements of the fruits list and then the elements of the vegetables list, because we are first putting fruits and then vegetables. So when I run this code, in the output we see apple, banana, carrot, and spinach. So we learned in this video how to use the plus or addition operator to add two lists into one. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about list operations. In particular, we're going to learn how to iterate over all the items of a list using for loops. We would like to write a program to print all items in the list. Here is our list, fruits, and it contains apple, banana, and cherry. Okay, so previously we learned about this code, so we can print fruits exactly like that. It is very easy to do it. Okay, but now we are going to learn how to access all the elements using a for loop, not basically printing out only the fruits list typically. Okay, now we would like to loop through the list. To do that, we are typing down the name, the for keyword, then a new variable I'm calling fruit. We can call it x for the sake of simplicity. So I'm declaring a new variable x, and this x is going to iterate over the elements of the fruits list. So for keyword, then a new variable, then in keyword, then the list that we would like to iterate over, and then the colon. That's it. Then when we are having the colon, we enter, we go to next line, and we are printing x. And x is going to iterate over all the elements of this list for us. So it is going to print all the elements of the list for us. So when I run this code, I see apple, banana, and cherry. Why? Because in the first iteration, x equals apple. In the second iteration, x equals banana, and in the third iteration, x equals cherry. And in each iteration, we are printing the value of x. Okay, so when x equals apple in the first iteration, we are printing apple. We see apple in the output. Then banana is equal to x, and then we are printing x, so banana is printed, and the same goes with the cherry. This is how we can use for loops in order to iterate over all the elements of a list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to find the third largest number in our list. This is our list. It is called numbers and it has some elements. And we would like to find a third largest number in this list. To do that, I'm printing using the print function. I type down the message third largest number, and then I call the third largest function. And this function basically is doing the work for us, and we are passing this list that is called numbers as the argument. Okay, now to do that, I'm having this list being converted to a set using the set function. Why? Because in set, we do not allow duplicates. Okay, we do not allow duplicates in sets. So this is why we are first of all, we are converting this list to a set, and then we are sorting this set. I'm going to tell you why not being allowed to have duplicates is important in this example. Then whatever is the output of this part is going to be assigned to the unique number. So we are having a set called unique numbers. So when I run this code, for example, here I'm printing this list, which is called numbers. Then I'm printing this unique numbers set as well here in the output. So when we are having it in the output you see the numbers is the same as we declared here. but the unique numbers is having 2, 5, 7, 9, and 10. So duplicates are removed. We were originally having two number 2s, and we were having two number 7s, but in this unique numbers, we are seeing that we are only having 1, 2, and 1, 7. And this is because of this set function that we use here. So if I remove this set function, and when I rerun the code, I see the unique numbers is being printed here as a list. And as a list, when it is being printed, you see the duplicates are there. So we are having two number 2s and two number 7s. So this unique numbers is being written here when we are not using the set function. We learned if we would like to access to the largest number, we type down the index -1. So when I type down the unique numbers, then here I'm having -3, for example, it is going to access the third number from right. Okay, so we are looking for the third largest number, and we sorted the list for ourselves here because we are removing the set. Okay, now this is the sorted list, and the third largest number is 7 as you see it here. So -3. So this function is going to basically sort these numbers list, then assign it to unique numbers list. Then we are going to access the third element from the right of this unique numbers list. And here is the third element from the right. We see number 7 is the third largest number. Okay, so in this example, this is correct. But if we wanted to look for the fourth largest number, what would have been the answer? When we are having this -4 here and I run the code, we see still it says let me type down fourth here, fourth. So when I run the code one more time, we see the fourth largest number is -7. So I type down -4 to access the fourth largest number. So this is the first largest number, second largest number, third largest number, and the fourth largest number is not 7 anymore because 7 is the third largest number. But because there is duplicate, the code is making, a mistake. So the fourth largest number is 5, but we are having 7 in the output. This is why we need to convert this list to a set. Therefore, this set is going to remove duplicates. So when I run the code, you see the fourth largest number is 5, which is true because first largest number, second largest number, third largest number, and fourth largest number is 5. Okay, so this is important to remove duplicates. This is why we use this set function, and then we sort the converted list to a set, and we are assigning it to unique numbers. Therefore, we are not having any more duplicates in our code. So let me review it one more time. We are willing to find the third largest number. Here, let me type down third again. And let me type down -3 here again. I'm having this list. I'm calling my third largest function, and I'm passing as the argument this list that is called numbers. Then I'm using the set function to remove the duplicates, then using the sorted function to sort it in ascending orders. When we are having a set in ascending order, we can simply understand the third number, the third element from the right will be the third largest number because it is sorted in ascending order and it has no duplicates value in it, okay? And it is assigned to unique numbers here. Then let me just comment these parts because these parts were added because I wanted to show you the output for better understanding and analyzing the code. So then I'm using the name of this variable, which is unique underscore numbers, and using the brackets, I'm accessing the uh, third largest number from the right, because we learned if we type down -1, we can access the number from the right, the first number from the right. To access the second number from the right, we use -2. To access the third number from the right, we use -3. So this is how we can access to the third largest number in our list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to find the pair of numbers with the maximum product in a list. To find the maximum product in a list, we need to find the two largest numbers in our list, because if they are multiplied with each other, they are going to produce the maximum product. So we need to look for the two largest number in the list. So this is my list. I'm calling this function max product pair, and it is going to do the work for me. I'm passing as argument this numbers list. When I'm passing it, I'm using the set uh, function to convert it to a set to remove duplicates. Then I'm using this sorted function in order to sort it in ascending order, and it is assigned to unique numbers. Then when I print unique numbers, just for better understanding, we see that the unique numbers set here is sorted in ascending order, and the maximum numbers in this set for us are 10 and 20. So if 10 is multiplied by 20, it is going to produce the maximum product in our list. So if 10 is multiplied by 3, it is lower than 10 multiplied by 20. Any numbers that are in this list, if they are being multiplied with each other, are lower than the product of 10 multiplied by 20, because these are the largest numbers in our set. And to access these two numbers, we initialize two variables called max1 and max2. To access the last element of this set, I type down the name of it, and then using the -1 index to access the last element from the right, and then -2 here to initialize it to a second variable called max2. And then finally, I'm returning these two variables. So when I run the code, we see that the pair with maximum product is 20 and 10. So these two numbers, if being multiplied to each other, they are going to produce the maximum product in our list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to append a list to a second list. I'm having two lists here, list 1 and list 2. Each of them is having 3 elements, 1, 2, 3 for the list 1 and 4, 5, 6 for list 2. Then I print the message in the output appended list. Then I call the append list function, and I'm passing two lists as arguments. They are separated by a comma. And basically here, this function, what it is going to do is the following. It is going to return list 1 plus list 2. So list 1 plus list 2 is going to append the list for us, and we see in the output. So when I run, I see that 1, 2, 3 is from the first list, and 4, 5, 6 is from the second list. So we see that here, using this example and using the plus operator or addition operator, we could append two lists into each other. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that creates an empty list called shopping_list and add 3 items of our choice to the list. For example, apple, bread, and milk. Then print each item from the list on a new line. To address this problem, we're going to create an empty list like this, and it is going to have no element in the beginning because it's an empty list. Then we are going to use the append function. So this is the function that we have, and using the append function, we are adding new elements to this empty list. So first we are typing down the name of the list, dot append, and in parentheses we type down the string that we would like to be added to this shopping list. For example, apple, bread, and then milk is added to this shopping list. And then in order to print each item from the list on a new line, we need a for loop, because if we use the print function and simply type down the name of the list, it is going to print the whole list for us and not to print each item from the list on a new line. Because we want to do that, we need a for loop, and we are going to iterate through the list, and in each iteration we are going to print one element for each item in shopping list. Shopping list is the name of the list, and item is the iterating variable that we are creating here. So for each item in the shopping list, print item. So in the first iteration, item equals apple. In the second iteration, item equals bread. And in the last iteration, sorry, item equals milk. So, and in the first iteration, it is going to print apple. So when I rerun the code, apple is being printed. In the second iteration, bread is printed, and in the last iteration, milk is being printed in the output. So this is how we can create an empty list, then add items to the list, and how to print the items in the list one by one. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that creates a list of three numbers, for example, 10, 20, and 30, then calculate and print the sum of the numbers in the list. So here is my list. I am declaring and initializing a list called numbers, and it has three elements, 10, 20, and 30. In order to calculate the sum of the elements in this list, we can use the sum function, and then in parentheses I'm going to type down the name of the list. So this sum function is going to add all of the numbers and calculate the sum of all the numbers in this list, and then it is going to be assigned to a variable called total. So we are basically using this sum function calculating the sum of the numbers in the numbers list, which are 10, 20, and 30, and it is going to be then assigned to variable called total. Then in the final stage, we're going to show the message the total is, and then type down the variable name. So when I run the code, I see in the output the sum is 60. So 10 plus 20 is 30, 30 plus 30, it's 60. And we can have, for example, more numbers here. For example, if I add another number, we see the sum is 110. Then if I have another number, it will be recalculating all the sum of the numbers in this list after each run. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this section, we're going to talk about tuples. So a tuple is a collection of data type in Python that is used to store multiple items in a single variable. They are useful for grouping related data type together, especially when data should remain constant. So now we are going to discuss the differences between tuples that we are going to discuss in this section with lists that we learned in the previous section. So tuples generally are immutable. It means that they cannot change after creation. They cannot be changed after creation, okay? But in lists, we saw that they are mutable. It means that we could add elements, we could remove elements, and generally we could modify the elements. This is not possible to be done in tuples. And when we want to define tuples, we use parentheses. However, when we wanted to define lists, we were using square brackets. In general, in terms of performance, tuples are faster because they are not changeable. They are immutable because of their immutability. However, lists are slower because they are mutable, because we can change them. Because of this option, they are slower. And typically, in terms of the memory usage, tuples are smaller in memory, while lists are more using memory size as compared to tuples. And tuples generally are used for fixed data or the constant values,
while lists are used for dynamic data that changes frequently. So these are the main differences that we can mention between tuples and lists. In the next videos, we are going to learn how to declare and initialize tuples and how to do certain operations using tuples. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to learn how to create different types of tuples. So I'm typing down my first tuple called empty tuple, and then when I'm initializing it, I'm using parentheses as we discussed earlier in the previous video. And here I'm putting no element for this tuple. So it's a tuple that has no elements, or we can say an empty tuple. Then I am initializing another tuple with one element in it. So it's a single element tuple. And the name of this tuple, I name it single element tuple. It could be X, it could be Y, whatever we want. There is no difference. Then I'm having another tuple called mixed tuple, and it has three elements. One 3.14 and one string called hello. Please note that when we are putting the elements, for example, an integer or a float here, we don't need quotes. But when we are putting a string as one element, we must have quotes. This is something to be careful about, okay? So these are three tuples that we declared and initialized here, one empty tuple and one single element tuple and one tuple that has one integer, one float, and one string. Now we would like to print them. So I use the print function. In the first part, I type down the message that I want to be shown in the terminal, saying that, for example, empty tuple, and then one comma, and then type down the tuple name. The same logic goes for the second and the third tuple. Single element tuple in quotes because it's a message to be printed in the output, then a comma, then single element tuple is the name of my tuple that I'm putting there. Again, for the mixed tuple, I'm having the mixed tuple name, a comma, and in the first part, I'm having the message shown in the terminal. So when I run, I see that the message empty tuple that we have here is printed out in the output. And when I have the print of my tuple here, you see empty. So it's only parentheses because it's an empty tuple, okay? But here, when I have single element tuple, it is initialized to be 42. So here we see 42 in the output here. Then when I'm printing out the mixed tuple, I'm having 1 hello and 3.14. So in this video, we learned how to create different types of tuples. In the next videos, we are going to dive deeper into this concept. Thank you for your watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about the count and index functions in tuples. I'm having a tuple. It has these elements 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, and 2. Okay? And I would like to count the number of occurrence of number 2 in this tuple. To do that, I'm using the count function here. Okay? We can have the count function, and in parentheses, I type down 2, the element that I want to count the occurrences of that. So I'm having a new variable called x, and it is equal to my tuple dot count, and in the parentheses, I'm having number 2 because I want to count the occurrences of 2. So the result of this is going to be assigned to x. How many 2 do we have here in this tuple? 1, 2, and 3. So we expect to see 3 when we print out the value x, the value of x. And then I would like to find the index of the first occurrence of number 3 in my tuple. And in order to find that, we are using the index function. So index, and in the parentheses, we type down number 3 because we want to find the index of the first occurrence of number 3. And then this is assigned to variable y. So the result of this is assigned to y, and then we are printing out the variable x and variable y. So when I run this code, we see the count of 2 equals 3. So why? What happened? This function count is going to count the number of occurrences of number 2. So how many 2's we have here? 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3, 2 here. So, and it is assigned, this result is assigned to x. So when we are printing out x, we see number 3, which is true. And then we want to find the index of the first occurrence of number 3. So we use the index function, and in the parentheses, I have the number 3, and it says the index is 3. But how we get the index 3? So the first element index is 0. Then we start from there, and we see that the index of number 3 is indeed 3, as we see here, because we start from 0. The first element is 0, the second element is 1, the third element is 2, and the fourth element is 3, and our fourth element equals 3, and the index of 3 is 3. So 3 is assigned to y, and y is being printed out in the output. So in this video, we learned how to use the count and index functions for tuples. So basically, we have the name of the tuple dot count, and then in the parentheses, we type down the number that we want to count, the number of occurrences of it. And then we are having the name of the tuple dot index, and in the parentheses, we have one number, and that number is the number that we want to find the index of its first occurrence. This is how it works with tuples. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to do membership testing in tuples. We have a tuple called fruits. It has 3 elements: apple, banana, and cherry. And in the output, we are printing using print function to print the result for us. We want to check to see if apple exists in this tuple, and we want to check also to check and see if grape is not existing in this tuple. Okay, to do that, we need to use in and not in function. Here I'm having the print function. There are 2 parts in the print function. This is the first part and this is the second part, and these 2 parts are separated by a comma. First, I'm showing this message: is apple in the tuple? And then in the second part, I'm typing down the apple string, and I'm using the in keyword, and then the fruits, which is the name of my tuple. So basically, using this line, I'm telling to the compiler to check if this apple is a member of fruit tuple for me or not. So it is going to return the value either true or false. In this case, we expect to see the value true in the output. Why? Because apple is a member of this tuple called fruits. Okay. And secondly, I'm having this message being shown in the output first: is grape not in the tuple? We are saying the grape is not in the tuple. Am I right? Yes, you are right. But when we want to type down not in the tuple, we are using not in keyword and then the name of the tuple. So we expect also to see the result to be true, because indeed grape is not in this tuple for us. So when I run the code, we see is apple in the tuple, this message, and the answer is true because apple is indeed in the tuple. This is the first element. And then we are showing this message in the output: is grape not in the tuple?
So we are using this syntax, grape, not in fruits, the name of our tuple. And we see that grape is indeed is not one of the elements. And the answer is true. This statement is true. Grape is not in the tuple. So this is how we can use membership testing using in and not in keywords in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about packing and unpacking for tuples. So packing and unpacking are convenient features in Python that allow for grouping multiple values into a single entity called packing and breaking them apart into individual variables called unpacking. So let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having my tuple and it is assigned 10, 20, and 30. So we can say my packed tuple is this one, okay? So I'm printing out my tuple here and I'm saying in the message packed tuple. So when I run this code in the output, I see packed tuple is having 10, 20, and 30. So it allows me for grouping multiple values into one single entity. So this is why we're using tuples initially. So we call this action as to be packing, okay? We could also remove the parentheses if we want. So when I run this code, again, I'm having the same output. So it is called packing, but unpacking means the following. So this my tuple has three elements, 10, 20, and 30, okay? The unpacking is like the following. Because it has three elements, I'm having three variables here called x, y, and z, and they are assigned to my tuple. So when I run this code and I'm printing out x, y, and z, I see that unpacked values are 10, 20, and 30. It means that the first element of the tuple is assigned to x, the second element of the tuple is assigned to y, and the third element of the tuple is assigned to z. This is called unpacking. And I could, for example, print only the value of x here. So when I run this code, you see the output 10. So x is assigned 10. So this is how we can unpack a tuple. We can break the tuple apart into individual variables, and these individual variables are x, y, and z. So let me just type down y and z here. So in the next video, I'm going to have a coding exercise to dive deeper into this concept. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In the previous video, we learned how we do packing and unpacking. So packing is very similar to initializing a tuple. Therefore, in this video, we are going to focus on unpacking tuples. I'm having a tuple called person info. It has three elements, two strings and one integer. So the first element is Alice, the second element is 25, and the third element is engineer. Now to do the unpacking, I'm having three variables here being initialized and declared. I'm having name, age, and profession. They are equal to my tuple, person info, okay? And they are going to take the values of this tuple respectively. For example, this name is going to take the first element of my tuple because it is mentioned first. Age is mentioned secondly, so it is going to take the second element of the person info tuple, and profession is mentioned as the third in the list here, so it is going to take the third element of the person info tuple, okay? Then I'm printing out three things here. I'm having the name, the age, and the profession. And I'm using name here, age here, and profession here. So each one of them is taking one value from this tuple. When I run this code, in the output, first we see the messages. So name, age, and profession, name, age, and profession. Then we see instead of name, we are having Alice. Instead of the age, we are having 25. And instead of profession, we are having engineer. So this is how the unpacking works. We can break the elements of a tuple down into different variables, and we can use those variables separately. This is how unpacking works in tuples. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another video. In this video, we are going to learn about concatenation and repetition of tuples. Here I'm having tuple 1 and tuple 2. Tuple 1 includes 1, 2, 3, and tuple 2 includes 4, 5, and 6. Here, to do the concatenation, we are having the new tuple called x, and I'm having tuple 1 plus tuple 2. This way, I'm concatenating these two tuples together and I'm setting their value to tuple x, okay? And then I'm having the repetition here for tuple y. So the name of my tuple is y, and I'm using tuple 1 times 3. So tuple 1 is going to be repeated 3 times, and then it is going to be assigned to tuple y. Finally, I'm printing x as a concatenated tuple and as the repeated tuple for y. So when I run this code, I see the x tuple is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has the elements of the first tuple and then the elements of the second tuple. So they are merged in one and single tuple called x. And then I'm having tuple y, which is called a repeated tuple in the message in the output here. And we see it has 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. So basically it was having tuple 1 times 3, which is this tuple. So 1, 2, 3, the first repetition, 1, 2, 3, second repetition, and 1, 2, 3, the third repetition. So this is how we can do the merging and repetition for tuples. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to learn how to access different elements of a tuple and how to do slicing. So I'm having one tuple called my tuple, and it has the elements 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. So it has 5 elements. And we know indexing starts from 0. So the first element has the index 0, second element has the index 1, third element has the index 2, fourth element has the index 3, and fifth element has the index 4. So now we would like to access the first element in this tuple. To do that, I'm using the print function, and in the parentheses I have 2 parts separated by a comma. In the first part, I'm typing down the message saying that first element, colon. Then I type down the name of my tuple, and in the square brackets, I type down the index of the element that I would like to be printed out. So now that I want to print out the first element, which is 10, I type down its corresponding index, which is 0, because we mentioned that indexing starts from 0. So when I type down 0, it is going to print 10 for me in the output. Then I would like to print out the last element in this tuple. I could either type down, for example, I could either copy this line and paste it here, and instead I type down index 4 to have this element, the last element, being printed. Let me correct it. Okay, so the last element being printed, or I could type down -1. I could also type down -1 to have access to this element. This one is -1, -2, then -3, etc. Okay, so this is how We can also access elements, start counting from the right to left using the minus. So I type down -1 also to access the last element, or I simply can type 4 here. So let me make it a bit closer to each other. Okay. So yes, and this is for this. Okay, now it's good. So let me run the code up until here. So let me comment the last line. So when I run the code, I see first element is 10. So 10 is being printed in the output using the index 0. Then the last element is 50 using index 4. Or we could access the last element using -1. So the last element is 50 here again. We could also, for example, type down, for example, if I want to access this 40, I could either type down the index 3 or -2. So I type down -2 to access this 40 element. I would say element 40. Okay. So when I run this code, it shows the message element 40 and my tuple index -2 is printing the 40 here for us. Okay. But what if we want to print several elements of a tuple? So when I run this code, this part is called slicing. So we slice certain parts of the tuple to be printed out in the output. Okay. So here I'm saying that slice from index 1 to 3, 20, 30, and 40. Index 1 to 3 here. It means 20, 30, and 40. But how I'm doing that? So this is the message I'm showing slice from index 1 to 3. So index 1 to 3 is this part. It means that it is going to print 20, 30, and 40 for us. Then I type down my tuple name. So the name of my tuple is my tuple. I type down its name. Then I use the square brackets as before. However, I have a colon in the middle. On the left side of the colon, I'm going to type down the starting point, the starting index, let's say, and on the right side of the colon, I'm typing down the ending index. So I'm typing down to start from 1 and end at 4. But we mentioned that we want slicing from index 1 to 3. Why am I typing down 4 here? The reason is that the starting point is inclusive and the ending point is exclusive. So it is going to include index 1 when I'm having this code here. So index 1 is being printed, index 2 is being printed, index 3 is being printed, but the ending point 4, which is this part, is not going to be printed because it is exclusive. So when we want to have slicing from index 1 to 3, we must write from 1 to 4. Okay, just add one number to the ending point because it's a rule that the ending point is exclusive. So in this video, we learned how to access elements of a tuple and how to do slicing for a tuple. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that creates a tuple containing 3 favorite colors, for example, red, blue, and green, and print the first and last color from the tuple. Here, I am creating a tuple called favorite underscore colors. Then it has 3 elements, red, blue, and green. And I would like to print the first element and the last element. In order to access the first element, we can type down the name of the tuple and then the index of the first element, which is 0. And then in order to access the last element in the tuple, we type down the name of the tuple and then we type down the index -1 to access the last element in a tuple. So when I run this code, I see the first color is red and the last color is green. So if I have, for example, another color, for example, yellow, and if I have another color, white, for example, so when I run the code one more time, you see the first element is red and the last element is white. So white is the last element, and using -1, I'm accessing the last element in this tuple. If I want to print yellow, what can we do? I can either use indexing from left or right. If I use indexing from left, the red is 0, blue index is 1, then green is 2, yellow is 3, and white is 4. And if we want to index from right, we can access to white using -1, access to yellow using -2, then access to green using -3, and access to blue using -4, and access to red using -5 here. So if I type down -2, for example, I can print the yellow in the output. And also, if I type down 3, I am going to have yellow still in the output. Either 3 or -2, we are going to access the yellow in element here in this tuple. So in this, let me modify it to -1. So in this lecture, we learned how to create a tuple and how to access the first element and last element. And we reviewed how to index a tuple from left, starting from 0, and how to index a tuple from right, starting from -1. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that creates a tuple with 5 numbers, then find and print how many items are in the tuple. Here I'm creating the tuple. It has 5 elements from 1 to 5. In order to count the length or the number of elements in this tuple, we can use the len function. So using the len function, I can know how many numbers or elements are inside this tuple. Using the len function, in the parentheses, I type down the name of my tuple. Then this is assigned to a variable called count, and count is being printed using the print function. So I'm showing the message the tuple contains, and then count, and then item. So when I run this code, it says the tuple contains 5 items. So this is how basically we can count the number of elements in a tuple. For example, if I have more elements, now I add more elements here and I rerun, it counts 7 numbers. And if I add, for example, 3 more elements, you see that it can dynamically change the length and it can recalculate everything. So now it is saying that it has 5 elements or items, and this tuple is called number tuples, and we can change and modify the tuple in the first stage and add or remove anything in the line that we are creating and initializing the tuple. So when I add more elements to this tuple, we see that the length of the tuple has increased. And also, if I remove, for example, some elements and I rerun, we see that we are having only 3 elements. And as you see here, there are only 3 elements in the tuple indeed. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that creates a tuple of 5 city names, and then convert the tuple into a list, add a new city to the list, and then convert it back to tuple and print the final tuple. So we would like to first write a tuple, convert it to a list, add a new city to the list, and convert it back to tuple, and then print the final tuple. Why do we need to first convert a tuple to a list and then add a city? Why don't we directly add the city into the tuple, because when we create a tuple, it's not possible to modify them. This is one of the features of the tuples. This is why when we want to add something to the tuple, it's not possible. So a trick would be here to convert the tuple to a list, then add a city to that list and create a new tuple and convert that list into a tuple and assign it to the new tuple. So here, for example, I'm having a tuple called cities. It has London, Paris, Tokyo, New York, and Sydney inside of it. And then this cities is being converted to lists using the list function. Basically, I type down the list keyword, and in the parentheses, I type down the name of my subtuple, and it is assigned to cities list. So cities list is the list version of cities tuple for now. Then I take the cities list and use the append function to add Berlin to my list. So now my list is updated and it has a new city called Berlin. Okay. And now the appending is done. I need to convert it back to tuple and create a new tuple. To convert it to a tuple, we use the tuple function, and I'm using it here. And in the parentheses, I type down the name of my list, the updated list, cities underscore list, which has Berlin inside of it as well. Then this is assigned to my variable, which is a tuple, which is called updated cities. Then I'm using the print function, updated tuples, and then put down the updated cities. So when I run this code, I see London, Paris, Tokyo, New York, and Sydney is already there, and Berlin is added, and it's a tuple because we see parentheses here. Okay, so let me review it one more time. So we want to declare a tuple. Then in order to add a new city to this tuple, because tuples do not allow this, we convert this tuple to a list, we append the new city in that list, and then we convert that list to a tuple. And we are going to print the final tuple for us. So this is my tuple. I'm converting it to a list using the list function. And now cities underscore list is exactly equal to this cities tuple because it's just converting from a tuple using the list function, and it is assigned to this. Okay. Then I use the name of my list, which is cities underscore list dot append. Using the append function, I add the new city, Berlin. So now my list is having a new city inside of it. And then I take this cities list in the parentheses and I use the tuple function to convert this updated cities list to a tuple. And it is assigned to a new tuple that is called updated cities. And then this updated cities is being printed in the output. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that creates a tuple of 6 numbers. Then ask the user to input a number and check if that number is in the tuple or not. And then print an appropriate message. Here is my tuple called numbers underscore tuple. It has 6 elements, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60. Then I'm trying to ask the user to enter a number. I do it using the input function, and then because by default it is a string, I'm using the int to convert the input of the user into an integer. Then it is assigned to user input variable here. Okay. Then I check to see if this user input is having one number that is inside this tuple or not. To do that, I type down if conditions, if user input variable in numbers underscore tuple. So the user input is the input of the user, and numbers tuple is the name of my tuple. So I would like to check if the element that is entered by the user is indeed one of the elements of this tuple or not. Is it inside that tuple or not? So if so, just show the message that the user input is in the tuple, else show the message that it's not in the tuple. So when I run the code, it says enter a number in this line. So I type down 15. It says 15 is not in the tuple. So here I'm entering 15. It want to check 15. Is it inside this tuple? No, it's not there. It's not going to execute this line. It is going to jump to the else, and it is going to print the user input variable, which is 15, and then show the message is not in the tuple, because indeed 15 is not one of the elements of the tuple. But if I type down 20, for example, it says 20 is in the tuple. So it is going to say 20 is inside the tuple, and it is going to iterate over all the elements of this tuple. Okay, 20 is one of the elements. Okay, so this condition is true, therefore it is going to enter this if condition, and it is going to execute this line, and this line basically prints the user input, which is 20 in this case, and show the message is in the tuple, which is here. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to learn how to iterate over a tuple in Python. I'm having my tuple and it has 4 elements: Python, Java, C++, and JavaScript. So there are 4 strings included in my tuple. Okay, so I'm going to show the message programming languages, and then I'm having my for loop. So for language, this is a variable. We could call it x, for example, here for the sake of simplicity. For any value of x that is inside the my tuple, this is the name of the tuple, print the value of x. So when I run this code, it is going to print all the elements of this tuple for me here. Of course, we could also use this syntax to have the print of the tuple in the output, but we were trying to learn how to iterate through a tuple using for loops. Here, when the first time in the first iteration x equals Python, in the second iteration x equals Java, in the third iteration x equals C++, and in the last iteration x equals Java script. This is why when x equals Python in the first iteration, we are printing x, we see Python in the output. Then we see in the next iteration Java in the output, then C++, and then JavaScript. And this programming languages that is printed in the beginning is exactly this line that we were having it here. So this is basically how we can iterate through a tuple in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to compute the element-wise sum of 2 tuples. So these are my 2 tuples. The first tuple is having 3 elements, 1, 2, 3, and the second tuple is having 3 elements, 4, 5, 6. So when I run this code, I see the element-wise sum to be 5, 7, and 9. But how do we get there? So when we add the first element to the first element of this tuple, so the first element of the first tuple is added to the first element of the second tuple, we have 5. 1 plus 4 is 5. Then second element of the first tuple plus the second element of the second tuple, we are having number 7, and with the same logic, number 9 is computed. But how do we do it in Python? So here I'm calling a function to do that, because here I'm creating the tuples, then I'm calling the print function to print the output. So this is the message element wise sum. Then it is separated by a comma from the part that I'm calling this function with 2 arguments. So this is the name of the function element wise sum, and 2 arguments are being passed to this function. So this is the function. So when I call the function, the program, the compiler goes up here and start executing whatever that is inside this function. So this is the name of the function element wise sum. To declare it, I use the def keyword, and it has 2 arguments, tuple 1 and tuple 2. So these 2 tuples are being passed to this function as arguments. Then what is happening here is the following. So we would like to iterate over the first tuple and the second tuple, and one by one add the elements. Okay, so we need to iterate through both of the tuples, And the first iterating variable is going to take this number, and the second iterating variable is going to take this number, and then these two numbers need to be added to each other. To do that, I'm having a for loop. So two iterating variables, as you can see here, are created or declared here. And these two variables are going to iterate over tuple1 and tuple2 simultaneously using the zip function. So the zip function allow to have an iteration from these two iterating variables for these two tuples. Okay, so then when they are being they are iterating over these two tuples, they are being added to each other as well. So in the, for example, in the first iteration, a equals 1, b equals 4. Okay, and then a plus b equals 5 here. So this is the first element of the element-wise sum. Okay, so a is iterating the tuple 1 and b is iterating tuple 2 using the zip function. We are iterating over two tuples simultaneously using two different iterating variables. Here we call them a and b, and then we add them to have the element-wise sum. Okay, we add them. And finally, in this part of the parentheses, we are converting whatever that is inside or whatever that is done there to a tuple because we want to create a tuple. Okay, so in the second iteration, a equals 2, b equals 5, then a plus b equals 7, and in the third iteration, a equals 3 and b equals 6. Therefore, a plus b equals 9. So this is how we can use the zip function to use two iterating variables to iterate over two tuples simultaneously, and then we have a plus b here to add the value of each of those iterating variables in each iteration to each other. Then I use the tuple function to convert whatever that is inside this parenthesis, whatever that is happening here. So we are creating these numbers 5, 7, 9 to convert this to a tuple because we would like to have a tuple because we were having two inputs as tuples and we would like to have a tuple as the output. So we use the tuple keyword, and this function is going to return this. And when we call the function here, this function do the calculation for us, this element-wise sum function do the calculation for us and return the tuple as the output of this function. And when we call it, so it is going to return us the result. So the result is being printed in the output. So it says element-wise sum, this message is being shown. And then the final tuple is shown here. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program to check if one list is a subset of another. Here are the lists that we have. List 1, it has two elements, 1 and 2, and list 2, it has four elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4. In order to know if this list 1 is a subset of list 2, for example, we can convert them to sets using set function, then use the is subset function to check if list 1 is a subset of list 2. Okay, let me illustrate it with an example here. Now I would like to check if list 1 is a subset of list 2. Okay, so first I use the set function to convert list 1 to a set, then use the dot and is set function is called, and in parentheses I need to type down the name of list2. But before typing it down, we need to convert it to set. So I use the set function to convert list2 to a set as well, just like the list1 that was converted to a set. Then all this is inside a parenthesis to call the is subset function to check if list1 is a subset of list2 when they are converted to sets. Of course, we can use this function. And the result is assigned to this variable. So we expect to see a boolean in the output because it is going to be either true or false. And the result is stored in is subset variable. And here I'm printing out the is subset variable. So the answer is true. It means that list1 is a subset of list2. Why? Because all the elements of list1 are contained in list2. So and this is how it works, but we can also check the superset. So I would say now list1 is superset of list2. The answer should be false. The answer is false. But if I change their name, so list2 is a superset of list1, the answer is now true. So depending on what we are looking for, we can basically convert our lists to sets and use the functions instead to perform some of these tests that are interesting. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this section, we're going to talk about sets. But what are sets in Python? Sets are collection of unique elements in Python. They are mutable, but their elements must be immutable. Let me illustrate this concept with an example. Here I'm declaring a set. The set has three elements, 1, 2, and 3. So the set itself is mutable, meaning that I can add an element to it or I can remove one element from it. And when I print my set here, the set was originally 1, 2, 3. I added 4, then I removed 2, so the set will have 1, 3, and 4, these three elements. So it shows that the sets are mutable, so they are modifiable, let's say, in other words. However, the elements of our sets must be immutable. What do we mean by that? So a valid set, for example, is like this. We have one element called hello, one element is 1, and we have a tuple to be one element of this set. So a tuple is inside this set. And it is possible. Why? Because we learned in the previous sections that tuples are immutables. So when we are declaring a tuple, we cannot change its element. This is why they are allowed to be part of a set. However, this set would be invalid. Why? Because one element of this set is a list. So a list is inside this set and it is declared to be one element of our set. But we will have a problem with that because lists are modifiable. So they cannot be a part of a set if they are modifiable because we mentioned that sets themselves are modifiable or they are mutable, but their elements must be immutable. And because here we are having one element as a list, here it will have errors because this element that a list is now an element of our set and that element is modifiable. Therefore, there will be a problem. So we cannot integrate sets inside, lists inside sets. And sets are generally useful for storing and performing operations on unique data. And one of their key features is that they do not allow duplicate elements. Let me illustrate the differences between sets, lists, and tuples that we learned so far. So sets and lists are mutable. So it means that we can add one element or remove one element from them. However, tuples are immutable. It means that they cannot change after they are created. This is why tuples can be one element of a set, but lists, because they are modifiable, cannot be one element of a set. Regarding the duplicates, sets do not allow duplicates values. However, lists and tuples, it's okay for them to have duplicate values in as their elements. Regarding the usage, for unique elements, sets are for unique elements and they are fast membership testing and are very good for mathematical set operations. Lists are usually practical for dynamic collections of elements that frequently change, as we learned in previous sections. And for the tuples are very good. These are very good for fixed collections of elements that should not change. And with respect to the syntax to declare them or to create them, if we want to create a set, we need to define them with curly braces or use the set function here, like empty parentheses. To define list, we learned that we are going to use square brackets, and to declare a tuple, we learned that we are going to declare them using parentheses. In the following videos, we are going to talk about different concepts of sets, and we are going to provide a lot of coding exercises so we get familiar in this section with sets in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In today's video, we're going to learn how to create sets and different types of set creation. Here, I'm having my first set being declared using set function. So when I'm having this set function to be assigned to a set variable, it means that I am defining an empty set. So whenever we want to define an empty set, we are going to use the set function. Then I'm having another set being created. It is called numbers, and this set is having 4 elements: 1, 2, 3, and 4. And finally, I'm having my third set being declared here, and it has 3 elements: 1 integer, 1 float, and 1 string. As we see, there is no problem if there are elements of different types, of different data types, let's say. And finally, I'm here printing out these 3 created sets, where I'm showing the message empty set, set of numbers, and mixed data set. And I'm calling their name. So I'm putting the name of my sets, so it is going to print them. When I run this code, I expect to see the sets here in the terminal, the values of the set. So the empty set is returning only this for us. So it says it's an empty set, so nothing to be shown there. And for the set of numbers that we are printing the message here, it is printing numbers variable, which is a set here declared, and its elements are 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we see them in here. And finally, here I'm having mixed data set, which is calling this mixed set, and it contains 3 elements: 1, hello, and 3.14. So in this video, we learned how to create and print elements of a set. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to add and remove elements from a set. I'm declaring a set here, and I'm initializing it to 1, 2, and 3. So there are 3 elements here being assigned to this set, and the name of my set is my set. So in order to add one element to this set, I'm having the name of my set, then the add function, and in parentheses, I type down the value that I want to be added to this set. So let me comment the rest of the code first, and afterwards we're going to investigate those as well. So now I added one element to my set, and this value 4 is added to the set. So the set is updated, and now I'm printing the message after adding 4. Then I'm printing my set. So when I run the code, I see this in the output. After adding 4, this message, and then the set is being printed. Now the set BC has 4 elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Previously, it had only 3 elements. So we learned that we can add elements or values to our set. So now we're going to discuss how to remove elements from a set. So our set is now having these 4 elements, and I would like to remove element 2. So number 2, I want to eliminate it from my set. I type down my set dot remove, and then I type down number 2, and then I'm printing the message saying that after removing 2 and printing out my set. So after removing 2, when we compare this set with the last version of the set, the previous version of the set, let's say, we see that number 2 is being removed here. One thing to mention here is that if the set does not have one element, and I type down the wrong element here, so I'm typing down to remove number 5, but there is no number 5 here. So it is going to give us an error. So it's a very good thing to know that if you type down the wrong number, you're going to receive an error from the compiler. There is another way to remove elements in a set. So in order to remove uh, elements in another way from a set, we can type down the name of our set, then use the discard function. And then in the parentheses, I'm going to type down the value or the number that I want to be removed. Then I'm showing the message after discarding 4, and then I'm printing my set here. So when I have this function discard being run, we see that after discarding 4, this message, and we're printing our set. So the previous version was containing 1, 3, and 4. So we discarded number 4, and we see only 1 and 3. So there are only 2 elements left now in the set. And one thing to mention here is that if we type down the wrong element number here in parentheses when using discard function, and when I run, it shows no error to me. So it runs, but it does nothing. Okay, so this is very important to know that. So in this video, we learned how to add or remove elements from a set. And also we learned if we are using the remove function, if we type down the wrong number in parentheses to be removed from the set, and that number is not existing in our set, it is going to return an error. We learned that we can do the same thing with discard function. We can remove elements with the discard function, but the difference is that if we are going to type down the wrong number that does not exist in our set, it is not going to return any error message for us in the terminal, so we are not able to trace it easily if we are typing down the wrong number. So this was it. In the next videos, we are going to dive deeper into the set concepts. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to check if a value is present in a set or not. So this is my set here. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements, and the elements are from 1 to 5, in fact. And I would like to check to see if number 3 is inside this set or not. To do that, I'm having a variable called value. It is assigned to number 3. So I'm calling the isValue in set function, and I'm passing 2 arguments. First, I'm passing my value variable, and then I'm passing my set. So this function is going to check if this value variable, which is 3, is having the element in this set or not. So if this 3 number is one of the elements of this set or not, this function is going to do that for us. So this function is declared and created using the def keyword. The name is value in set, and it accepts 2 arguments, value and my set. then it is going to return the output for us, and it is going to return this for us. It is going to check if value is in the my set. So 3 already exists in this set. So we expect the output of this return function will be true. So when I run this code, the output, it says is value in set. So this is the message, and then we're calling the function and passing the argument. So it is going to return the result for us, and the return of this is going to be true. Why? Because 3 exists in this my set element. So if I type down 5, the answer is still true, because I'm asking to see if number 5 is inside this set, and we see that number 5 is indeed there, so the answer is true. But when I have the 7, the answer is false, because 7 is not one of the elements of this set. So this is how we can check to see if a number is presented in a set or not. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that finds the maximum and minimum values in a set. Here is my set. It has 5 elements. The elements are 5, 1, 8, 3, and 7. So we would like to find the maximum and the minimum. So the maximum we can find easily ourselves. So it's 8, and the minimum is 1. But what if we have a set that is very large? We need to use coding to find the maximum and minimum. So in order to do that, I'm having my function called max and min. And here is the function call. So we are calling this function, and as the argument, I'm passing my set here, okay? And when this function is called, it is using the max function. So let me type it here. And min function. It is using these two functions to find the maximum number in the set and the minimum number in the set. So basically, if I want to find the maximum number in my set, which is the name of the set here, and the minimum number of my set, which is again the name of my set here, this function, this is predefined in Python, is going to find the largest number and the smallest number in this set for us. And this function is returning two values, first the maximum and then the minimum. Then here, when I'm calling this function, it is going to return two values for me, first maximum and then minimum. This is why on the left-hand side, I'm having two variables, because this function is returning two output. It returns two values. So the first variable from the left is the maximum, because first we are returning the maximum. So this maximum output is going to be assigned to the maximum variable, and then the minimum number is going to be assigned to the minimum variable here. And then I'm typing down the print function, and I'm typing the message maximum minimum, and then I'm calling these two variables that we initialize. So when I run the code, I see maximum is 8 and minimum is 1. So this is how we can find the maximum and minimum values in a set. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about intersection. So in order to understand intersection between sets, we need to use certain functions or certain signs in Python. Let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having a set, and the set name is set1. It has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. And my other set is set2, and it also has 3 elements, 2, 3, and 4. And as you can see it here, numbers 2 and 3 are shared between these two sets. So 2 and 3 is shown in the first set and also in the second set. So how can I have a code that can give me the shared numbers between two sets? So I would like to have the expected output to be 2 and 3. This means that I would like to write a code, and that code computes the shared number, or let's say intersection, between these two sets and return me 2 and 3. We can do it in Python quite easily. We can use AND operator. So I type down the name of the first set, and using the AND operator, and then the name of my second set. And these equation here, like set1 AND operator set2, is equal to my new set. So it is a intersection set. I name it intersection set. And then I use the print function and I type down intersection using the AND operator. And then I'm printing out my set that is called intersection set. So let me comment this part first. So when I run this code, I should be able to see numbers 2 and 3 in the output because these are numbers that are shared between two sets. So in the output, we can see intersection using AND operator, and the output is 2 and 3. So this is one way to understand the intersection between two sets. Another way is, again, I'm initializing a variable with the same name, intersection set. And what I'm doing, instead of using the AND operator and typing down the names of the sets before and after the AND operator, I'm typing down the name of my first set, then I put a dot here, then I type down the intersection keyword. So it is going to call the intersection function for me. Okay, so I'm typing down the intersection, and then in parentheses, I type down the name of my second set. So let me review. I type down the name of the first set, dot the intersection keyword, and in parentheses, I'm typing down the name of my second set. And then I'm having this print function to print the intersection set for me in the output. And I'm showing the message intersection using intersection function or method, let's say. Then I'm typing down the name of my set that is assigned to the intersection of these two sets. So when I run the code, again, I see this message intersection using intersection function, and the output, the result of this set is 2 and 3. So this is how we can use intersection to combine the code in a way that it can give us the shared numbers between two sets. And it's quite easy. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to find common items in two lists using sets. Here I'm having two lists, list 1 and list 2. List 1 has 4 elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4. List 2 has 4 elements, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So the common elements in these two lists are 3 and 4 because these two elements are shared. So we would like to have the 3 and 4 in the output. To do that, I'm using the print function. I'm showing the message common items. Then I'm calling the common items function and I'm passing two arguments. And these two arguments are basically the two lists that we have here. So I use the def keyword to create my function. I'm having the common items as the name of the function, and these are the two arguments being separated by a comma. Basically, what we do is the following. We convert these two lists, into sets using the set function. Okay. Using the set function, we are going to convert them and we are going to use the AND operator. Why? Because AND operator is going to help us to find common elements between two sets. Okay. So AND operator is going to help us to find common elements in two sets. Okay, so I first convert these two lists to sets using the set function, and then I use the I use the AND operator to find the common elements between these two sets, and it is going to basically return the output for us.
And when we call the function, it is going to do the calculation and return the output, and output is being printed in the terminal here. So 3 and 4 are the common elements between these two lists. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about symmetric difference. So let me give you the definition of symmetric difference. So the symmetric difference of two sets contains all elements that are in either of the sets but not in both. This means that the symmetric difference excludes elements that the two sets have in common. To illustrate it with an example, I have set 1. It has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. I have set 2. It has 3 elements as well, and the elements are 3, 4, and 5. So the common elements between these two sets is number 3. And if we exclude number 3, we can get the symmetric difference. So the symmetric difference of set 1 and set 2 equals 1, 2, 4, and 5. All elements that are in either of the sets but not in both. So this is the meaning of symmetric difference. But how do we do it using Python? To do that, we have the name of the first set, then the operator of the symmetric difference, and then the name of the second set, and this is equal to our new set, and I name it symmetric difference set. It could be X, for example. It could be Y. It's your choice. Then in the output, I'm using the print function and I'm typing down symmetric difference using, and then I type down the name of the set. So it is going to print me the symmetric difference of two sets. And there is another way to do that as well. So I type down the name of my first set dot symmetric underscore difference keyword, and in parentheses I type down the name of my second set. This is equal to my new set that I call symmetric difference set, and I print symmetric difference using symmetric difference function or method is, and then we are having the comma here and then the name of my newly generated set. So when I run this code, I see exactly this output: 1, 2, 4, and 5, 1, 2, 4, and 5, and 1, 2, 4, and 5. So we learned two methods by which we can compute the symmetric difference of these two sets. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we would like to write a program that finds the second smallest number in a list, and we can do it using sets. Okay, so here is my list and it is not sorted. We would like to have the second smallest number in this list. So the smallest number is 1 and the second smallest number in this list is 2. But how do we get that? We write a function called second smallest. So I'm using the print function to show this message in the output, second smallest number colon. So this message is shown in the output and you see the result is 2. And then I'm calling the second smallest function and I'm passing my list, which is called numbers, as an argument. Then what we basically do here is the following. I have my list being converted to a set. Why do we do that? Because we would like to get rid of duplicates. In case there are some duplicates, we need to get rid of them. And then why do we need to get rid of the duplicates? Because if we have a set like this, and if we want to find the second smallest number, we are going to access this index. Okay, and this index is the smallest number and not the second smallest number. The second smallest number in this set, in this list, sorry, is number 2. But because we are having duplicates, we are getting the wrong output. So this is why we need to get rid of the duplicates. And to get rid of the duplicates, we convert it basically to a set. Automatically, duplicates are removed. Then I use the sorted function to sort everything in ascending order. And then I'm assigning it to a variable called unique numbers. Okay, so if I print unique numbers here, unique numbers, and I run the code, you see here it is sorted. Okay, and there is no numbers that is being repeated. So we got rid of the duplicates because we were having two fives, for example, there. So we got rid of the duplicates using the set, and then we sorted in ascending order. So now uh, we are having in ascending order, and the second smallest number is basically the second number from left. And to access that, we type down the name of the variable, and then we type down the index. And the index 1 is for number 2 because the first element has the index 0. And in order to access this element, we need to use index 1. So if I type down, for example, index 0, it is going to print 1 in the output for me. But 1 is the smallest number and it is not the second smallest number. The second smallest number here, as we see, is number 2, which has the index 1. So when I run, I see in the output number 2. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to do membership testing for sets. I'm having one set that is called my set. It has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. Then I'm printing is 2 in the set. I would like to check if number 2 exists in the set my set. Mathematically speaking, if I want to check that, I type down number 2, then I use the in keyword, and then I type down the name of my set. Okay. And also I would like to see if number 5 exists in the set or not. Here I type down the message, is 5 in the set? And if I want to do it in the programming language, I type down the number, then in keyword, then name of the set. Let's say set name. Set name. Okay. So when I run this code, the first statement is true. Why? It returns us the value true because 2 is indeed existing in my set. So number 2 in set. I'm saying, is number 2 in the set? And the answer is yes. This statement is true because 2 indeed is inside this set and it is one of its elements. And then I'm saying that is 5 in the set? And no, the answer is no. This statement is not true because 5 is not in the elements of the set. Therefore, the answer is false. But if I type down, for example, here is 5 not in the set, is this statement true or false? 5 not in my set. Okay. So what do you think? Is 5 not in the set? I'm saying, yeah, number 5 is not in the set. Yeah? And I'm typing it in Python programming language. 5 not in, and the name of the set. So the answer of this statement is true. Why? Because indeed 5 is not in my set. Because it's not in my set. So we could do the membership testing either using the in keyword or not in keyword. And in order for you to have a better understanding when you're doing it, it would be nice to type down these statements in words as well. So you're typing it in mathematical language, for example, here, or in Python syntaxes. But it would be nice to type it down in words as well. It sounds nicer when you type it down, I think. So you type down is 2 in the set, and then you type down the code. And here, when you're having the question here, is 2 in the set, and you see true. Okay, so true, therefore 2 is inside it. So you can find the answer completely in the terminal when you're having the message instead of going to say, okay, the second statement is for which print when you're having like 200 line of codes, for example, it would be very hard to trace it. So it's nice to also have these messages in the terminal. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to iterate through a set. I'm having a set called my set. It has 3 elements, and these elements are string. So the first element is apple, the second element is banana, and the third element is cherry. To iterate over this set, I use the for loop and I type down the for keyword. I'm having the fruit. It could be X, for example, here. This is the variable that we have to going through the all elements of our set. I'm having for all X in this set and the name of my set. So I type down the for keyword, then here the in keyword, and then after in I have the name of my set, and before in I'm having my variable. And then in the next line, for each iteration, I'm printing the value of X. So in the first iteration, X equals apple. In the second iteration, X equals banana. And in the last or third iteration, X equals cherry. So when I run this code, we see exactly the same output, apple, cherry, and banana. However, we also learned how to print the set itself in, in one go. So when I run this code again, I use the print function and I type down my set, and I'm having the my set being printed in the output. So if we want to print elements one by one, we can use for loop to go through it, to iterate through the set. Or if we want to print all the elements of a set in one place, we can have the print function directly and type down the name of the set in the parentheses. And in this case, the name is my set. Therefore, we are having my set being printed here in the last line. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about subset and superset. But let me give you my definition and explanation using an instance. Here I'm having set 1 and it has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. And we are having set 2, it has 2 elements, 1 and 2. And if I want to define subset meaning, it means that we can declare that set 2 is a subset of set 1 because all the elements of set 2 are contained in set 1. Let me repeat it. So I can say set 2 is a subset of set 1, and the reason is all the elements of set 2 are contained in set 1. Therefore, set 2 is a subset of set 1. And vice versa, we can say set 1 is a superset of set 2 for the same reason, because all the elements of set 2 are contained in set 1. So in other words, if one set is a subset of another, the second set is automatically a superset of the first one. So if we want to do this checking with Python in codes, we can have the code like this. So I type down the print function, and in the parentheses, first I type down the message. I would like to see if set 2 is a subset of set 1. To type down in codes, I type down the name of the set 2. So set 2 lower than or equal to, and then set 1. This sign represents a subset. And if I want to check the superset, so I would like to mention if set 1 is a superset of set 2, I type down the name set 1 and using the larger than or equal to sign, which is the superset sign, and on the right hand side, I'm having set 2. So for the subset, when we are checking, I type down the set 2 on the left hand side, and for the superset, I type down the set 1 on the left hand side. So when I run this code, we see this in the output. So I'm asking to see, is set 2 a subset of set 1? And the answer is true. Well, yes, the answer is yes, because all the elements of set 2 are included in set 1. And then I'm saying, is set 1 a superset of set 2? And the answer is yes. And for the same, Reza. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about set comprehension. So set comprehension is a concise way to create sets in Python using a single line of code. It allows us to define a set by specifying an expression and optional conditions. For example, here, I'm having my name of my set is squares that I'm creating here. And to create the set, because I want to be the set of squares for numbers from 1 to 5, I'm having x star star 2, so square of numbers. And for each x that is in the range 1 to 6, because we're writing down 1 to 6, but we are willing to have something from 1 to 5. Why we are writing down 1 to 6 then? Because the start point is inclusive, but the end point is exclusive. So if we want to go from 1 to 5, we need to type down in the range 1 to 6. Okay? So, and then when this is calculated, it is assigned to squares, and then I'm printing out the squares. So when I run this code, I see the output is 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25. But why? The reason is, so x is taking value 1 to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when we are computing these numbers to the power of 2, we're having 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25. So this is how we can create a set comprehension using a single line of code. We are going to do some further exercises for set comprehension in the next videos. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. Here we're going to discuss another example, another coding exercise for set comprehension. So we would like to create a set of even numbers from 1 to 10. What is the definition of even number? The definition of even number is the following. So if a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that number is an even number. Otherwise, it is an odd number. Okay, so this is the definition of even and odd numbers. So if a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals to 0 or equals 0, it means that the number is an even number. Otherwise, it's an odd number. So using a set comprehension method to create that, I'm setting a name for my set, and I'm saying that for this is the x, and for any x that is in the range 1 to 11, again, we are saying 1 to 11 because the end is exclusive. So it is going to go from 1 to 10. And if x is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals to 0, using the modulo sign, we can compute that. Then we are going to set that number into this even numbers set. And finally, I'm printing the elements of this even numbers set. So when I run this code, I see 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. But how this set is created like that? So for the first time, x equals 1, and then x equals 2, x equals 3, x equals 4. So let me copy paste these parts. So here is the iteration. So here is the iteration. So when we are saying for each x in the range 1 to 11, it means that x is going to take values from 1 to 10. So when x equals 1, it is saying that if x is divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No. Therefore, this number is not going to be assigned to the set. So then 2 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. Yes. So number 2 is assigned to the set. So 3 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No. Then 4 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. Yes. So 4 is going to be added to the set. 5 divided by 2 equals 0. No. So 5 is not going to be added. 6 divided by 2 equals 0. The remainder equals 0. Yes. And 7 divided by 2 equals 0. No, so it's not going to be added. 8 divided by 2 equals 0. Yes, so 8 is going to be added to the list. 9 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No, so 9 is not going to be added. And 10 divided by 2 equals 0. Yes, so 10 is going to be added. But one thing that we need to be careful about, for example, 10, this is the sign, the slash is the sign of division. So 10 divided by 5, the output is 2. But 10, when we're having the modulo sign, 5, it is going to calculate the remainder for us, and the remainder is 0 for this division. Okay, so this is just a reminder for you. So when I compile this, we see 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So for each x that is in the range 1 to 11, and if x is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division using modulo sign equals to 0, we're going to keep that x and assign it to even numbers, and then we are printing out the even numbers. So it was a very good example of set comprehension, and I think we could have now a better idea of how to create set comprehensions. We're going to have some further coding exercise with respect to set comprehension. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about another set comprehension coding exercise. So we would like to find vowels in the word T. I'm having the vowels in T set. So the name of my set is this one. I'm creating um, a set of X for each X in the T string if X is in one of these. Okay, let me illustrate it with the output. So when I run this code, I have E and A. So when X is going to iterate over all the letters of T using this for loop, okay, one time it is going to be equal to T, one time it is going to be equal to E, and one time it is going to be equal to A. So then it is going to check if the T, for example, in the first iteration that X equals T, it is going to check T if it exists in this string. So we want to see if T equals to A, E, I, O, or U, one of them. So it checks to see if T exists in one of these letters. And the answer is no, because T is not there. Then in the next iteration, it is going to equal X to E, and it is going to check if E exists in this string. And these strings, when we are going through its letters one by one, these are the letters. Does E equal to one of these letters? I would say yes, because we have one E here. So the answer is yes. And then E is stored in our set. Okay. In the next iteration, we are having X equal to A, the last letter of T, and then it is going to check and see if A exists in this string. And in this string, when I mean it is going to be equal to, if it is equal to any of the letters in this string. And the answer would be yes, because A exists there. So the answer is yes. So when I run this code, I see E and A in the output, because these are the two letters that are vowels in the T string. So in this coding exercise, to review it, in this coding exercise, we are creating a set of X for each X in T string. So it is going to iterate over the letters of T if X is in one of the letters in this string. Okay, so these are the vowel letters in English, and this is our string. So we are iterating over the letters of T and the letters of this string, okay, the vowel letters. Then we would like to check if one of the letters in T, so for example, if the T, the first letter, equals to any of the letters here. Then if the second letter of T, which is E, equals to any of the letters here. And finally, we're going to check to see if the last letter of T, which is A, equals to any of the letters in this string that contains all the letters of our vowel sound. And the answer for T is no, because we don't see T here. For the E, the answer is yes, because we have one E here. And for the A, the answer is yes, because we are having A as well here. So the output is E and A. So this is how we can create a set of X for each X in T if X in this string. Okay, A, E, I, O, and U. This is how we can make a comparison letters by letters between two strings. So if the first letter equals to any of the letters of the second string, the second letter of the T, which is E, exists in any of the letters of the second string, and the last letter A exists in any of the letters of my second string. So basically, we are saying if T equals to any of the letters of my second string, and when I say string, I mean E, I, O, U, because we are defining it in double quotes, so it's a string. And then if E equals to any of these letters, A equals to any of these letters. So this is how we can create a set of X using set comprehension. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to create a set of vowels found in the string hello world. So here I'm typing down the name of my string vowel in word. Then I am creating a set of X for each X that is in hello world string if X is in this string A, E, I, O, U as well. So here we see that when we are having this for loop, it is going to iterate over all the letters of the hello world string and checks to see if that specific letters equals to any letters in this string, which are the vowel letters. For example, it is going to say for the first iteration, while we are iterating over this string, it is going to check and see when if equals to H, if H equals to any of the letters in this string. Okay, so it is going to check if H equals to A, H equals to E, H equals to I, H equals to O, H equals to U. Okay, so it is going to check this out. It is going to check this out, and because the answer is no, it is not going to um, store H in the created set of X. Okay, then it is going to move on to the second letters in the next iteration. So it sees that E
exists in this string. So the second letter in the hello world is E. X equals to E. So it is going to check to see if E equals to A, E equals to E, E equals to I, E equals to O, and E equals to U. So it is going to check these conditions. So the answer for this one is no, 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 but for this one the answer is yes, because we are having one letter E in the second string. So it is going to mention that, okay, the second letter in the hello world string exists in this string, okay? So it is going to get this E letter and assign it to our vowel in word set. So we're going to store this E. So it is going to iterate over all the letters of a hello world. L, another letter O, for example. So O is here and O exists in the second uh, string. So it is going to store O as well in our vowel in word set, but L is not here, so it's not going to store it. Again, L not here, not storing O there. So O is there, so it is going to store that. W is not here, so it's not going to store it. We are having O here, so we already stored one O, so it's not going to store duplicates. And R is not here, L is not here, and D is not here as well. So it is going to iterate over all the letters of the first string and checks to see if any of the letters of the first string equals to any of the letters in the second string. And our second string is A, E, I, O, U. And because we are iterating over the letters one by one, we are offering a string A, E, I, O, U. So H equals to A, no. E, no. I, no. O, no. U, no. Then second letter of the first string is E. E equals to A, no. E equals to E, yes. So it is going to store E. Then the third letter of the first string, which is the hello word, it is L. So L equals A, no. L E, no. L I, no. L O, no. L U, no. So L does not exist in the second string. Therefore, it's not a vowel letter because in the second string we are only storing the vowel letter. So this is how it is going to go over all the letters in the first string and compare it with all the letters in the second string. Okay, so the first letter and first letter, second letter, third letter, and like fourth letter and fifth letter. So it is going to compare the first letter with all the letters of the second string, then the second letter with all the letters of the second string again, then the third letter of the first string with all the letters of the second string, etc. until the end. And when uh, we find a letter in the first string that exists in the second string, it is going to store it in this set. So when I run this code, I see E and O in the output. It means that this string is having E and O letters that are existing in the second string as well, and the second string are the vowel letters. So we are mentioning in the hello world string, we are having two letters that are vowel. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about frozen set. There is a function in Python that we can use to freeze the set for ourselves for any purposes. For example, in the beginning of your code, you want to initialize the set and you want to make it to be frozen to make sure there will be no modification for this set throughout your program. Okay. In order to do that, I'm just having a set name called frozen set. It could be, for example, X. I would say, let's put it X. It's easier. And then I use the frozen set function. In parentheses, I type down the elements of my set. So I'm initializing my set, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and simply just using the frozen set function to do that for us. And then I'm printing my set. So when I compile, I see that my set is 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it shows the message that it is a frozen set and not a normal set, so we cannot change it. If we want to try and change it, we will receive an error from the compiler. So I'm trying now to add one element, number 5, to this set, and when I run, I see an error. Attempting to modify will raise an error. Why? Because we cannot modify a frozen set. So this is why we use frozen set function to help us to make sure throughout the program, all over the program, throughout the program, the set remains the same and remains unchanged. So this is how we can use frozen sets in our program in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that finds elements that are in set 1 and not in set 2 or set 3. We are having three sets here, set 1 to set 3. Set 1 has 4 elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Set 2 has 4 elements, 3, 4, 5, 6. And set 3 has 4 elements as well. So 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we would like to find elements that are in set 1 and not in set 2 or in set 3. So let us start with the first element, 1. Is this number exists in set 2 or 3? No. So one of the numbers that we are looking for is 1. Then we check the second element, number 2. Is that number exists in set 2 or 3? No. So the second number that we are looking for is number 2. So the third element, the third number is number 3. And we see that number 3 exists already in set 2. So this is not what we are looking for. And the other one is number 4. And we see that number 4 already exists in set 2 and set 3. Therefore, these two numbers are not the numbers that we are looking for, 3 and 4. So the unique numbers that are in set 1 only are 1 and 2. But how can we find it using Python and not doing it manually? To do that, I'm having a set called result. Then I'm having the name of my first set, which is set 1, dot difference keyword, and in parentheses I type down the name of the second set, dot difference keyword again, so the difference function is going to be called. And then in parentheses I type down the name of my third set. And the result of this is going to be 1 and 2. So the things that are in set 1 and not in set 2 or set 3. This is how it is going to calculate it and assign it to result set. And we are printing out the set that is called result. And we see that in the output, we are having the number 1 and number 2. So to review it, we type down the name of my first set, that is set 1. Then dot difference, in parentheses, I type down the name of the second one, dot difference, and in parentheses the name of our third set that we would like to investigate. And this code is basically going to find us the elements that exist in set 1 and do not exist in set 2 or 3. So number 1 does not exist in set 2 or 3. Number 2 does not exist in set 2 and 3. So these two numbers are the numbers they are looking for. Number 3 already exists in set 2, and number 4 already exists in set 2 and 3 as well. So we would like to find these two numbers using Python, and using Python we type down the name of the first set, dot difference, and then the name of the second set in the parentheses, then dot difference, and then the name of the third set in parentheses. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program that takes a sentence as input and prints the unique words in it. So here I'm having a string called sentence, and this string is here. So it has apple being repeated 2 times, banana being repeated 2 times, and orange. But we see that banana and apple, they are both duplicates. So they have duplicates and they're repeated because we are looking for unique words. We can think of sets because one of the features of sets is that they can help us to have the unique elements. So it does not allow duplicates. So we can try to convert them to sets. Okay. So I'm having my variable called x, which is a set, and I try to convert this string into a set, so the set automatically will eliminate the duplicates. To do that, I'm having my variable x, which is a set, and I'm trying to convert this sentence into a set. So I type down the name of the sentence, but before converting that, I use the split function here. So a split function helps me to divide the string into words based on the white space by default and return a list of those words. And this is going to be very helpful because when we are having words, word by word elements here, a set can immediately identify the repetition. So I'm going to use the split function to have this string being divided into words. So it's not going to be apple, banana, etc. It is going to be apple, banana. Sorry, there is an extra in here. Apple, orange, then banana. Okay, it is going to, so this is what the split function is going to do. It is going to divide this string into words. They are separated by a comma now. Okay, then because they are in a function called set, they are going to be converted to set. And while they are being converted, so apple is going to be assigned to my set called x because there is no duplicate for that. Banana is the second element, is going to be assigned to my variable to x, which is a set. Then another element is apple. So when we are trying to insert this apple, the Python compiler will understand that one apple already exists in the set, so it's going to just eliminate the second one. Then it goes for the orange, so it says orange, it's not there already, so we are going to insert orange. And finally, banana, it says that banana already there, so we're not going to insert another banana because it's not possible in sets. So this set x is created, and then basically we are using the print function to print our set. So apple, banana, orange, this is what we expected to have in the output. So in this video, we learned how to convert a string into a set, and also we learned how to use the split function to divide a string into words so set can see a string word by word. Therefore, it can identify the duplicates and it is going to automatically basically eliminate the duplicates. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program that takes two lists and prints their common elements. We learned that using AND operator in sets, we can find the common elements. So here is my list 1 and list 2. List 1 has 3 elements, 1, 2, 3. List 2 has 3 elements, 2, 3, and 4. So first of all, we need to convert them to sets. To convert them to sets, I'm having the set keyword, and in parentheses, I type down the name of the first list and then the name of the second list. And here between them, I'm having the AND operator because we learned that AND operator in sets can help us to find the common elements. So
set in parentheses list1 and set in parentheses list2, it is assigned to another set that is called common elements, and we are printing out the common element. So when I run, I see number 2 and 3. Why 2 and 3? Because 1 is not shared between these two, 4 is not shared between these two, so number 4 is not common, it's not an common element, and number 2 is shared and number 3 is shared. So these two numbers are the only numbers that are common elements between these two lists. So it is going to help us to find it. So now we are having two lists that we would like to find their common elements. The first thing is to think of sets, because it was one of the features of the set that they could give us the common elements among two sets. And then after converting them to sets, we can use the AND operator to find the common elements and assign them to a new set, and then we are printing out the new set in the output. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to simulate a lottery draw by generating 6 unique random numbers between 1 and 49. To do that, I am using the random library. So I need to use the import keyword in order to have access to this library. Then I am initializing an empty set that is called lottery numbers. It is equal to set with empty parentheses. Basically, it is going to create an empty set for us. Then using the len function, I am keeping track of the size of my lottery numbers set. So this len function is going to calculate the size of my set that is called lottery numbers. Okay. So we are typing down a while loop, and as long as the length of this set is lower than 6, take this set and add random numbers. How? I take the name of the set dot and use the AND function, and in parentheses we are typing down random dot rand int. So it is going to randomly generate an integer number for us, and it is going to range from 1 to 49 here for us. Okay, and that generated number randomly is going to be using the add function and being inserted to these lottery numbers, and then it is going to go back up, measure the length of this set for us to see how many elements are there, and if the elements are lower than 6, it is going to enter the while loop one more time and generate another number. So when I run this code, I see 6 numbers are generated in our set here that are 41, 40, 41, 15, 48, 18, and 22. So if I run the code one more time, we see that the numbers will be different with these ones. So when I run this time, I'm having 6, 8, 42, 12, 46, and 25. So in this example, we learned how to use sets to generate unique numbers for a lottery draw. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about set union, or we are going to talk about, let's say in other words, how to combine two sets to create a new set. Now we are having two sets here, set 1 and set 2. Set 1 is having 1, 2, 3, and set 2 is having 3, 4, and 5. So this number 3 is in set 1 and it is also in set 2. In order to combine them, I'm having x variable being declared, and I'm having set1 pipe operator and then set2. So this line is going to combine these two sets for us, set1 and set2, and here I'm showing the message union using pipe operator, and then printing out the X set for the user in the terminal. We see the output. So in the output, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the sets are combined. But what happened? Here we see only one tree. We had one tree here and we had one tree here. Why we are not having two trees in the output when we are combining two sets? The reason is this. We learned in the introduction video that sets do not allow repetition and duplicate values in themselves. So this is why the set, when it is combined to form a new set, it is not taking two values that are the same. So this is why in the output we are seeing only one tree value, because sets do not allow duplicate values. There is another way to combine sets. The other way is like this. So we can either use pipe operator to make the union, or we can use the union function simply. We type down the name of our first set, then the union, and in parentheses, we type down the name of the second set. And this is assigned to our variable called y. Now I'm typing down the message union using union function, and I'm printing this y for myself in the output. So we see in the output the sets are having the same elements, and in this case also we are not having two number 3 being printed in the output for the reason that I mentioned. It's your choice, either using pipe operator or using the union function. Both of them can help us to create a new set based on two already sets that we are having. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to talk about set difference. We would like to understand what are the numbers that are in set 1 and not in set 2. So here I'm having two sets, set 1 and set 2. Set 1 has three elements, 1, 2, and 3. And set 2 has three elements, 2, 3, and 4. So we would like to understand what are the numbers that are in set 1 but not in set 2. After checking the numbers in set 1, we can see number 2, okay, this one is here also. So 2 is in set 1 and also in set 2. Number 3 is in set 1 and it is also in set 2. But number 1 is in set 1 and it is not in set 2. So we are looking to find the numbers that are included in set 1 and not in set 2. Okay, so we see that number is number 1. But how can we understand it using like some coding or functions in Python? To do that, it's very easy. We type down the name of the first set and then minus or subtraction operator and then set 2. And this is going to calculate for us the numbers that are indeed in set 1 and not in set 2. And it is assigned to a new set called difference set. So then here I'm using the print function to type down the message difference using and this minus operator or sign, and here I'm typing down the name of the difference set here. There is another way to do it as well. The other way would be to type down the name of the first set dot the difference keyword, and in parentheses we type down the name of the second set, and this is assigned to my new set that is called difference set. So, and we are typing the message saying that difference using the difference function or method, and then I type down the name of my set that I want to print its value. So when I run, I see number 1 is shown using both methods, we reached to number 1, showing that we did the correct calculation, because when manually we checked that, it was again number 1. So it is very important to know that this method is going to give us now the things that are included in set 1 and not in set 2. This is why the set 1 is first and then the set 2. Set 1 is first and then the set 2. If we want to understand the numbers that are in set 2 and not in set 1, we need to change the place of set 2 and set 1 in these equations. And these are two ways to find the difference between these two sets. And as you decide, it's your choice. You can go ahead and choose which one, whatever that you're comfortable with. And the other thing that I would like to mention here is that, for example, if I add one number here, for example, and when I run, we see that number 10 is now written here. Why? Because now I added a new value to my first set, and this value is not in set 2. So this is why I can see 1 and 10. So if I include 10 also here, and I recompile, I should not see 10 anymore here. So when I recompile, yes, we can see that only number 1 is there. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to get unique values from a list using sets. Okay, so this is my list. It has 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. These are the elements of this list. And there are duplicates. You see there are 2 number 2s and 2 number 4s there, okay? We would like to remove duplicates and we would like to have only unique values. So this is the expected output for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? So the duplicates must be removed. And because we want to do this, I type down the print function. I type down the message unique values colon, then I call the unique values function and I'm passing the list as the argument. I use the def keyword in order to initialize and create my function. This function is going to basically convert this list to a set. And one of the features of sets is that they do not allow duplicates. So when we convert the list into a set, automatically duplicates are removed. Therefore, when I run this code, I see that I'm having a set of unique values. Okay, so this is how we can easily get rid of the duplicates. But if we want to also have list in the output, for example, here you see that we are having a set in the output, but if we want to have a list in the output, we can use the list function. So I'm first converting my list to a set and everything is okay. So we saw the output, duplicates are removed. So that's the end of the program. But if it is obligatory to have a list as the output, we can further convert the created set to another list again using the list function. So basically, first I use the set function and type down the name of my list. So this list is being converted to a set and it is automatically getting rid of the duplicates. So this is the end of the program if we are okay to have an output with a set. Okay. But if this is, for example, a force that we are looking for a list in the output, we can use the list function by typing down the keyword list and put everything in the parentheses. Therefore, it is going to convert the created set, which already got rid of the duplicates, to another list. So when I run the code, I see that I'm having a list here and we got rid of the duplicates. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to dictionary section. A dictionary in Python is a collection of key value pairs. Each key is unique and it is used to access its associated value. Dictionaries are one of the Python's built-in data types and are mutable. It means that we can modify them after creation.
And the key features of dictionaries in Python are as follows. Each element in a dictionary consists of a key and its corresponding value, written as key colon value. And we can add, remove, or modify items in a dictionary. And we cannot have duplicate keys in a dictionary. Let me illustrate all these concepts with an example. Here, I'm having a dictionary called my underscore dict, and then it is equal to braces. This code is going to give us an empty dictionary. But what if we want to declare a dictionary with some key value data? Here I'm having a dictionary called person, and I have the open brace here and the end brace here, close brace here. So all these three lines are part of my dictionary. Then I'm having keys called name, age, and city, and the associated values are Alice, 25, and New York, respectively. So here the key name has its associated value called Alice, and the key age has its associated data called 25 here in this case, and a city and New York. So this is how we are having a declaration or creation of a dictionary called person with three keys and three values. As you remember, we we mentioned when declaring a dictionary, we are having key, colon, then values. So on the left hand side, we are having the keys. On the right hand side, we are having the values. But how can we access these keys or values of a dictionary? To have access to them, we can use the print function. And in parentheses, we type down the name of the dictionary, which is person in this case. And in square brackets here, in a square bracket, I'm typing down the name key, the key which is the name, sorry. So here, when I'm having the name in the square bracket for the dictionary person, we are expecting to see Alice, its associated value. So whenever you want to access, for example, one of the values, we can access it through typing down the key of the dictionary. So when I run this code here, let me comment the last line. So when I run this code here, we see Alice in the output. So let me give you another example to access other uh, keys or values in Python. So here, as I mentioned, we are going to type down the name of the dictionary, which is person, and then open brace here. Then we are having quotes. And then I type down the age because the age is the second key in this dictionary that is called person. And I'm going to close everything here now. So when I run the code again, I expect to see 25 as well in the output. As you can see, we are having the 25 here as well. And finally, we can have the name of the dictionary. Then we can have the city, which is our last key in the dictionary person. So in order to access these values, we need to use these keys along with the name of the dictionary, because we may have like several dictionaries. We need to mention of which key, the value that is associated to which key in which dictionary we would like to have access to it. Okay. So here I'm typing down the name of the dictionary, and in braces, sorry, in a square brackets, I'm typing down the name of the key, and the last key is city. So when I rerun the code, I expect to see New York in the output. So here also is the last value that is associated to the last key, which is the city here. And if I want to print out the dictionary, the whole dictionary in one place, When I run the code, I see it in the output. So we simply type down the print function, and then we mention the name of the dictionary in parentheses. So we see the name Alice, age 25, city New York. So this is how we can create and access different elements in a dictionary in Python. In the following videos, we are going to dive deeper into this concept in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to make a comparison between list, tuple, set, and dictionary. As you remember, lists are declared in brackets and they are mutable. It means that we can modify them after creation. We can add, remove, or change item, and duplicate elements are allowed in lists. Then we discussed about tuples. So tuples cannot be modified after creation, and when we are willing to create them, we need to use parentheses. And duplicate elements are allowed as well. Then we learned about sets. Sets are declared in braces, and it is possible to add or remove items, but duplicate elements are automatically removed when we are working with sets in Python. And finally, we are going to learn in this section about dictionaries in Python. So we can add, remove, or update key value pairs. So it is possible to do that. However, the keys in dictionaries must be unique. So values can be duplicate, but the keys must be unique. For example, in the previous example, we had a key called name and the value called Alice, for example. Okay, so it means that the next key is age, for example, and its value is 25. But when we are dealing with dictionaries, I cannot have another key called name. So duplicates are not allowed. Okay, so this is the important concept that we need to know about dictionaries in Python. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to add or update key value pairs in dictionaries in Python. So here is my dictionary. It is called person and it has three keys, name, age, and city. And it has three values, Alice, 25, and New York. So when I print this dictionary in the output in the terminal, we see that all the data of the dictionary is being printed. So name Alice, age 25, and city New York. If we want to add a key value pair to our already existing dictionary, we type down the name of the dictionary first, and then we are going to use square brackets. And in the square brackets, in quotes, we can simply type down the new key that we would like to add to our dictionary. And then the left hand side equals to the right hand side, and the right hand side represents the value that is associated to this key for this dictionary. So if I now again print the dictionary person, we need to see the updated dictionary. So up until here, everything is the same, but as you see, email is being added here, and also the email address is written on the right hand side. So it means that somehow like this is being written in the dictionary now when we are having the uh, the adding of the new key value pair. So when we are having this, it means that a new key is being written here and a new value associated to this key that was just declared is also existing there. So in order to do that, I am going to review now. We type down the name of the dictionary. In the square brackets, we are typing down the name of the new key. And on the right hand side, we are typing down
the value that is going to be associated to this key that we are declaring now. Then if we want to update our dictionary, for example, one element, one value of an existing key, we can have this code here. So when I run this code, we are seeing the, sorry, I need to print the output. So when I run the last line, the last modification of the code, and I run the code again, we see here I'm typing down the name of the dictionary, which is person. And here I'm typing down an already existing key in my dictionary, which is age. So when an already existing key name is mentioned here, it means that I'm trying to update the value that is associated to that key. So when age already existing there, it means that I would like to modify this age. So age was already 25, but now I would like to update it and make it 26. Then when I print the dictionary, we see in the output, the age is now 26 and not 25 anymore. Okay? So in this lecture, we learned how to add a new key and its associated value to an existing dictionary. And also, we learned how to modify an existing key's value in a dictionary in Python. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to remove items in a dictionary. Here is my dictionary called person. It has 4 keys and 4 values: name, age, city, email, and Alice 25 New York, Alice at example.com. And we would like to remove this key and its associated value from our dictionary. To do that, I use the del keyword. Then I type down the name of my dictionary. Then I have open bracket. Then in the bracket, I type down the name of the key that I would like to remove, and then I close the bracket here. When I print my dictionary here and I run the code, we see name Alice, so the first key and its value is there. We see age and 25, it's here, and then we see email and the email address here, and we see there is no print in the output of the city and the New York. It means that using the del keyword, we accessed the person dictionary to remove the city key and its associated value. So basically, this is how we can remove items from our dictionary. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to iterate through a dictionary. So this is our dictionary called person. It has 3 keys: name, age, and city, and 3 values: Alice, 25, and New York. And we would like to iterate through this dictionary. To do that, we need a for loop, and we are going to use the for keyword here. Then I'm having 2 iterating variables here, one named key, one named value. I'm just choosing the name myself, so because I think it's easier to understand it when I'm typing down key and value. So one of the iterating value variables that is called key is going to iterate over name, age, and city, and the value is going to iterate over the associated data to the associated value or data to these keys here. So this value iterating variable is going to take Alice, 25, and New York. When we are typing down the for loop, we know that we need to use the for keyword, and it means that for each key and value in the person dictionary, and we need to have the dot items in empty parentheses. It means that we are calling the items function to go through the items of these dictionary that we are having here. And then
in the for loop, in each iteration, we are going to print out the key and value. So when I run this code, I see name, Alice, age 25, city, New York. Basically, in the first iteration, key equals name and value equals Alice. So this is why we see name and Alice in the first iteration. In the second iteration, key equals age, value equals 25. And in the third iteration, key equals city, value equals New York. So this is why we see name Alice, age 25, and city New York. So in the first iteration, key equals name, value equals Alice, and we are printing out key, then value. So key is name and value equals Alice. In the second iteration, key equals age and value equals 25. We are having age and 25. And in the last iteration, key equals city and value equals New York. This is why we see city and New York in the output. So this is how we can use a for loop to iterate through a dictionary in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that creates a dictionary with information about a person, name, age, and city, and prints each key value pair. We're declaring a dictionary called person. The name is John, the age is 30, and the city is Los Angeles. Then, in order to print each key value pair, we need a for loop. And we need two iterating variables, key and value, for each key and value in the person dictionary, and we use the items function with empty parentheses to iterate over the items of our dictionary one by one, and then we're going to print key and value in each iteration. So we see name John, age 30, and city Los Angeles. So in the first iteration, key equals name while value equals John. In the second iteration, key equals age, value equals 30. In the third iteration, key equals city, value equals Los Angeles. So in the first iteration, key equals name and value equals John. This is why when we are printing key and value, we see name John. Then in the second iteration, key equals age and value equals 30. This is why we see age 30. And in the third iteration, key equals city and value equals Los Angeles. This is why we see this part in the output. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that adds a new key value pair to an existing dictionary and prints the updated dictionary. Here I'm having a dictionary called student. It has two keys, name and grade, and two values, Emma and A. In order to add a new key value pair, we learned that we can type down the name of the dictionary, and then in brackets we type down the name of the new key, and then on the right hand side we type down the associated value. This is how we can add a new key value pair to an existing dictionary for a student. The name of the dictionary, the name of the key, and the value on the right hand side. Then we are going to print the student dictionary. So when I run this code, I see name Emma, which was there already. I see grade A, which was there already. And we see subject math, which is something that we added here. So the subject and math. So our new dictionary looks like this now.
subject, then it's having the math as its associated value. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that removes a key value pair from a dictionary and prints the updated dictionary. I'm having a dictionary called car. It has three keys: brand, model, and year. And it has three values: Toyota, Corolla, 2020. If we want to remove one key value per from this existing dictionary, we use the del keyword, then we type down the name of the dictionary, and in the brackets, we're going to type down the name of the key that we would like to be removed from this dictionary. So after that, I'm trying to print the dictionary here. So when I run this code, I'm having brand Toyota, model Corolla, and year 2020. When I delete this key, the associated value to this key is going to be removed as well automatically. So when I print my car dictionary, I see brand Toyota here, and then I see year 2020 here. So I see no information about the model Corolla in the output after having uh, the model keyword and its associated value being removed using the del keyword in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to program that checks if a specific key exists in a dictionary. I'm having a dictionary called colors. It has three keys: red, blue, and green, and it has three associated value. And in this program, we would like to check and see if one key called blue is existing in our dictionary or not. Is it there or not? Does this blue key exist in our color dictionary or not? So to check that, I'm typing down one if conditions. So I type down if, then the string blue because I'm looking for blue, in the colors, in colors, so colors is the name of my dictionary, print the color blue is in the dictionary. Else means otherwise, print the color blue is not in the dictionary. So I'm going to say it one more time. We check with if condition if this string in the colors. So colors is the name of my dictionary. So when I run this code, I see the output says that the color blue is in the dictionary. It means that we are having a key in this dictionary that is called blue. But if I type down, for example, here, yellow, it says the color. So the color, maybe we should also change this one and this one here, for example. So I rerun. It says the color yellow is not in the dictionary. So this message is being printed out in the output. Why? Because it checks and see yellow is not one of the keys declared in the color dictionary. This is why, because it cannot find it. It goes to the else part and it prints this message for us in the output. So this is how we can actually check to see if a specific key exists in a dictionary or not. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that counts how many items are in a dictionary. I'm having a dictionary called fruits. It has three keys: apple, banana, and orange. And each of these keys are associated with one value. So for apple, we have value 3. For banana, we have value 5. And for orange, we have value 2. So we would like to count to see how many items are in a dictionary. In this dictionary, I'm having three items here. So three keys. By items, I mean three keys. So three keys are inside the fruits dictionary. But how can we count it in Python? We can use the len function, in fact, the len function.
In the previous videos, we have already worked with this function. So we can use the len function to give us the number of keys that are inside this dictionary, but inside this function, we need to type down the name of our dictionary, which is fruits. So we are initializing a variable called count, and it is equal to the len function, and in parentheses we are having the name of the dictionary. So this function is going to calculate the number of items that are inside the fruits dictionary. Then I'm printing out the count for myself in the terminal. So I'm having this message: the dictionary has, and then the count variable is here, and then the items at the end of my message. So I'm printing out the dictionary has 3 items. So, and if we count it, we see that there are indeed 3 items inside this dictionary. So if we have a dictionary with a lot of keys, we can simply use the len function to do the job for us, to do the work for us, and we can easily understand how many keys are declared inside a dictionary. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to merge 2 dictionaries. I'm having dictionary number 1 and dictionary number 2. I would like to put the information of the second dictionary in the first dictionary. And we see that dictionary 1 and 2, they have one element in common, which is B. So the key B is shared between them. But in the first dictionary, it is associated with 2. And in the second dictionary, it is associated with number 3. I'm going to type down the name of my first dictionary dot update. So I'm using the update function, and in the parentheses I type down the name of my second dictionary, and then I'm printing out the first dictionary in the output. When I print the first dictionary in the output, I expect to see this element in the dictionary 1 and these 2 elements in the dictionary 1 and not this one. Why? Because B is a common element, is a common key, let's say, between these 2 dictionaries, and we are updating the information of the first dictionary with the information of the second dictionary. Therefore, because they have one key in common, it is going to, this part is going to be replacing this part. Okay, so I expect to see A1, B3, and C4 in the output when I'm using this line of syntax and code. So the name of the first dictionary dot update using the update function, and in the parentheses I'm typing down the name of my second dictionary. So in the output, as you see here, I'm printing the first dictionary. I see A1, B3, and C4. So we don't see B2 in the output. Why? Because the information of the first dictionary is being updated, and the information of the second dictionary is being inserted in the first dictionary, and because they have one key in common, the key of the second dictionary is going to be in the place of the B key in the first dictionary. So we see this one in the first dictionary and this one in the first dictionary, and this one is going to replace this one here. And we have another method to merge 2 dictionaries as well. To do that, I'm having a new dictionary being declared called merged, and then I'm using braces, and in braces I'm having star star and the name of the dictionary 1, comma, star star, the name of the second dictionary. So this is going to do the same work as this line does. So it depends which one you find more convenient, and you can go ahead and choose it. So after that, I'm printing the merged dictionary, and as we see here, the output of the first method and second method, both of them are the same. The outputs are the same. So it depends on you which one that you prefer. You can go ahead with that. So this is the second method. So in this video, we learned how to merge or update dictionaries In Python, we can use this method, name of the first dictionary, then update function, and in parentheses, the name of the second dictionary, or we create a third dictionary. For example, in our case here, it is called merge. And in the braces, we type down star star the name of the first dictionary and comma and star star the name of the second dictionary. Then we are printing out this third dictionary that has been created, which is called merge in this case. And then we see the outputs are the same. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to learn how to loop through keys, values, and items in a dictionary. Here I'm having a dictionary and it has 3 keys here as you see, name, age, and city, and it has 3 values, John, 30, and New York. If we want to only iterate through the keys of this dictionary, we can type down the keyword for, and for each key in my dictionary dot keys. If I use the keys function, this is going to help me to only iterate through the keys of the dictionary, okay? Name, age, and city. Then for each iteration, I print key. So in the first iteration, key equals name. Second iteration, key equals age. And third iteration, key equals city. Okay? So in here in the code, I'm printing a loop through keys. Then I'm typing down my key variable here, which is my iterating variable for each key in my dictionary dot keys. Print this key for me. So in the first iteration, key equals name, second one age, and third one city. Here is how we can iterate over the keys in a dictionary. Then what if we would like to iterate over the values only, not the keys anymore? We are typing down this message for us, loop through values, and then I type down 4 values in my dictionary and then dot values in parentheses, in empty parentheses. So we are using the values function to iterate over values, and then in each iteration I'm printing the value in the output. So in the first iteration, value equals John. In the second, value equals 30. And in the third value, equals New York, as you see it here. So using values function in dictionaries, we are able to iterate through only values. And if we would like to iterate over key value pairs, we use the items keyword. So I'm typing down for any key and values in my dictionary dot items print key and value. So it is going to say name John, age 30 in the second iteration, and the third iteration city and New York. So when I run this code, in the output we see loop through keys, and only keys are being printed as we expected here, name, age, and city. Then we are having loop through values. So values are John, 30, and New York. John, 30, and New York as we expected. And then loop through key value pairs. We see name John, age 30 in city, New York, as we were expecting to see the same thing. So in this video, we learned how to loop through keys, values, and key value pair. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about nested dictionaries, a dictionary that contain another dictionary as a value. So here I'm having a dictionary called students, and in this student dictionary, I'm having 2 other dictionaries called Alice and Bob. And the Alice dictionary has two keys, age and grade, and two values, 25 and A. In the nested dictionary called Bob, I'm having two keys again, age and grade, and two values, 22 and B. In order to access the nested data in our dictionary here, for example, if I want to know the grade of Alice from the student dictionary, I can type down the print function here, then type down the name of the dictionary, then I'm having square brackets, and in the first square bracket I'm typing down the name of Alice, for example, and then the grade key that I would like to have the output here. So as you see here, I'm printing that. So when I run the code, I see A in the output, which is the grade for Alice in the student dictionary. We could also have the, for example, students, then have the Bob here, and then having the grade of Bob in the output. So when I run this code, I see B, which is the grade of Bob. And if I wanted to have the age of Alice, I could type down the name of the dictionary and two square brackets. In the first one, I type down the name of the first nested data, which is Alice. Then I type down the age. So when I run this code, I expect to see number 25 in the output. And similarly, we can have the output for Bob's age here. So when I run this code now, I see 22. So in this video, we learned about nested dictionaries, or how to access nested data in a dictionary. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to sum all the items, or let's say values, in a dictionary. I'm having my dictionary here. It has three keys, A, B, and C, and three values, 10, 20, and 30. So we would like to have the sum of 10, 20, and 30. But how do we do that? To do that, I'm having my variable called total sum. Then I'm typing down the name of my dictionary dot using the values function, and using the values function, this function will allow us to access these values in this dictionary. Okay, and this is inside the parentheses of the sum function, and sum function is going to help us to get the values of my dictionary and sum all the values and return the result. And the returned result is assigned to total sum. Basically, with this line, I'm accessing the values, these 30, 20, and 10 of my dictionary. And these values are being summed using the sum function. And the output of this is going to be assigned to total sum variable. And then I'm printing the output. So I'm showing the message, the sum of all items in the dictionary is, and then the total sum variable is here. So when I run this code, I see the output is 60. So 30 plus 20 will be 50, plus 10 will be 60. So in this video, we learned how to sum all the values in a dictionary. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to multiply all values in a dictionary. So when I mention items, I mean values here. So all the values in a dictionary. So I'm having my dictionary, A, B, and C are the keys, and 2, 3, and 4 are the values. So we would like to write a program to multiply all the values. It means that I would like to have the result of 2 times 3 times 3 times 4, and the result is 24. So we would like to get to this number by multiplying the values 2, 3, and 4 in this dictionary. To do that, I'm initializing a variable called result to be assigned to 1. Then I'm using a for loop to iterate through the values of my dictionary. To iterate through the values of my dictionary, we learned that we can use the values function. So for each value, and this value is my iterating variable, for each value in my dictionary values, I'm going to type down this code. So this code equals to this code, result times value. Okay, so in each iteration, this value is going to have these three values. So in the first iteration, value equals 2. In the second iteration, value equals 3. Third iteration, in the third iteration, value equals 4. So this iterating variable is going to iterate over the values of my dictionary. Okay, for each value in my dictionary values, we are going to implement this code. And this code means that the new result equals to result multiplied by value. In the first iteration, value equals 2 because this is the first value in my dictionary, and then it is going to be equal to 3 in the second iteration. In the third iteration, it will be equal to 4. Okay, so when value equals to 2, result will be 1 times 2, and it will have the output of 2. Y it is equal to y result is equal to 1 multiplied by 2 because the formula says result multiplied by value. So result was initialized to be 1, and then I'm typing down 1 multiplied by 2. 2 is my value, so the result will be 2. Then in the next iteration, result will be 2 times 3, and result will be 6. And why 2 times 3? Because we are having the result multiplied by value. So result from previous iteration was equal to 2. So I'm having the number 2 here multiplied by 3. 3 is the value in this iteration. So it is the second value in my dictionary. And finally, in the last iteration, result equals 6 times 4. Therefore, result equals 24. So y6 multiplied by 4 because the formula says result equals result multiplied by value, and result is 6 from the previous iteration multiplied by value. Value equals to 4. So the output should be 24. And we mentioned that this formula is exactly doing the same thing as this formula does. So you can go ahead and choose to type down either of them in your for loop. It's more concise writing it this way, so this is why we're using this way. But I wrote it here in comments this way, so it would be easier to provide you with the analysis. Then after having the output of result, we are going to print the result variable here in the output, and we would like to say the product of all items in the dictionary is, and then having the result variable being printed. So the output is 24 as we expected based on our computation here. So in order to have the multiply of all items in a dictionary, we iterate through all the values of a dictionary, and we use this formula to have the output of the multiplication of all the values in a dictionary. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this video. In today's video, we would like to write a program that sums all the items in a list. So here is my list. The name of my list is numbers. It has 5 elements: 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. Here we would like to calculate the sum using the sum of all the items in our list using the sum function. In order to do that, I define a new variable called total Then it is assigned to be the sum of the list called numbers. So basically I'm using the sum function to calculate the sum of all the items in the numbers list. And when I run this code in the output, when we print the total, it's 150. So this is one way to do it. Another way to do it would have been to write a for loop, for example. And using a for loop, we could do that. For example, I'm having a variable called total1 equals 0. And we could say for num in numbers, we could have total1 plus equals num. And then we were printing the value of total1. So when I run the code, we see that the output is the same. So there are two ways to do that. The first one is to simply use the sum function. So this sum function is going to add 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 and plus 50 and assign the output to variable called total. And we print the total in the output here. Or another way to do that is to use a for loop. For example, here, in order to use a for loop, we need to initialize a variable to 0. Then we are having for each num is my iterating variable here. For each num that is in numbers, we are going to add that element to our total1 variable. For example, in the first iteration, num equals 10 because the first element in numbers is 10. Then we are going to have total1 equals total1 plus num. And this means that total1 is initialized to be 0, so it's 0 plus num is 10, so the total1 equals 10. Okay, so this is the first iteration. In the second iteration, num equals 20 because the second element of numbers list is 20 and we are iterating over each element of this. So it is 20 and we are having total1 equals total1 plus num. And we know that from previous iteration, we calculated total1. Total1 is 10. So we are having 10 plus 20. Why 20? So 20 is the num in this iteration, and 10 is the previously calculated total1. So 10 plus 20, it will be total1 equals 30. Then we have num equals 30 in the next iteration. And this means that total1 equals total1 plus num, meaning that we are going to have 30 plus 30, and we are going to have total1 equals 60 this time. Why 30 plus 30? Because total1 is 30 from the previous iteration, and num is 30 also. So we are having it equals 60. Then we are having num equals 40, meaning that total1 equals total1 plus num, and we are going to have 60 plus 40, so it is 100. Then we are going to have the next iteration, which is 50, num equals 50, so total1 equals 100 plus 50, which is 150 in the end. So we see that we are having 150 in the end. So in order to address this problem, there are two methods here that we explained. There may be many methods to address a problem. It depends on you. So the easiest way, I think, is to use the sum function, and simply it is going to do everything itself. And we are assigning it to total, and total is being printed. But otherwise, you can also have a for loop, which is not so hard to be done. For each num that is inside the numbers list, we are adding num to the total1 variable, which is initialized to 0, and then we are printing it out. And we could test it on many different lists. For example, I could have a list, numbers 1, for example. I could have 10, 50, 100, 150, 200. Then here I could have my new total equals sum. What was the name of the list? Yeah, numbers 1. Okay, so we're going to use that, and then we are going to print this message saying that the sum of the second list is, then we are having my new total. So when I run the code, this time we see that the sum of the elements that are inside this list is 510. So this is how we can use the sum function. We could get the same result using a for loop as well. So if I wanted to do a for loop, I could say total 2 equals 0. First, this is my variable. Then we are going to have this code, meaning that we are having my iterating variable num iterating over the numbers 1 list. Then in each iteration, we are adding the value of that element to total 2 and we are printing it out. So we see that using a for loop, we can also do that. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to multiply all the items in a list. So here is my list. It has 4 elements, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We would like to know what would be the output of this. 2 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 5. What is the output of this? Of course, we can do it ourselves manually, but how can we do it using Python? Here, first of all, we are going to initialize a variable to store the product. So it is called product and it is initialized to 1. We are having the loop that we need to iterate over all the elements of this list. And in each iteration, we are going to multiply that element by the product, okay, which was initialized to be 1. So what we mean here is the following. So in the first iteration, we are going to have num equals 2. So product equals product multiplied by num, meaning that we're going to have 1 multiplied by 2, meaning that product equals 2. Okay, so this is what we're going to get. Why? Because this product multiplied equal num is exactly this formula. So it depends on us. If this is easier for you to follow up, you can simply write this instead of that. They are the same thing. So here I'm having the product equals product multiplied by num. So product is 1 because it is initialized to 1. Then num is 2 because it's the first iteration and the first element in the list called numbers. It's 2, so the product equals 2. Then in the second iteration, we are having num equals 3, meaning that product equals 2 multiplied by 3, which is 6. So why 2 multiplied by 3? Because the formula says product multiplied by num. So product is 2 and num is 3. In the second iteration, num is 3 because it's the second element of the numbers list. So the output of the product is 6 after this iteration. Then we are having the third iteration, and here we are having num equals 6. So product equals 6 multiplied by 6. So we are having 36 as the output here. Why? Because the first number is the product from the last iteration and the second 6 is the third iteration, which is our value. Sorry, this is number 4. So this place should be 4 and 6 multiplied by 4, it's 24. So here 6 is the last value that we have for the product in the last iteration. So the value for the product variable is 6. We calculated in the previous iteration. So product equals product multiplied by num. So 6 comes from the last iteration of product multiplied by 4. So 4 is my variable num, and it is because it's the third element and we are in the third iteration. And finally, we are having the fourth iteration equals num equals 5 because 5 is the fourth element of the numbers list. And here we are going to have product equals 24 multiplied by 5. And the output of this will be 120. So when we run the code, we see that here, when we calculate this over the iteration, we are assigning everything to product. After after the for loop is finished, we have done all the iterations. So we are having the value of updated product, which we expect to have 120 when we calculate it manually. And we see that here, when we are having the product of all items in the list and we're printing product here, it's number 120, exactly what we expected here. And if we have another list, for example, numbers 2, it's like having 1, 5, 10, 20, and we are having a list like this. We are going to have for num in numbers 2, and we are going to have product, for example. Let me initialize another variable, product 1 equals 1. So product 1 multiplied equal to num. Okay, and in the end I'm going to print this value. So the product of the second list is, we're going to have its print, which is product 1. So now I defined a new list called numbers 2. I have a new variable to store the product, which is called product 1. It is initialized to 1. I'm having a for loop over the elements of numbers 2, which is my list. So for each num in the numbers 2, we are going to multiply that element by the product 1 variable. And the output will be stored in product 1, and we are going to show it here. So we see that the output is 1000. And if we do the calculation, we will see that it's correct. Actually, 20 multiplied, So 20 multiplied by 10, the output is 200, and it is multiplied by 5, the output is 1000. So we see that the output is correct. So this is basically how we can have a program in Python to multiply all the items in a list for us. We need to have one variable to be initialized to 1 and a for loop. And in each iteration, we are going to have each element being multiplied by this product. And this product in the end is going to have the multiplication of all the elements in our list. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that finds the second largest number in a list. So here is my list. It is called numbers and it has certain elements, like 7 elements are there. So we see that one element is 10, 25, 36, 45, 36 again, 25, and 50. So 50 is the largest number, and 35 is the second largest number. So how can I find the second largest number here? In order to do that, I defined a function called second largest. Here, after declaring my list, I'm calling this second largest function and using the argument of my list. So this list called numbers is passed to this function second largest as argument. So in this function, we are having the first line when it is called, the numbers is converted to a set and then again converted to a list. Why do we need to do that? So if you see here, we are having number 36 two times, and we are having number 25 two times. So we are having duplicates. In order to find the um, unique list, it is good to remove the duplicates. So here we are talking about the second largest number. When we are having duplicates here, it can provide some problems for us. For example, here is my numbers 2, and just assume that we sorted our list here in descending order, and we are having, for example, 50, 50, 46, 26, and 2. These are the elements of my list called numbers 2. Okay, but there is a problem here. So now if I'm looking to find the second largest number when the list is sorted in the descending order, the second largest number is the second element. Okay, so the first largest number, the largest number is the first element because it is sorted in descending order. You see? So the second element should be the second largest number if we have no duplicates. But because we are having duplicates here, we see that the second largest number, which is 46, is in the third place because we are having a duplicate here. So it's important to remove duplicates in order to avoid any mistakes or problems. This is why we need to first remove the duplicates. So if I remove the duplicates, we see that now the second largest number is the second element. And lists can have duplicates, but one of the features of the sets were the fact that they can only have unique elements. No duplicates are allowed in sets. Therefore, we are converting numbers to sets to remove the duplicates. But because we were working with the list and we would like to continue with working with the list, we are then again converting it to a list. So now if I print these unique numbers, you will see that in this new list, we don't have the duplicates that we are having in the numbers. So when I run the code, you see that 36, 10, 45, 50, and 25. So 25 is only one time repeated there, and also 36, it's only one time is being there. That's it. So you see that here also we removed the duplicates. After removing the duplicates, this is how my list looks like. Now I need to sort this list in descending order in order to find the second largest number. In order to sort it in descending order, we write down the name of our list, then we use the sort function. In parentheses, we are having reverse equals true. So this is going to help us to sort our list in descending order. And if I print my list one more time here, we see that now this unique numbers list is sorted in descending order. So this was the initial print of my new list with no duplicates. Then it is the version that we are having in descending order. Okay, so in descending order, we are having my list 50, 45, 36, 25, and 10. This is the sorted in descending order. Now we see that the second element is the second largest number in this list. And in order to access that, we are going to simply write down the name of the list and then the index 1, which is representing the second element. Why? Because index 0 is for first element and index 1 is for second element. Okay, so this is how it works. Index 1 is for second element and my second element is 45, which is exactly the second largest number in my list. So basically, in this video, we learned that we can find the second largest number in a list. And if I'm looking for the third largest number in my list, we can simply write down the index 2, which is representing the element 3, which will be 36. So we see that the second largest number is 36, and the third element here is also 36. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that removes all occurrences of a specific element from a list. For example, if you look at here, you will see that I'm having a list here. It is called numbers. So the list called numbers has these elements. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6. And I'm having one specific element that I would like to remove it from this list. And that specific element is 2. So I want to have a new list in which we do not have this number 2 as the elements. So I would like to have a new list which contains 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? So in order to do that, there are many ways that we can do it. We can write down a for loop to have a new list being created, and if while we are iterating through the list, if the element equals 2, for example, we continue and we skip. So we're not going to insert that into our new list, and that way we can have our list being created. But another way is to use set comprehension. For example, here we are having the call of remove occurrences function, and we are having two arguments, numbers and 2, and it is assigned to an updated list, which is later on printed. So the output of this function is going to be assigned to updated list. So remove occurrences function, when it is called, two arguments we are having here. One is the numbers, which is my list name, then the element that we want to remove it. So this is my target element, number 2. So in this function, we are having two arguments, my list and the target. Here, this function is going to return for each item that is in my list. If that item is not equal to my target, which is number 2, we assign it to my new list here. So this is a set comprehension. So we are having the creation of a new list, and for each item that is in my list, which is the numbers, if that item, the iterating variable, is not equal to the target, which is number 2, then assign it to my new list. So this way, for example, item in the first iteration is actually 1. So 1 is not equal to 2 because target is the second element and second element is 2, second argument, let's say, or parameter. So 1 is not equal to target. Yes, it's true. So assign it to my new list. So my new list, let's say, new list equals 1 now. Then in the next iteration, item is 2 because it's the second element. So in the second iteration, we are having the second element. So 2 equals target is 2. So it is not equal to target. This is what it is asking. 2 is not equal to 2. So it is basically saying item is not equal to target. And we know that in this case, the item is 2. Here, the item is 2 because we are in the second iteration. So the item now is 2. But we see that the target is always 2 because we didn't change it. So target equals 2. And we are checking to see if 2 is not equal to 2. And so this is false. 2 equals to 2. Therefore, we are not going to assign it to our new list. So our new list remains the same. Okay, so we are saying for if 2 is not equal to 2, then assign it to my list. If it is equal, do nothing. Basically, the set comprehension is doing like that. So we go for the next iteration now, item equals 3. So we say 3 is not equal to 2. It's true, then assign it to my new list. So my new list is now having the 3. Then item equals 4. So we see 4 is not equal to 2. It's true, therefore insert 4 as well. And in the next iteration, item equals 2. 2 equals 2. So it's not going to be inserted here because 2, we are checking 2 is not equal to 2. And this statement is not true. Therefore, we are not going to insert anything. Then we are having number 5 in the next iteration. 5 is not equal to 2. It's true, so add it. Then 2 is not equal to 2 again, so I'm not going to add 2. Then we are having 6. 6 is not equal to 2, therefore we are going to add it. So this way we created our new list. So this function actually is going to create my new list and return it. And the output of this function is assigned to updated list. So this is my updated list, which is a list that contains these elements. And basically here we are simply printing this list. So the updated list is 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 5 and 6. So this is exactly what I expected. But now the target was 2. So what if the target is 5? So it means that I want to create a new list without having number 5 in it. So when I run the code, we see that now 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, and 6. So 5 has been not considered to be inserted in my updated list, but number 2 has no problems now because I chose simply to remove number 5. And if I wanted to have number 1 as the target element to be removed, so when I run, we see that number 1 is not there anymore. Basically, this is how we can remove all occurrences of a specific element from a list. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a Python program to get the largest number from a list. So here is my list. As you see here, the list contains these elements. So there are 6 elements in this list: 10, 25, 78, 45, 89, and 23. So when I run this code, we see that it says the largest number in the list is 89. So basically, here we are finding the maximum number in the list, and this is what we wanted to do. But how can we do it in Python? So there is a built-in function in Python that is called max, and this function can help us to find the maximum number. We are having the max, and in parentheses we are having numbers. So we are having our list being in the parentheses. So this max function is going to find the maximum number that is there in the list numbers, and then it is assigned to largest variable. So variable is called largest, and that max number that is found from this numbers list is going to be assigned to the largest. And basically here the largest number is 89. So 89 is assigned to this variable, and then 89 is being printed here. So this is the easiest way to do it. However, there are other methods that we can do this. So another method that we can think of is the following. So here I am having my list called numbers being converted to a set. So if there is any duplicate, it is going to be removed. Then it is going to be assigned to, it is going to be converted to another list again, because we were working with a list. We would like to keep it with list. And this is going to be assigned to my new list. Okay. So now why did I do that? So this way, because sets are having this feature that they cannot have duplicates, and it's very important because, for example, we are having a list, and this list is having, for example, number 20, 20, 13, 15, and these are my numbers. And usually when we are having a set, we are not going to have a duplicate. So it's one of the features. They are not going to allow you to have duplicates. So now if I want to find the second largest number in my list, it should be, when I sorted it in descending order, it should be the second element. But because I'm having duplicates, there is a problem there. So duplicates should be removed before finding any numbers in my list. If I'm looking for the third smallest element or the fourth largest element, etc., duplicates must be removed. So now I see that the second element is the second largest number, for example. No, because now it's not sorted. We need to first sort it as well. So now I would have the sorted list, and now it is equal to 20, 15, and 30. So we see that now the second element, after removing the duplicates and then sorting it, we see that here we are having the second element being the second largest element in this list. So it's important, if you are looking for the third largest number or second smallest number in a list, it's very important to first remove the duplicates and then sort it. And in order to remove the duplicates, the easiest way is to convert it to a set, because sets cannot have duplicates, and then convert it back to lists and assign it to a new list. So now my new list is called my new list. This is the name. And if I print my new list here, when I have my new list, for example, in the print, so if I print it here, so let me comment these parts. So you see that this is my new list, and this list has no duplicates. Actually, the original list here was not having any duplicates, but I can have these duplicates. So I'm having 223. So there is a duplicates here, and I'm having two number 1. So if I run the code, you see that 23 is only there one time, and number 1 is also there only one time, and it's not repeated anymore. Okay, so duplicates are now removed. This is the print of my new list after converting it to set and then converting it back to list. So duplicates are automatically removed. Then because I'm looking for finding the maximum number, I need to sort it in descending order. And now that I'm sorting it in descending order, in order to do that, first I write down my name, then the sort function is called. So in the parentheses, I'm having reverse equals true, meaning that it is going to sort the list for me. So now if I print one more time my list, here you see that after sorting, we are having 89, 78, 45, etc. until the end. So it's sorted in descending order. And finally, if I'm looking for the maximum number, so we are here looking for the largest number in the list. Here, we can write down the name of our list and index 0, because index 0 represents the first element, and because we are having a sorted list in descending order with no duplicates, the first element is the largest element. So when I run the code, you see that number 89 is being printed in the output. But if I was looking for the second largest element, I could simply write down index 1 here. And because we already removed everything, the duplicates, we shouldn't be worried about it. So 78 is there. So if I write down number 2, it's going to give me the third largest number, which is 45, which we see here. So this is how we can find the largest number in a list, or any other largest number, for example, the second largest, the third largest, etc. And if in case you're looking for the smallest number, you can simply use the -1. It is the last element in our list. And because we are having a list in descending order with no duplicates, the last element is going to be the smallest element. So -1, if you write it down, you're going to have the smallest number. If you write down, for example, -2, you're going to have the second smallest number. You see number 10 is being printed in the output. Thank you for watching.